They wonder what I would do if one day I had superpowers. This question worried many like our main character, but he has a chance to get real superpowers. Syndrome Station. A guy Kim-san enters the arriving train. That's the name of our main character. Skinny, short black-haired introvert studying at the high school in Manju. He likes to read manga where he prefers charismatic villains rather than pious main characters. Yesterday, this inconspicuous guy got superpowers a week ago on behalf of the main character. Jun Saab and I were walking home from school and thinking about what to do when suddenly we were called. It was a gang from Tae Jean's school for fun. They started beating us to death. Thinking I was going to die, I grabbed some garbage and threw it at them. As a result, the scumbag I got into wanted to make me eat it. I tried to resist, but the forces were not equal. After swallowing this bowl, I don't remember anything. I only remember that I suffered all this time knowing that no one would help me because I am an orphan. A week later, on behalf of the main character, when I woke up, I felt that there was a desert in my mouth. Opening the refrigerator, I found only a Coke. After drinking it, I remembered about those assholes who beat us up. Out of anger, I clenched my fist and threw the clenched jar to the side, not noticing how much it was crumpled. I went to get water, went outside where I got angry again. Remembering those freaks, I hit a pole nearby. Boom. I was very surprised by my strength. There was a decent hole on the pole. Crack. Unable to withstand the weight of the lamp, he fell, cutting off the power supply system. The screams of angry residents began, because of which I ran away from the scene. Not understanding what was going on, I ran home where I began to think about my new strength. When I saw the jar near the trash can, I was surprised by its shape. I took a coin to test my strength. Fuck, it's crazy. I crumpled it up like a piece of paper. So my experiments began with renewed vigor. I've tried a lot of things. Tear up an entire book. Easy. Break the frying pan. Easy as pie. Suddenly I had a crazy idea. With super strength, do I have invulnerability? I took a kitchen knife and hit the other hand with all my might. Bam. The knife broke. I don't understand how I got superpowers. I went to the roof to find out my limit. I wanted to find out how high I could jump. And jump. I started to feel that I was getting hot because of the high speed. I could not open my eyes. Finally the impulse went out and I stopped opening my eyes. I looked around. What? Suddenly I was in space. Suddenly I realized that I was starting to fall. After a while I landed in some desert in China. Bam. The landing was not pleasant. I don't remember how many days I lay unconscious, but I remember exactly how it seemed to me that every bone in my body was broken. When I woke up, I examined myself and found myself completely unharmed. I was able to get home very easily. I just need to run fast. Kim-san's house. Kim-san was laying on the couch and watching TV, switching channels. He came across a channel with an interview of the hero. The hero talked about protecting citizens and catching villains. Cheers of joyful people were heard, but the main character did not see anything special in him. In his opinion, this hero is a simple show-off because the villain he caught sucks. In Kim-san's mind, if he had become a villain, he would have done it better than him. Suddenly he realized one thing: he can become a villain himself. With his superpower, he would be a cool and attractive villain in comics. According to the plot, the villains are rich and charismatic and the heroes are always dealing with problems and getting from the antagonists. The guy became more confident in his decision after reading the manga. I will definitely become a villain, said Kim-sang with a frightening smile on his face. High school. Kim-sang was sitting in class and bored. It's been 3 days since he decided to become a villain. He was determined, but he didn't know where to start and what to do. His fuse was slowly going out and he was thinking about becoming a hero. The bell rang. Jun Saab came up to him to ask about his condition and absenteeism. The guy started telling how he would beat these jerks if they fought honestly. Then he would beat them. To which the main character accused his friend of bragging and lying. Their conversation was interrupted by Lee Jae-yoon, a girl who likes Kim-sang. She asked about his absenteeism and whether he had become a slacker. Jun Saab was outraged by her selective him, to which he hugged him. At this moment, the main character stammered that he was busy praising her beauty and his thoughts. Lee Jae-yoon said that Kim-sang would not miss lessons and she would keep an eye on him. Left. Jun Saab said Jae-yoon has a cute face, but she's a kid. He asked his friend about her seduction. From these words, anger filled Kim-sang, to which Jun Saab laughed, saying that every dog in the area knows about the feelings of the protagonist to her. Their conversation was interrupted again, but it was already third-year students who collect money from students every week. Kim-sang didn't like it all, which made him angry again. After they took the money from Jae-yoon, the main character told them to get out of here, but to third-year students did not hear him. One of them put his hand on Kim-san's shoulder and asked what he said. The main character was scared of this and could not repeat what was said normally. Confused, he just handed over the money, after which they left. One of them hit Kim-san and said he would keep an eye on him. Worried about Jun Saab after they left, he asked if everything was fine with Kim San and threatened the high school students that they would meet again, although he did not tell them anything when collecting money. After school, Kim San sits on a bench and thinks about what happened. With his strength, he can erase stones into powder and their skulls would split once or twice, but he couldn't do anything because even with such strength inside, he didn't change. He's still the same coward who was afraid even of these punks whether he could change. The main character began to think about today's collection of money, collecting money. For sure he can start to engage in extortion, but because of his character, he began to think about the ethical side of the issue. That's somehow wrong to take money from ordinary people, but he decided that he would take it from that school gang because they took this money from others anyway. Kim San's house. Kim San was sitting at the table and making something. It was his new mask. After finishing, the joyful guide began to praise his work and even gave a name to the mask, but soon blushed from this. Kim San decided to check his work and put a mask on his face, but everything turned out to be not as joyful as he imagined with the slightest movements of tour. Being in a desperate situation, in the end, he decided to just put on a medical mask. Every day, Kim Sang made circles around the Tae Jean school, but he could not catch them in full force. Sometimes meeting with other bandits, he decided to take money from them, but seeing their faces he ran away from fear. It was the second week of the main character's festivities. During all this time, he could not rob anyone, but he was very proud of himself as if he had already become someone significant. During this time, he had already gotten used to their disgusting faces, but he was still afraid to stand next to them. He decided that he could find someone simpler when he saw two students in the dark school uniform of the Tae Jean school who were not so scary. Trying to gather his strength, looking in the mirror, he began to repeat it himself that he could. Then the alley to Tae Jean school students were standing in the alley and talking about their antics. One had red hair, the other yellow. When suddenly they were called out, it was our main character. He threatened them to give their money, and for every 10 that he finds he will beat them. From such a speech, Kim Sang blushed with embarrassment, but the two bandits ignored everything. They thought they were being accosted by some kind of psycho and started digging into Kim Sam. The confused protagonist tried to pull himself together, but the bandits began to extort money from him. One of them was about to hit the main character when someone stopped his hand. It turned out to be the hero whose interviews and had seen on TV, the hero of Respo. Usually he does not deal with childish disassembly. Another person does it, but in this case, he could not pass by the same alley. Respo advised the bandits to go home, to which the red-haired man took out a knife, saying that the heroes are the same ordinary people. Kim Sang remembered that he had seen this hero on the news. Respo was surprised by this, but did not get confused. He said that children nowadays have completely strayed from their hands since they carry knives with them. The bandit with a knife, saying that he was not joking, rushed to the hero, to which he snapped the blade of the knife into pieces. Surprised by this, the bandit lost touch with reality and did not expect a blow from the hero, after which he flew a couple of meters back. At first Respo wanted to pull jokes on them, but the attempted murder changed his decision. The yellow-haired man, who was afraid of such a force, was taken aback, to which the hero told him to take his friend and roll home, advising him not to use a knife during a fight, to which the schoolboy angry shouted that they would not just leave it, but after the evil look of the hero, he abruptly began to praise him. After the departure of the two bandits, Respo complained about the current children and said it was time to amend the law on minors. When the two of them left, it was Kim San's turn. Respo asked what he was going to do. He said that if our main character wants to do such things, then he needs to gain strength, but Respo does not advise him to become a bandit. After the hero's departure, Kim San was twisted with anger. He promised himself that he would rather die than receive help from the hero. He realized that no matter how strong he was, he remained a pathetic coward. A sense of shame engulfed Sam. He was disappointed in himself and very angry at his own weakness. This was the first time he had experienced such intense anger. Suddenly, his inner voice spoke to him. He pushed the guy to kill. He asks him why he was putting up with all this. It was easier to just kill than wait. Why he was wasting such a huge force. An inner voice asked Kim San if he was afraid. He said that he would help him do everything himself. At the same time, a group of schoolchildren was walking through the alley. They were discussing what plans when one of them noticed Kim San, who was kneeling and holding his head. The young man who noticed San introduced himself as Song Chanyel, asking who our main character was, and not getting an answer he got angry. They thought that he was not responding because he was beaten, while the inner voice of San provoked him. Chang Yel picked up a metal stick and was about to hit San with it, but the voice in San's head was pushing him to kill these scum. San did not want to go to the murderer, but the voice did not stop. He could not stand it. He got angry and hit Chang Yi, who fell under the hot hand, tearing off his arm. The main character did not understand what happened. Like the victim himself, he did not understand where his arm was, but he began to feel pain in his shoulder. Unable to withstand the painful shock, he fell dead into a puddle of his blood. Friends of the deceased began to run away, calling Kim San's a monster and a murder. After everything that happened, the main character began to realize what he had just done, namely killed a man. Unable to withstand this, he ran away from the scene of the crime. News yesterday: in one of the alleys of the Ascension district, the body of a young man was found. The age of the deceased was 18 years old. The victim was Song Jang Yel, the second year of Jang-un High School. Approximate time of death 10 minutes past 11. The morgue. A man in a doctor's gown told about the incident. The criminal cut off the victim's right hand, after which the student died as a result of acute blood loss and traumatic shock. The hand was cut off with a sharp object, presumably an axe. Rispol, who was told this, blamed himself for the fact that the crime occurred in the place where he was doing his rounds yesterday. He understood that the hand was not cut off with a sharp object because eyewitnesses testified that the criminal did it with his bare hands. According to them, he was incredibly strong and ferocious, to which the doctor was indignant and said that it was impossible, but he was sure of it, because the witnesses were there with him. He knew several people who could do it. The doctor apparently also knew them, but he just said that he assumed that an evil hand was involved because a simple person is not capable of such a thing. Another man in a bathrobe said that the criminal was wearing a mask and asked if Rispol knew of such. The hero began to suspect Kim-san because he saw him in a mask on the day of the crime, but he did not know what happened after he left. Rispol said goodbye to the doctor and left to meet with them. Somewhere on the street, people were peacefully going about their business. The weather was fine outside when suddenly there was an explosion. Uncomprehending people saw an evil hand in the dissipated smoke. It was a huge purple villain. With quick movements, he pierced the man next to him through with his hand. People began to run away in panic. But the evil hand was not alone. There was another big gray-skinned villain with him dressed in a yellow mask, underpants, boots and gloves. The fleeing people noticed a man who did not run away from the villains, but specifically walked in their direction. It turned out to be the hero handle, dressed in casual clothes and glasses. The evil hand noticed a man who was taking off his clothes and recognizing in him Handle, the strongest man on the planet, jumped away from him as if scalded. The purple villain said he wanted to check out the rumors which say that unlike an ordinary person, he is incredibly strong. Not surprised by this behavior, the heroes as the villain would check them in any case. He began to insult the evil hand, provoking him. The monster could not stand the ridicule in his direction and jumped on Handle, to which he formed a lightning bolt in his hand and cut the villain into two parts. Seeing this, So when the fiery devil, the second villain, rushed to the hero, to which he called So Wanzel, the spirit of the Holy Virgin, with the help of some kind of talisman. The villain of the size, which was like the hand of this made him, was just swatted like a mosquito, after which he disappeared. People who saw their idol and how he easily coped with the villain surrounded him and began to praise him. The embarrassed hero, who was asked to take a picture of his little fan, could not refuse. After that, the girl asked the hero if he would marry her when she grew up, to which the confused Handle jokingly replied that he would be only glad. Suddenly, people began to ask for a photo in a crowd. A man in a suit and dark glasses saved him, saying that they were calling him and it was urgent. Picking up the phone, Handle heard the voice of Rispol, who told him about yesterday's incident and asked him to gather all the heroes tonight. Gregory is a team of the strongest heroes dominating all other teams on Earth. The headquarters of the Gregory team, Rispol told about the crime and its details, from which it can be concluded that someone is now committing atrocities that they still did not know about. Bloody Lynx is a member of the Gregory team. I thought while they were all called, it turned out that because of the death of a high school student. He asked if high school students could not cut off an other's hand in their time, to which Master Jim, also a member of the Gregory team, said that if Rispol had gathered them all here, then it was a serious matter. Rispol explained that the victim's hand was not just cut off, it was literally torn off with his bare hands. Even he is not capable of such a thing. Hearing this, the heroes were surprised. The Russian blue breed of cats, a member of the Gregory team, said that if Rispol is not capable of this, then there is nothing to think about the other heroes. They would not be able to create such a thing. Rispol said that of all the heroes that he knows, only the cat and Handle have enough strength for this. The lynx was indignant. He asked Rispol that he thought if he could not, then the lynx would not have mastered. The hero stood in a stupor from such a question, but when he woke up, he said that naturally the lynx would not have been able to do such a thing. The offended Bloody Lynx asked how long he had been receiving Rispol for something. He decided to further anger his teammate. Esther, a member of the Gregory team, who saw their quarrels every Friday, compared them to her grandfather and father, who for a drunkenly. Their quarrel was interrupted by a cat asking where to find Dark and whether they could interest us mattered to her. According to Rispol, she is skipping the meeting again, perhaps somewhere in a dark alley. She is wedding criminals. Handle concluded that now a man with incredible superpowers appeared on their territory. It could be a hero or a powerful villain. Kim-san's house, from the first person of Kim-san. I was sitting on the bed with my legs hugged and thinking about the recent murder of a man. I saw the news where Chan was shown, but I was absolutely not tormented by guilt. Suddenly, some voice spoke in my head. He started telling me that I did the right thing. I don't have to be afraid because I can kill everyone who gets in my way. This is my essence. Something got stuck in my head, and I changed. The month has passed since the murder from the first person of Kim-san. Lately I have been skipping classes and continuing to wander around the district in order to take money from someone. I don't feel guilty about that incident, and so far everything is going well for me. Now I am not afraid of these disgusting faces of Gopnik. Suddenly, I saw two guys who were sitting in an alley. I decided to approach them, called out to the men coming closer. One of them decided to hit me, but I calmly dodged and hit him in the jaw. Previously, I would have been scared of him, but now I don't care. It may be because of how often I began to see them. I didn't meet anyone except Gopnik. They regularly take money from them. I should have thought of this earlier. I'm in a surprisingly good mood. I was thinking about living in this way and expanding such a business when suddenly someone called out to me. It was Jae-yoon. She asked what I was doing here, to which I removed the mask from my face out of harm's way. I decided to change the subject and asked what she was doing here. She said she was worried about me because I haven't been going to school for a day. Seeing the safe and sound, she drew attention to the thing in my hands. I told her that there was nothing there. When asked why I don't go to school since I'm not sick and the message that she came to me, I was surprised and thought that the teacher asked her, but it was not so. Suddenly a fist flew into my face. It was Jae-yoon. She covered her face with her other hand and laughed, then hit me several times. It was very fast. Then threatened that I was a corpse if I skipped again. After my beating, she smiled and said that if I understood then she would go and I had to come tomorrow. All beaten up, I said that I understood everything and offered to accompany her. Although with such a heavy fist, she herself would get home perfectly. Refusing and saying that she was no longer small, Jae-yoon left, and I could not say that I was seeing her off. Kim-san's house. Kim-sang was lying in bed and thought that because of all these events, he had completely forgotten about school. He wondered if he needed a school at all, but remembering that Jae-yoon told him his answer was yes, he must come. High school, and Manju-san walking down the corridor was called by his friend Jun Saab. He asked about the absence of his friend. The main character said that he was busy with business, to which his friend started talking about San's lies because for sure he just started an anime marathon. Arguing, they reached the classroom door. Opening it, Kim-san's love saw them. Jae-yoon was glad to see him and hurried him. Suddenly someone shouted for everyone to sit down. It was the third-year students who came to collect tribute, but this time the main character has changed a little. A school and Danju, one of them, shouted for everyone to sit in their seats for a more convenient gathering. Kim-sang forgot all about it, but he didn't sweat it because he was already different. He himself became a predator. A third-year student with short hair, who apparently was their leader, told everyone to get 501, adding that it was quite a bit. He heard people because it was not the only class from which they collect money. While they surrounded Jun Soba, the main character compared himself to the president with a past. He noticed that he was not afraid of them at all, because he had already seen enough of these bandit faces. When it came to Kim-san's turn, he decided to act out a scene. Rummaging through his pockets, he said that he had nothing to pay with. The schoolboy who ordered everyone to sit down got angry and hit the main character. He believed that he was mocking them. The one who came to take the money from Kim-sang remembered him and the incident that he caused. Sam trying to restrain the anger that came from the realization that he was slapped by a man who has absolutely nothing. An inner voice began to incite him again, telling him to kill an unpleasant person. While Kim-sang was restraining himself, one of the third-year students approached the suicide bomber to ask about what had happened, to which he waved off and said that they needed to go to the next class, threatening the rebel. Kim-sang asked the already departing third-year students where he should wait for them. The leader, who did not understand the question, asked the main character again. He was not afraid to repeat his question. Jun Saab, dumbfounded like the whole class by San's behavior, began to ask him to apologize. The third-year student again decided to threaten Kim-san with a question about what he had said. In response, the main character wants to know if he is hearing problems, asking where to wait for them. The enraged leader wants to hit San again, but the suicide bomber is saved by a ringing bell. The third-year students were alarmed, fearing that they would fly from Tae Jean. After telling Kim-san to wait for him after school, the leader received a humiliating response. That humiliated third-year students began to threaten the main character, but he was interrupted by the teacher who kicked those out of the office. Leaving, he said that San should stay in the classroom after lessons, otherwise he would pursue him until he caught and killed himself. The third-year students left under the teacher's shout. When they left the office, Jun Saab ran up to Sand in a sweat, asking if he had any problems with his head, to which the main character calmly said that he would fulfill the requirements of the suicide bomber. At the same time, Lee Ji-yoon was worried about Kim-san that kept silent. During the lesson, Kim-sang thought about what he had said and whether he had overdone it because he could be revealed, but thoughts about how he looked in his eyes. Jae-yoon dispelled these thoughts. After school, Lee Ji-yoon told San about his escape, but the culprit of her experiences did not understand the reasons for the escape. Shocked by such an answer, she did not give up trying to convince a classmate, as San himself did not worry about this at all. Not understanding the main character's train of thought, she wanted to know if he was going to fight because in her opinion, he was behaving like a little boy now and she was ashamed of it. These words hurt him sad and he tried to justify himself to the girl he liked. Their conversation was interrupted by the third-year students who came, who were surprised at the fearlessness of the main character. Guan trying to save a wayward friend to the last, threatening to tell everything to that feature, but they didn't care about her threats. They called San to come out with them, Kim Sen trying to calm Lee Gu and by saying that he would not fight, to which the band had said that he would not have to because they would beat him themselves. The words of the protagonist did not calm the girl, but she was powerless in this situation. Kim Sen left with 3 third-year students. On the roof of the school, they went to the roof of the educational institution where there were already 2 schoolgirls who began to discuss San and his physique. They decided that they would join the beating of the main character, but the guys refused them, saying that they had a serious matter here. There were 6 people on the roof and total 3 third-year students too. Apparently, their classmates had me abandoned with short hair asked about San's behavior in class, to which he joked the third-year student sensed the victim and how the predators pounced on the prey. The schoolboy, who was rude to the main character, hit him in the face, adding that they had come here for a joke and if he did not start talking about the case, he would knock out all his teeth, after which he had Kim San in the stomach. They began to tell the lying San about his disobedience to them and his behavior not according to concepts. The girls who saw it wanted to join the beating. At the same time, in the thoughts of the main character, how infuriating it is. Suddenly the inner monster woke up again. He asked why San tolerates this. What is he doing? He just needs to kill them. Maybe it's true to kill them all. On the roof of the school on behalf of the main character. But how dare they touch me? These scum. The urge of anger awakened an inner voice, but I decided to end everything on a peaceful note. Standing up and apologizing, I stretched out a hand of reconciliation. When my voice in my head pushed me to kill them all, trying to shut him up, I only received a statement about their murder. But this is not possible. Laughter was heard from my words. It was the laughter of my inner monster trying to find out the reason for his behavior. I received an answer in the form of the fact of my murder. While I was in shock, and realizing this fact, the guy with short hair decided to beat me even harder. He hit me in the face with the words that I did not understand what was happening. When I got over the shock and agreed with his voice, I grabbed his hand and a thought flashed through my head. And what if I squeezed it harder? Despite his screams, threats and blows, I unknowingly did it and realized what was happening. I just thought about it. I didn't want to. Seeing the condition of his friend to other guys who attacked me trying to beat me, but they didn't work out. I didn't feel the force of their blows at all. Not being able to tolerate it anymore, I kicked the leg of one of them in the end. His bones couldn't stand it and broke when 2 of the 3 were lying on the ground. The third tried something to say, but could not utter a word. Turning to face him, I slapped him in the face. He tried to stop me, but I continued the blow. The enemy's skull was covered with cracks. 3 of them were lying on the ground. The 30-year-old who started this mess asked who I was and what I was doing, but when I got closer to him, he started watering about forgiveness, but I didn't care and I didn't stop there. I also beat those girls who are standing with us on the roof. The emergency department 3 were lying on their beds and moaning in pain. One of them offered to call Teach, and a patient with a broken arm answered him about the inaction in this situation, mentioned a guy with a completely bandaged head just mumbled something. The guy with a broken leg brought up this topic again because they did not collect all the money and if they're saying Sunbi finds out about it, to which one of them vaguely agreed. The schoolboy with short hair replied that there would be no problems with Tae Jean, and if the saint found out they would be screwed for not doing the job. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened. A blonde man in a black turtleneck and a blue jacket walked into the aisle. It was a first-year student of Young Sun High School young age and calling 3 disabled patients and asking what they were doing here. He received incomprehensible mutterings about someone in response. After the incident was explained to him, he told him to rest and recover. When Tae Jean was about to leave, a short-haired man called out to him and warned him not to even try to avenge them. Did not understand the reason for his words. Young Tae Jean asked about her in response. The patient, who was trembling from the memories of Kim San, said that this kid is not a man, just a monster. Tae Jean began to compare the main character with a forest beast, but he was interrupted, saying that he did not realize the strength of the culprit of their condition. The first-year student, who still did not understand anything, told them to explain to him in a human way, to which he again received an answer about San's non-humanity and his incredible strength from the words of his friend. The others began to tremble with fear. Seeing this, Tae Jean pondered. Evening. 2 guys were walking down the street talking. It was Tangent and another one whose name we don't know, but he had brown hair and glasses. He was wearing a Young Sun school uniform, An unknown god decided to find out from Tae Jean what he was going to do with that scumbag, but he didn't understand who he was talking about when the bespectacled guy clarified that he meant the guy who beat up their people. Tae Jean said that he was crazy, because it's obvious that if he goes to take revenge, the type of all bones he will be counted. But the brown-haired men did not understand this because Tae Jean is the thunderstorm of the Sindorim district. Tae Jean explained to the naive boy that if this madman sent 3 guys to the hospital and young Sheik had a broken femur, then how could he cope with him alone? Having understood the situation, the bespectacled men lagged behind him, and what if the thunderstorm of the center of district suggested that he had superpowers? Suddenly Tae Jean was called out, and annoyed Jean turned around and saw his son Bi Nim, a student of Jang Sun High School, a gang leader, a third-year Chun Jang Su, and immediately calmed down. He wanted to know what these jerks were doing here when a nervous Chang Jean greeted him. He asked if he knew what the day was yesterday. The first-year student immediately replied that it was a fundraising day in data, that they had a small problem, but they would quickly sort it out. Interrupting his subordinate with a blow, Jang Su said that he was completely relaxed and whether he was living well. The embittered Tae Jean apologized to his son V. When Jang Su told him to have the money tomorrow, because he had spent almost everything. Tae Jean apologized again. When Jang Su was leaving, the 2 guys said goodbye to him, to which the gang leader's escort scoffed at them, telling them to work harder. When they disappeared in the distance, Tae Jean growled his teeth that if it wasn't for Sun B, he would have beaten this escort, and he was tired of Sun B himself. He already wants to give up everything and leave, but the bespectacled men began to dissuade him, because if he left, Jimmy Jang Su would give so much that it wouldn't seem enough. Tae Jean was ashamed of his current situation. If he had a strong ally, he would not be in such a situation. Suddenly Tae Jean came up with an entertaining idea. He remembered about that madman, the thunderstorm of the Sindorim district. Laughed the bespectacled men, who did not understand anything. Asked when he was up to, Tae Jean told Tom that if he manages to settle one thing, it won't be difficult for him to bring high school students to their knees. The next day, high school and Manju, Kim Sang said goodbye to Jun Saab and went home. On the way, he was thinking who he should rob today. Suddenly, he came across 2 students of the Young Sun School. It was Tae Jean and his bespectacled ward. Tae Jean asked Santa if he knew him. Kim San immediately recognized the thunderstorm of Sindorim because he had heard about him more than once. Tae Jean is successful in everything he fights, well studied as well, and even handsome. He became famous in high school. The main character immediately thought that he had come because of the incident. After receiving a positive response, he immediately said that he also knew who Kim Sam was from Class F. He asked if Sam was the one who offended his friends. The main character asked if Agent really came to take revenge. After receiving a negative answer, Kim Sen asked why he was looking for him. Without delaying for a long time, Tae Jean told the reason for his arrival. He wants him and Sam to unite and take over the Young Sun School. But suddenly he was refused, and the main character was about to leave. Deegan in a panic began to list the advantages of their joint work, and when it came to money, San stopped. Kim San wants to be a villain, and a real villain should always have money. Besides, he does not have to wander around the city at night in search of gangs. Realizing that he hit the bullseye, Tae Jean began to lead their conversation in the right direction. But first they need to change the place of their conversation. A day at a cafe, 3 schoolchildren sat at a table and had a conversation. Taiji asked Sen how to plan for the conquest of the Young Sun School was, to which the incomprehensible Sat asked, since he was so good, why not do it alone? Why would he do it for this? Confused by such a question, Thunderstorm, Sinduram quickly found the answer. It's all about Kim San's strength, because he can't compare with him in this aspect. To which Sen asked with skepticism in his words, isn't Taijin strong, and how does he know what kind of power the main character has? To which the blonde suggested that Sin was a Superman, and by the reaction he realized that he had hit the spot. He asked why he was hiding it, to which Kim Sang translated the topic. He admitted that the plan was good, but they needed to clarify some points. Namely, he would not obey anyone and would do what he wanted, to which the third, who had been silent until now, rudely spoke out in San's direction, to which Taijin shut him up and agreed to these conditions. He also offered him to become the head of their gang as the strongest, but Sam quickly refused and said that it would be better to let Taijin be the head. When they shook hands, Sam was at a loss because Taijin guessed who he was, but since he was offering him money, he decided to accept. Nothing terrible will happen, right? The story of Chun Jang Su. In fact, I was never particularly strong, but I was always gradient with a nasty character. Actually, I was too lazy to live according to my conscience as a good citizen, so I turned onto a slippery slope and became a bandit. I felt like a fish in water. I tried to win in a fight at all costs, because only the strongest survive in this world. The word defeat did not exist for me, and when I was in high school, I was such an authority that every dog knew me. I was the king. I liked being on top, and then I moved on to high school. Yongsan High School on behalf of Jang Su. I was walking with my guys when suddenly someone called me. He asked me if I was Chun Jang Su and that I was famous. This Sunday was a year older than us. At the first meeting, he pissed me off with his dismissive greeting. When I asked who he was, he replied, but the leader of the second-year gang was about Gi Tae. I heard about him. They said he was the son of some martial artist. He was not a bandit. He did everything fairly and lived according to his conscience. He had such an arrogant face, and I wanted to smack him. Unable to stand it, I will offer him a one-on-one duel, to which he agreed with a warning. He was strong. After the fight, I was lying on the floor, and he was unharmed. It seems he also owned a martial arts and was really strong. I tried my best, but it was still no use. I couldn't beat him with a smile on his face. He offered me to eat noodles, and at that moment, he seemed cool to me. Since then, we have been inseparable, and we didn't care about the age difference. You cherished me. He liked me. He said he was impressed by my persistence and aggressiveness. We became friends. Yun was easygoing and always behaved like a real man. A year later, the whole school was ours. We did what we wanted, without any hesitation. It seemed like we had the whole world in our hands. However, we beat up some kids because he didn't want to give us his watch, saying that it was an heirloom. Later Young found out about it. He was very angry, saying that we had gone crazy creating lawlessness lately. He recently visited the police station because of the rumors that have been spreading lately, and all because of our actions. I decided to stand up for the guys because I ordered them, and I'm also to blame. He didn't want to admit that we were bandits. One of the guys accused Sunbi of rude behavior, after which he received a punch in the face. He beat him with the words that we did not understand that we were not bandits. I have decided to reason with Young. I asked him a simple question: who are we if not bandits? Well, it's true. We don't study, we don't go to clubs, and we don't work. We only do what we fight and drink, and after that we are not bandits. That's since Yun doesn't want to admit it. I suggested that he fight, decide who is who, taking off his jacket and giving it to the person standing next to him. I told Young, either he or I, who wins he will be the leader of the gang. I really like Sunday, but his way of doing business has long been outdated. We are ordinary bandits and are interested in fights and entertainment. Yun was angry at me and started looking for support among other gang members, but they all agreed with my words. I did so because of a few things. We are not those honest gangsters from the series. We did not have money like them, and lately everyone is whispering about us who will become the head of the gang. The loser would have to leave school. Yun didn't agree with his condition. He didn't like this way to settle the situation, but I had a different vision. I decided to provoke him by calling him a coward and said that we would just fight without any additional conditions, and Yun agreed. Soon the news of our fight spread, and Young decided to remember my loss a year ago. The roof to school children were standing opposite each other, and those who wanted to capture it gathered around, and decided to remind Jang Su of his loss a year ago. Jang Su remembered these wonderful memories, to which Gaetan decided to add new ones to him, and he also wanted to teach Jang Su lesson. Jang Su and Gi Tae ran at each other with their fists raised to strike. Jang Su was confident of his victory this time and shouted that he would not yield to his Sunbi this time. At the same moment, on behalf of Jang Su, I instinctively feel strong opponents. Maybe these are also superpowers. I feel how strong the opponent is even just standing in front of him. When I saw Young a year ago, I knew that I would lose, and now about a year later, I understand that I am destined to lose. Yoon kicked me in the head, and then I fell. People around started chanting Yeon's name, and my people started getting nervous. Yoon stressed that from that moment, I became stronger, but I still don't reach his level. So I lost. He wanted to know why I started this, but I haven't lost yet. Yoon decided to help me in his own way, and I took advantage of it, taking out the rings I had prepared earlier and putting them on. I hit Yeon's kneecap, from which he felt holding his knee. I asked Yoon why he relaxed, because I haven't given up yet. There are many ways to defeat such a big guy. I told you that this is not a hand-to-hand combat competition. In a fight between bandits, the one who stays on his feet to the end wins. I told Yoon, looking at the rings, that I bought this thing just in case. One blow and your bones break like matches. Yoon remained the same, offer to climb on his back after everything that happened. That's why I like Yoon. I made the last blow to Yoon's temple. After it there were indications. One of the indignant came up to me and started rubbing that I was a coward, but I didn't get there. I hit him right in the nose, after which he fell to the floor. The indignation intensified, but I shouted, I'm in charge of the fucking school now. I'm in charge. I am. If anyone has any objections, let them come out here. I'll figure it out. I'm going to kill everyone. After these words, the indignation stopped, and I asked Ju Young, who was getting a scolding from Gi Tae, to take you into the medical center. After that, the whole world became mine. Everyone in this school obeyed me. Soon I found out that he only had written a letter of resignation from school. It was expected. He did it for me. That's how healing was. As soon as he left, I stopped holding back and started breaking bad. Behind my back I was called garbage and a traitor, but standing in front of me, they all fell silent. I created a system of collecting money, and I destroyed all the rivals. Everything was easy for me because there was no one stronger than Vaitai in this school. I was the king. No one dared to contradict me. Everything was just perfect. But now I risk losing my throne. Currently, the roof. Jang Su was standing and shot from what was happening. Yo Young was next to him, and in front of him stood a calm Kim Sang and an excited Tae Jean. There were many unconscious bodies of schoolchildren around them. 5 minutes earlier, when Kim Sang and Tae Jean came to the roof and announced their intentions, a huge schoolboy decided to clarify whether he understood the information correctly. Well, are you normal or what? Have you swallowed some pills? You fool, repeat what you said to Jim. My new partner was a little nervous but still decided from now on this school belongs to us. I was standing in a stupor not knowing what to do, so I decided to just keep quiet. Meanwhile, while the kings of the school were still talking, is it April Fool's Day, or did you decide to prank us for no reason? Tae Jean clearly lost his fear, or else he believed in me a lot, but his tone was confident. What's the big deal? After all, you also took over the school in the second year of study, why can't we? But the three fake kings continued to mock. Ha ha. Well, actually, that's funny. Ha ha ha. And they seem to be serious. Ha ha ha. During all this time, I haven't said even one word, but I had a lot of thoughts in my head. That's the first time I've seen high school students so close. Although nothing special, ordinary gopnik. I think I'm nervous after all. Is it because they're older? The flow of my thoughts was interrupted by these gopniks. Who's the little guy? Are you running errands for Tae Jean? Yeah, they seem to have gone completely off the rails. Meanwhile, the big guy decided to ask his leader, well, what are you going to do, Jang Su? Will you rest? Should we figure it out ourselves? It was clear from Jang Su's look that his ass felt danger, and his thoughts were racing. Who is this guy? Who is he? I've never met him. Why was I seized with a chilling horror? Is that just me seeing? Is he even human or what? Apparently the leader of this gang still had some ability, at least to feel the danger with his ass. This was confirmed by my silhouette in his head as well as his thoughts. No, that's not even the point. If such a thing really existed, we'd all be screwed. My companions, or one might say servants, felt surprisingly confident. Jang Su, yes, you arrest. We'll sort it out ourselves. I tried to warn them that this could be a mistake. What? Wait, this guy is dangerous. But my gang didn't listen to me anymore. Apparently out of fear, my words weren't convincing enough. The whole crowd, the gang, began to stretch their limbs preparing for a fight. Jang Su let us stretch a little too. Well, that's it. You're finished. Meanwhile, Tae Jean turned to Kim Sang, that is to the main character, dignity. Well, I probably won't fight it. Can you handle it alone? My first words came out confidently. Yes, I can handle it. But still at the last moment doubts took over and I said in an uncertain tone, perhaps the fight is about to begin. The gangsters have come as close as possible. Suckers, get ready. John Tae Jean. The genie himself had already moved behind me and threw me one last time. Sam, don't let me down. It seemed that Sean was already safe. If I lost he would be able to quickly escape. But suddenly more gopnik appeared from behind. Come here, asshole. Where are you going, Tae Jean? Without thinking for a long time, apparently on instinct, I suddenly appeared in front of this gopnik and sent him flying with a strong right-hand blow. The partition saved him from falling from the roof. A peculiar question mark appeared on the faces of each of this gang. What the? Who are you? What did you do? How did you do that? You threw him several meters away with one blow. Suddenly, everyone heard the trembling voice of leader Jang Su. To kill, but due to the fact that he was all cowardly from fear, all his subordinates did not hear what he said. What? Jang Su, what did you say? And at that moment, probably the whole city heard the voice of the leader of the gopnik. I said, kill him. Kill him quickly. He has to die. You will hurt yourself to a pulp, but kill him. Apparently, the fearful qualities of the leader made it clear that soon he would no longer be the king of the school. But Jang Su's scream became the starting point, because after it the whole gang attacked me and Tae Jean, and the leader continued active brain activity. I instinctively feel strong opponents. However, there are many options to kill someone who is stronger than you. Hyena is capable of killing a lion. That's just it. At this moment, Jang Su's face needed to be seen, no matter how much he wanted to, no matter what he thought. But the final thought made him realize his loss. The hyena can't defeat the dragon in any way. And less than a minute the whole gang except for the leader and the big guy was lying on the floor and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Tae Jean was already mocking. Well, I think that's enough. Hey, you give up. I never thought that there were such loyal people in the gang of gopnik. But the big guy standing next to the leader will see me, Jang Su, run. I will buy you some time. What a monster. But this was not to come true, because as soon as he flew up to me within striking distance, the big guy had no more chances to escape. At that moment, I finally realized that I have no equal. With a confident tone and gait, I started walking towards Jang Su. Maybe enough already. And all that the former leader could do was tremble with fear. And of course Tae Jean couldn't stay away without saying a word. We're in charge here now. Despite all the fear, Jang Su was not going to give up. He's angry. You could see it in his face. That can't be. What the hell? He thought and said, damn, I got it. I got it. But his hand was frantically searching for something in his pocket. But this is my school. He kept talking in his head. Finally, Jang Su took the brass knuckles out of his pocket and put it on his hand behind his back, showing with all his looks and words that we won. But the thoughts in his head were completely different. How dare they encroach on my throne? Tae Jean, apparently not believing it himself, relaxed and began to speak in a cheerful tone. What really? You admitted defeat, didn't you? Are we kings here now? But while Tae Jean and I were having fun chatting, Jang Su continued to plot revenge, calling us pigs in his head. The haha, we did it. Now we're in charge, Jen told me. Yes, congratulations, I answered. But Jang Su didn't share our joy. How dare he bring this monster? The losers are miserable. There's only one boss here and that's me. I got up with such difficulty. I can't back down. Hi to no one. I won't give up this place. Finally gathering all his willpower into a fist, Jang Su decided to show what he thought of us and screamed in the school. I am the boss of the school. I'm the king here. And with all his strength, he swung his fist, which was wearing brass knuckles, in my direction. Since I had been relaxing for a long time and chatting sweetly with Tae Jean accordingly, I did not notice the blow. Unlike my new friend who tried to warn me at the last moment, it was too late because Jang Su's fist was already counting my teeth nicely. The former king smelled blood and smiled, hoping that it was over. Meanwhile, I didn't even budge after his blow. When Jang Su's hand dropped, he saw my face completely whole but very angry. Oh well, these fools always do that. Jang Su naturally couldn't believe it. Yes, it's impossible. How is it? I grabbed his fist, preventing him from returning his hand to its natural position. After that he squeezed with such force that the brass knuckles bent and the whole neighborhood heard the crack of his bones. After that Jang Su fell to his knees in front of me. It's a pity that from the pain Tae Jean's face, meanwhile, transformed. He was scared, although it's strange why, because we are friends with him. Did he bend steel with his bare hands and gives? He thought. I didn't understand how or why, but Jang Su must have finally gone off the rails. He blew himself up and started swearing at me. It didn't last long. My last blow to his face ended the sufferings. Now you can definitely breathe a sigh of relief, which is what Tae Jean. Wow. Send it. You're just something just awesome. We're definitely in charge now. I can't believe it. You really beat them. We have the whole school under control. He shouted at me and I turned on the insecure guy mode again. Oh, yeah, congratulations. Tae Jean continued to rejoice. He rejoiced so much that it seemed as if he had beaten everyone. That's just fine. Haha, we are kings. A few hours later evening came. We had said goodbye to Tae Jean a long time ago and I was walking down the street alone. Suddenly, the footage of today's fight began to pop up in my head and I sighed. Finally, I'm really happy, continuing to think. Yeah, really funny. They say he was a legendary leader, and as soon as he was lightly hit, he flew off a meter. A worthless bug, and Tae Jean is still soaking. Did he really want to be in charge? The leader of the school? Well, in general, an enviable position. However, I stopped and looked up some kind of it. It's too small a position for me. It was the middle of the night outside, and only the light shone from my window at home. I was lying on the bed. I still couldn't get to sleep. I have experienced too many emotions during this day. The flow of thoughts still did not stop. Is that all? Is this really what I dreamed of? Become a boss at school? Too easy. It was like a fight in kindergarten. Suddenly, pictures of a famous hero popped up in my head. I would also like to become like him. I also want to become famous all over the world. That's just not a hero. I was at home for a few days thinking about everything that happened that day, but one day I decided to visit the school because of the flow of thoughts at night. I didn't get enough sleep and yawned all the way. Damn, do I really have to go to school like this? And what should I tell the teacher about my absenteeism? My yawn was interrupted by Tae Jean suddenly appearing. Hey, Sam, did you just come in? And are you an exemplary student? Haha. And where have you been for a few days? Didn't even answer the phone. I'm worried about you. Falling into a stupor, I answered. I didn't do anything special, but in my head, I thought of something else. Why is he making a friend of himself? And by the way, Jinju Sunbi left school. Now this school is completely in our hands. He stunned me with such news, but I understood what he was leading to. How could I forget? He doesn't need me but my strength. Tae Jean kept telling me the latest news. What are we going to do now? By the way, this schoolboy has been behaving abominably lately. Now Jang Su is gone, and they don't care about anything. Those bastards. Can you deal with them? I thought it was a bad idea, telling him that it would be superfluous. Suddenly, on the way to school, our sweet conversation was interrupted by some bully who caught Jin's shoulder. Everything would be fine because the big guy even apologized, but Tae Jean apparently went completely off the rails, counting heavily on me. Damn, it hurts. Hey, you stay where you are. Come here, you bastard. No one would have tolerated such an attitude towards himself, and turning around the bully made an evil grimace. What did you say? You told me that. As soon as the bully turned around, I saw beads of sweat begin to trickle down Tae Jean's face. Oh, Kim Young-jun. I immediately realized that my friend knew this man. Burned you Yoon Tae Jean from Youngsan School, said the bully. Apparently this is some kind of important person or a strong one, because Tae Jean's whole fuse was taken off by hand and he began to apologize. Who is he that Tae Jean talks to him so respectfully? I thought the big guy approached my friend and began to pour out questions. What have you been doing lately? I often began to hear about you. The difference in size between them immediately became noticeable. Tae Jean started awkwardly trying to get out of the dialogue. Yes, like this. Nothing like that, of course. Suddenly, Kim started openly threatening Jean. Be careful, and then you know me because I can send you to the hospital. Then he noticed me. And who is this little one next to you? Did you start extorting money from children? Tae Jean, considering that the threaded past, decided to introduce me as his friend. I, still not having learned to be sure, greeted him. But my face looked as if I had seen the most terrible villain. Our eyes crossed. Apparently considering that I was not worth his attention, Kim abruptly turned around and began to leave. Okay, rascal, behave yourself. They went. Suddenly I noticed that Tae Jean relaxed and decided to ask him, what is it? Why are you walking straight in front of him? Who is he that you are so afraid of him? And Tae Jean began to explain. Don't you know him? Oh, yeah, you don't really know anything about the gangster world. It's dead bear Kim Young-jun. He's a bear from the young team. He's from a team of heroes. Tae Jean said. Who are the young? This is a team of young teenage heroes. They are more focused on crimes committed by young people. Of course, they are not as strong as adult heroes. However, this is still a team of superhumans who surpass the strength of an ordinary person whom young heroes. So he's a hero, too. I asked because I didn't know anything about them at all. We continued walking to school and Tae Jean continued talking. Well, yes, you're kind of superhuman, too. By the way, can I ask you something? And you, can you defeat the hero? It was an interesting question, the answer to which I would like to get myself. How strong are these heroes? If you look at the Respool, it doesn't look like an ordinary human force. Will I be able to defeat the hero? The main headquarters of the heroes. The men we just met decided to visit the headquarters Respool. It's me, the bear. He told the main character of humanity. Oh, Misha. How? What are the fates here? Said Respool. Yes, I came to see the blue cat, but if you're busy, I'll come back another time, the bear said uncertainly, but Respool allowed him to come in. At the same time, the superhero himself was sitting on another person they were fighting. I just decided to teach a lesson to a lousy dog. So you say you're looking for a kitty? Respool spoke to relaxed as if he was lying on the bed and not fighting with some villain who threatened to kill him. In fact, it turned out to be not a villain, but another hero who decided to face off with Respool. With a few light movements, he appeared on top of the Respool and made a painful hand grip, after which he told the bear where the cat was. Entering her office, the cat immediately asked, "Did you bring the investigation report?" The bear confirmed it. "Nothing has changed." The girl continued, "The leaders of the schools are still the same, and nothing has changed in the gangs themselves," said the cat. After that they started a dialogue. "Yes, they fight anyway. The school children," says the bear. "Don't forget you're a schoolboy," to the cat answers. "Is it possible to compare me with them?" The bear asks. "Well, what makes you different?" The cat retorted and was suddenly taken aback. "So wait, has the leader changed at Youngsan School? Wasn't Jang Su the boss there? Although it is clear his character is disgusting, but he is not one of those who is inferior to his peers." The bear confirmed her conclusions. "Well, he bullied a lot." So the kid finished playing. The cat looked at who became the new boss and was surprised using Tae Jean. "What is he, a first-year student?" The bearer replied. "Well, to tell the truth, I was surprised too." Then I told the cat not to worry about the school. The cat in any case broke through the information, and no matter how the bear is shorter took this school seriously. Since the bear didn't care about these things, he decided to invite a beautiful girl on a date, but the cat broke off all his plans, insisting to take the Youngsan School seriously. Then she threatened to kill him if he was disrespectful to her again. The elite gym with a lot of exercise equipment was illuminated by the sun whose rays fell through the windows, but who knows what is happening in the locker room. A huge bodybuilder posing with his muscles asked the bear, "What did you say that to the kitty? And you're good. You survived her beatings." The bear was confused by the big man's words and perhaps not by the words. "Stop it. Can't you be a little more serious?" Quickly throwing on a t-shirt so as not to embarrass the bear, the bodybuilder sat down on the bench and began to swing his biceps. "Do you like the blue cat so much?" he asked, and he began to tell her that one day he involuntarily hugged her after a meeting. No matter how excited the bear was such an event, but the demonstrated golden tooth by the bodybuilder as well as for broken ribs cooled him down. Just because of one hug a cat crippled such a big guy. It turned out that the bodybuilder is the strongest in terms of physical strength, as well as the strongest hero among all. The bear was interested in many questions from the big men, but the most interesting was, and who is stronger than Ale or a cat? After that the bodybuilder began the story. "Well, here Ale wins. It's obvious, he's weaker than me, but not by much. He combines the features of an ideal hero: strength, intelligence, courage and determination. He got the title of the strongest hero on the planet for a reason." Further dialogue came to the fact that it was not possible to find out the strongest hero. It is impossible to say for sure who is stronger in one-on-one combat since everyone has their own strengths, and everyone is strong in their own way. The bodybuilder is tired of this dialogue as it distracts from training, since the bear has not trained for a long time, as well well as the fact that he is not an ordinary person. The bodybuilder threw weight on the barbell and told the bear to do 10,000 repetitions, which the bear himself, of course, was not happy about. After all, after these exercises with a bodybuilder, the bear could not engage in his heroic activities for a whole week. I stood in front of the mirror and watched the changes. It's been 3 months since I became superhuman, and my body also began to change. First of all, I got muscles. Maybe we should go to some competition. But it seems there are also problems with controlling emotions. The vein is already swollen, I said, looking at my vein. Actually, I've always been patient. Wiping my head after a shower, I heard the sound of news from the TV. Breaking news. The villains disrupted the 17th Congress dedicated to the unification of the North and the South. According to reports, the villains who disrupted the Congress and Yong belonged to the VN group, and turned the heroes from the Defenders group who were supposed to guard the event. I didn't listen to the end. Pulling the mask over my face, I started talking to myself. Why did they set their sights on this Congress of no interest to anyone? VN. Yes, a den of villains. I would like to visit. Maybe it's time to come up with a villainous name for yourself. And as for school life, I tried to avoid her. Once again, after seeing high school students beating someone, I was invited to their company. Sam, where are you going? We're going out for a drink here. Will you come with us? Yes, Sam, let's go together. And this asshole hasn't passed out yet. The excuse me, the guy they were beating squeaked. Looking at this, I remembered the very day when I was beaten and gained strength. It was unpleasant. It hurt my pride, and I didn't want to stay there. He didn't prepare in any way, and he paid for this decision very quickly. Oh, there are more hooligans. I noticed a rather large group of hooligans running around the corner. That's like they're gathering for me. Let's see how much money is in their pockets. Just a mood was lousy. How well everything turned out. But suddenly something went wrong. The bully who recently ran into the alley suddenly flew out of it as if he was thrown by something or someone. Hey, but I haven't done anything yet. Why did he fly like that? What's going on there? Do I have telekinesis? Or what? Or is it before I could finish? I saw him. I warned you. You will do business again and you'll be finished. Your club is closed from today, said the masked man holding some poor guy by the collar. Did he scatter them all? The leader of the group of heroes is young. Suddenly one of the hooligans shouted at the top of his voice. Clover, why are you so? What have we done? Suddenly the masked man turned his gaze on him. You really don't get it. Yesterday's stabbing at the Gangnam Club, didn't you start it? This? The bully was taken aback. What kind of reaction? You're not good at pretending you don't understand. Suddenly, another bully will appear from behind the masked man. Swinging his stick, he shouted, I ordered them to do it. The hero abruptly dodged the blow and blocked the stick. She broke down like she was a toy. That's impossible, said the bully looking at the piece of stick in his hand. Oh, you assholes, why are you all the same? After these words, the bully received a strong kick in the chest, and his partner seemed to have decided to avenge his friend, but it was not there. With an elegant leap, the hero knocked him out as well. Pathetic hooliganism. I warned that I would not tolerate armed attacks. Clearly the girl who was hiding behind the mask spoke down. Looking at all this, I thought, what's wrong with her? She just flew up 3 meters and broke a stick with her bare hands. She was a hero. At that moment, she sensed my presence. Turning slightly, she asked, and another one. Are you from this club too? She asked, but immediately made a negative conclusion. Yes, it seems not. The clothes are different. What are you doing here? She asked, looking at me. I for some reason felt a tremor in my knees. She's a hero. We must run. We must run. I'm not ready for heroes yet. With these thoughts I rushed to run, but I did not manage to run far. With a light movement, she caught up with me running along the next wall. Hey, where are you in such a hurry? She asked questions directly to the raid. Are you that unknown black mask? Are you taking money away from a hooligan? My eyes widened in surprise. How did she know? But there was no time to think. Get it, she shouted, swinging her fist. Easily dodging her blow, I prepared for the next one. Now her eyes widened. Dodged. Such words could be read in her eyes. This was followed by a kick, which I also successfully dodged. A tough, I thought. Looking at the girl, I continued to think, really a hero. She's too fast. She was clearly analyzing me too. He's not that simple. The girl thought he was able to dodge my attacks as much as twice. He definitely saw my attacks. And all seriousness, she asked, are you superhuman? I didn't expect such a question, and I thought that something bullies get too much. A simple passerby would not be able to do such a thing. My name is Clover. And who are you? Heck, I said out loud. But the girl continued. I'm sorry that I attacked so sharply at the first meeting. You're not a hero, are you? I fell into a stupor, but she kept talking. You can see by the look that he is not a hero. You are definitely not a hero. But it is also difficult to call a civilian or a villain. But if you choose, are you more of a villain? Listening to her, I finally lost control. Oh, yes, I am the one who dreams of becoming the main villain of the planet. Fantastic, beautiful, wildly promising rising star of the world of villains, I shouted, after which I even had shortness of breath. She was clearly taken aback by this answer. Yeah, I see. That is a villain. Right, good, she said, pushing her foot forward and taking a fighting stance. Since you've introduced yourself, let's start playing our roles. Hey, what? Stop. Go ahead, she said and attacked me. Dozens of attacks simultaneously flew straight at me. She was waving her fists like a madwoman. Even though I was dodging every one, her speed was amazing. And at this moment in my head, what the fuck, out of the blue? What the hell? If you're a hero, then you can do anything. What kind of look does she have? She really wants to kill me. Yes, and so fast. Fast. Wait, are we really fighting? I can quite dodge her attacks and at the same time reason in my head. If you think about it that way, it doesn't seem to be fast. No, even slowly. Slower than it looks. I can see her vulnerabilities. Can I attack? Okay, we live once. Clenching my fist, I prepared to attack. However, she apparently noticed how I was preparing to strike and put a block, so the blow fell exactly into her hand, closing the gap and protection. However, I have invested a lot of effort. Even after blocking the blow, she flew away for a couple of dozen meters and crashed straight into the wall, which cracked with tension. Crouching on one knee, moving away from the blow, the girl coughed. I was experiencing a mini holiday. I got it. That worked. I really managed to hurt the hero. Meanwhile, in the girl's thoughts, damn, I already thought that my arm would fall off. What kind of punch does he have? Do I really have to use this? Suddenly, she put the ring on her finger and stretched out her other hand, on which the watch was visible. You're not bad, she said, pulling on the ring, which was followed by an incomprehensible cord red in color. Magic, string magic. Brandishing her new weapon, she kept talking. Darkness ordered me to use it only against notorious criminals and supervillains. And you're definitely one of those. So don't blame me. The situation has escalated. This is a serious matter. Then I thought about it. The girl running at me shouted, string magic technique. Embrace the snake. A string went through my body. Heck, that hurts, I shouted. How painful, but in the nude. I was somewhat shocked. That's the first time I felt pain since I became superhuman. The girl was also a little shocked. Does it hurt? This technique is capable of cutting metal, and he says it just hurts. Then let's try it, Makara, she screamed, and an iron cord wrapped around my arm. It won't be so easy to win, she said, but we'll take your hand instead, I shouted when she pulled on the end of the fishing line. In theory, I should have been left without a hand, but something didn't work out. The cord just went deeper into my clothes. The girl did not understand what was happening in her head. She was thinking, what happened? The hit was perfect. Why didn't even move? Ah, that hurts. I thought, why are you doing this to me? What did I do? Grabbing the end of the rope around me, I easily broke it off. She clearly hadn't expected this. My weasel can withstand even a dinosaur, and he just picks it up and tears it like a thread. But she had no time to think. Grabbing my end of the rope, I forcefully pulled her towards me, from which the girl, like a worm on the end of a fishing rod, flew to me swinging. I prepared for the blow. I wanted to catch her on the approach, but she reacted to, why is he so strong? Scaly snake of protective technique. The barrier appeared in front of her. Well, it doesn't matter. Without stopping the attack, I passed through her barrier as if through glass and struck. She flew to the end of the alley and crashed into the wall. Looking at my scratched hand, it hurt me. Damn, I also ruined my jacket. The girl was still on her feet, though already with difficulty. Coughing, she pondered. Hey, that's it. Glancing at me, who rushed to the attack, she made a conclusion. This opponent's opinion is in the teeth. I should have run right away. How could I not understand this? I'm still a long way from them. Meanwhile, I was running at her with a willingness to strike. Wait, what am I doing? The fist moves by itself. The blow landed squarely in her stomach. Flying into the wall, she fell unconscious. Heck, it's bad. I was too worried. Did I kill her? Looking at the unconscious hero, I could not come to my senses until the end. I woke up only from the screams from the windows. What's that noise? We need to call the police. What if it's an explosion? They don't let you sleep. What? Isn't that a Clover? He's a hero. Why is he unconscious? Oh no, the hero is dead. Who killed the hero? Call the police. No, call the hero. Stop. Who is that there? He killed her. Without waiting for the police, I crouched down preparing to jump, and a second later I was no longer in this alley. By the light of the moon I was jumping from other people's eyes. The condition is disappointing. Numerous fractures of the ribs, jaw, arms and spine. In addition, there are multiple hematomas all over the body, but the main problem is that the broken ribs touch the internal organs. This conclusion was made by the doctor. The hero was laying on the operating table covered in bandages and bandages. One of the heroes watching her spoke up. The Clover is in such a state, her skills could match the strength of adult heroes. On surveillance cameras from the scene, the silhouette of the attacker is visible, but it was too dark and the quality wasn't the best, so it didn't really help. The girl who was standing next to me answered, "Hey, nah, who did this to you? Hey nah." Suddenly a man burst into the room, what the already standing heroes were not too surprised about. "Oh, is that you, young Jun Bear?" The bear came up to the glass and practically stared through it at the unconscious wounded girl. "How so?" "Hey, nah, what happened?" What a bastard dared. He yelled and his veins began to swell as if he was gaining rage by the second. Don't worry. His partner answered him. The experienced doctors work here. We should have been there. The bear barked. Suddenly the girl handed in the phone. There answered the phone itself. Damn. Picking up the phone, he put it to his ear. Yes, it's a bear. I'll be blunt. A voice came from the receiver. Any revenge is forbidden. Despite the state of the Clover, no one can act arbitrarily, but the bear wanted to object but he was immediately refused. Listen. Instead, I allow searches. A search party of 2 people. If you find a suspect, report to us immediately. Roger that. With lowered eyes, the bearer replied. Good. The voice continued. At such moments, you really are like a bear. You can't lose your temper. Yes. Thanks. Are you okay? The partner asked. Yes. All is right. The bear replied. The guy with purple hair. I kept looking at the Clover, and then he said, hey, nah, don't worry. I'll deal with everything. In the meantime, you rest. Meanwhile, in the office of the men dialed the number on the phone and called. The voice came from the phone. I'm busy. Why are you calling? Haha, sorry, I was just worried. Where are you now? Respawn in VN. The slippery guy slipped past all the traps and escaped. Well, yes, he's not an ordinary opponent. He's not so easy to catch, Al answered. Isn't too hard. Meanwhile, he was looking at the reward papers. List of rewards. Nickname hello, man. Name, person. Reward rank, that's rank. Don't worry, a voice came from the receiver. Everything is under control, because of the traps I set. He spent a lot of effort. He is being followed. Hunting for this dog is even fun. Haha, excellent. But if it gets too dangerous, leave immediately. Leave. Are you kidding? I've set up such traps. That took me 2 years to do all this. 2 years. But if I lose him now, I won't be able to catch him. I have to do it. Well, yes. Since you are so prepared, you need to finish the job in general. I am waiting for good news. Haha, good. After these words, he hung up the phone. Sighing heavily, Al thought about it. Meanwhile, America, Texas, there was a huge explosion and in its center stood a man with a kind of sword sticking out of his hands. A villain of the rank of a mantis respawn. He shouted. The soldiers firing at him panicked. Heck, how do we catch him? Where is the support? I don't know. I've run out of projectiles against superhumans. We're going to lose like this. There was a light and Mantis was right between the soldiers. He's here, fire. But even before they had time to aim, the soldiers were defeated. He destroyed them as if they were made of paper. The commander who was watching this became worried. What a monster. Where's the hero? Where's the hero who was supposed to come? The soldier stuttered and replied. They say he's almost. Their footsteps were heard. So much dust. Wow. Stop talking. Confrontation with adult villains is nothing compared to the activities of a teenage hero. He's such a meeting before the debut is an adult hero. Don't be silly. I will immediately become more popular. The 2 heroes were heading towards the battlefield. The hero of the Guardians combat instructor K to the hero of the Guardians goes to the rank of an adult hero. Pocahontas, this is a dangerous hero of rank A. If we hesitate, our heads will fly off our shoulders. The instructor noticed. Yes. Here you are, a bore. One continuous grumbling. The girl answered. Did you want to die? Finally, the commander noticed them though. You've come at last. I'm sorry I'm late. The instructor answered. We got a message. So suddenly, what is the situation? 2 regiments have already been destroyed. 1 armored division is on the verge of destruction. I didn't think an AR rank villain was that strong. The commander shouted. So this is Ments didn't respond. Catch him in Korea. The instructor was surprised. We were unlucky. The commander replied. The vehicle that was transporting him was struck by lightning. The holding sphere was destroyed. Wow. The girl was surprised. The driver should buy a lottery ticket. I wish I could say that, but that bastard killed the driver. He's very strong. Take care of yourself, Colonel. Let's go, Coco. With these words, they head into the battlefield where Mantis dealt with the soldiers. Get ready, Coco. We are acting according to the plan. The instructor said you better watch yourself, the girl replied. Mantis noticed the approaching hero's purple sword. A weapon with 2 blades and the red glow appeared in the girl's hands. The instructor also drew his weapon, jack-o'-lantern. His fist was charged with blue energy. They rushed at the enemy who was already ready to take the fight. A fight broke out. The colonel who was watching her just couldn't believe his eyes. Wow, wow. When suddenly he noticed a silhouette. It was Mantis sitting right in front of the colonel. He held the head of the girl in his hand. Oh, it's even funny. Do you really think you can stop me like that? The colonel was in complete shock. He didn't understand how Ments could destroy 2 high-ranking adult heroes so quickly. Their gazes crossed and sweat began to flow down the colonel's face. It seemed at that moment he realized that his life had come to an end. Mantis himself jumped down and walked forward at a leisurely pace. There was hell against his background in the literal sense of the word, and only one word fell from the mouth of Mantis. Gregory. Meanwhile, I was sitting at home and did not believe what was happening. Everything seemed somehow unreal. I really fired a hero and even defeated him. It turns out my strength really exceeded my expectations. The battle scenes began to pop up in my mind. That was cool. A completely different feeling. Unlike fights with hooligans, it was like a dream. And this is a feeling of catharsis that was unforgettable. Without dwelling on it for a long time, I quickly put on a jacket. We need to go collect money. I will think while I earn my living. I was thinking about where I should go and hunger was on my mind. Suddenly, I was stopped by a stream of thoughts. Literally, I just had a run-in with the hero. Suddenly they're looking for me. Can you arrest today? I thought, holding the door handle with my hand. No, since I'm going then it's worth going there. Moreover, I have always wanted to go there and most likely there will be no heroes there. By the words they're in there, I mean the area called VN. If I had known then that this decision would change my whole life. The long time ago, Korea united. But the joy of this news did not last long. The authorities of the North and South pursued their own interests. This has created a huge gap between rich and poor, which led to huge social problems. This caused an explosion of discontent which the citizens could no longer contain in themselves. Korea, which became infested with villains and criminals, became a country of lawlessness that no one could control. The country that collapsed because of crimes was revived by the Knights of Justice. In other words, heroes. However, the villains who enjoyed their freedom couldn't just leave it like that. The villains, unable to withstand the counterattacks of the heroes, headed for a mountainous area, poor and harsh. Because of too many villains, the country has abandoned this territory. It became known as the Blue Hell. Entering there meant death. This place is a huge gem plateau. Currently, the plateau is administered as a walled territory independent of the country that is connected to the world by 4 gates. Soldiers guard the region around the clock. Meanwhile, the interest of tourists, blah, blah, blah. I was sitting at the table and reading about all this in a book called Secrets of the World. I go there, but it's probably not the best idea. That's what I thought once when I didn't know who I wanted to become. But now I was standing right in front of the gate. There was no limit to my surprise. Wow, I thought this wall is really powerful. It was difficult to describe the height of the structure. Even the walls of the Titan's attack can compare to this one. Is this an information sheet from the plateau itself? I wondered when I came to the sign on which 2 warnings were written. First, residents of the plateau should attach a locator when going outside. Second, anyone can enter the plateau but there is no legal protection inside the plateau, and the state is not responsible for everything that happens inside the territory. These warnings sound cruel. Then I shifted my gaze to the entrance, which was guarded by 2 soldiers with machine guns in their hands. Going in there at night like this would be too suspicious, so I started looking for a way to get there. I noticed without thinking twice and calling myself a fool. I crouched down deeper and jumped straight into the sky. From above, the wall didn't seem so big. I could even see the blue hell from the inside. Just a few seconds later, I was already in place, landing gently. There was no limit to my anticipation. I'm finally in a place where I can become the most powerful villain. Everything seemed beautiful to me. It seems to be ordinary trees around, but for me, it was not so. Although it's really beautiful here, I am sure that if this place had been made a national park, there would have been no end of people. Going deeper inside, I saw buildings that look like they are about to fall apart. It's amazing how you can live here. But looking around, I saw a large crowd of people. They don't look like district punks here at all. Everyone's faces are like the villains from the comics. I'm definitely not going to collect money here. Walking through the blue hell, I still couldn't figure it out. It's a village or it's a forest or even a city. I thought it was very dangerous here, but so far everything seems to be fine. Everyone looks scary, but so far, no one has climbed. There's a special atmosphere here and the views are pleasant. You have to come from time to time. And at this time, while I was walking in the same area, Respool, one of the most important characters in the world, was chatting the villain. Suddenly, the idea came to me to return home before it was too late. This thought was interrupted by just the same Respool in the villain, but all I managed to notice was only silhouettes. I didn't even immediately understand who it was. Since I was walking next to the wall and was about to leave, the villain who was being chastised by the hero crashed into it. There was Northwest living place on him. He was barely breathing. "Are you okay?" I asked in a slightly trembling voice and noticed a wound in the chest area, but the villain did not answer me. Pretending that everything was in order, I tried to leave this place in a hurry, having already begun to say goodbye to the uncle with red hair and turning in the other direction. I had no time to take a step when another person appeared in front of me with the words, "What a slippery type." Naturally, I recognized this person, so my eyes widened, but he clearly did not notice me. "I didn't think you'd get here," wiping the blood from his face. The red-haired wounded man said, "All of course, person." Respool answered him. Meanwhile, I stood in a daze hoping to quietly leave this place, and there was only one name in my head. Respool. "Well done, Guy Tae. Great job, boss. I'll finish the rest myself." Ho ho, he has no strength to occupy. Thanks to Guy Tae. See you tomorrow. A man was wiping the floors in a restaurant and talking to himself. So another great day has passed. Hey, I'd rather finish and go home to buy a beer. Suddenly the restaurant door opened. Oh, sorry, we're already close, the man said and then turned around and looked who came. You, he said out loud. Long time no see, said the men who came in Ji and Jang Su. That's you. The employee was surprised. A couple of minutes later, he was already cooking noodles for him, and a moment later, the noodles were already waiting for their owner. Well, that's it done. Try a masterpiece from Guy T on which a lot of effort was spent. This is noodles for real men. Even though I am an assistant chef now, I will become the best chef very soon. The men tried the cooking. Ha ha ha. How delicious, is it? The cook asked. Know that it is an honor to be my first client putting the chopsticks on the table. The visitor turned away and said her right chivo what? The cook shouted. After a while they were already standing on the street and talking. How's work going? Every day is like the apocalypse. You seem to like it, the visitor said with a smile. The great Guy Day himself became a cook. I was surprised. Oh, come on, the cook replied. Cook is too big a word for me. The reality is like this. I got out of the narrow corridors of the school, and now the world seems so spacious to me. Suddenly the visitor asked, do you hate me? I kick you out like a coward. You hate it? The cook asked in surprise and added, Jang Su, if you think about it, then you were right. You called me a bully back then. I thought otherwise, but in the end it turned out that way. All hooligans are like that. Only now I've come to my senses. You see, I was right. The visitor replied with a satisfied expression. What a freak. Are you bragging now? You said yourself that I'm right. Okay, I'll go. I have things to do. Are you leaving already? Where are you in such a hurry? I'm sorry. I called your cooking a piggy. I wish you to become the greatest chef in the world. John said as he left. Why are you so embarrassing? Right, then we'll go have a drink with you, if there's time, he replied. Definitely not in the near future. I have to kill this monster in order for everyone to survive. At the same time, Reesbol caught up with the villain, and now he person and I were standing near the fence wall. Taking a little breath from the chase, Reesbol began to speak. You really deserve credit for getting here, but now you're finished. The heavily wounded villain was lying with his back against a wall. I was shocked. Reesbol, it's definitely him. For a second I thought about my humiliating past, and my body refused to move. Reesbol continued a little more. And you really are finished. Now give up. He wanted to say it, but he didn't say it. Noticing me, he turned his head and said, a child, what are you doing here? Run away from here. It's dangerous here. I was mumbling and couldn't pull myself together. That bastard doesn't even remember me. Then suddenly he remembered. Stop. This mask wasn't a DU I saw in Seoul. How did you end up here? Do you live here? I was trying to squeeze out the words meet to the villain, but I said it so indistinctly that it was difficult to understand the meaning. Letters do not bind into words. A pitiful sight. I remembered what I was like before becoming a Superman, and I felt uncomfortable. We'll talk later. Cut off the Reesbol. Leave quickly. This is not a place for children. All his attention was focused on the villain who was lying against a wall. Hi, I'm not a child, I shouted. What? I can't hear. Turning around, he repeated the words, baby, get out of here at that moment, and I flew into the Reesbol. Naturally he noticed it. Ha, you and Prada have nothing left since you throw such things. Breathing heavily, the villain replied, well, kill me already. Good. Reesbol answered. They was going to anyway. I gathered my thoughts and said a little louder, Reesbol, don't ignore me. I'm a villain, too. I'm not a child. Yeah, me too. But he just covered me with his hand and said, baby, I understood. Now hide behind me. It's dangerous here. Physical strength and pride were not proportional to each other in my body. Even a weak person can have a huge sense of self-worth. Despite the good intentions of Reesbol, my conceit was greatly hurt. Suddenly, that dark voice sounded in my head again. Ha ha ha. He laughed with me. Garbage. A title suitable for a coward like you. Shut up, I said to the voice in my head. Who called me a coward? Then what are you afraid of? The ominous voice caused fear. Pull out that arrogant hand of Reesbol. Do you want to continue playing the victim? The victim that the heroes save? What? Never. I don't want, but you pathetic bastard. Voice shouted, coward. Garbage. What, will you run away with your tail between your legs? No. What do you know? I tried to retort, but my voice was unshakable. You're scared. You're afraid of him. Damn garbage. You're wasting my power in nowhere. Shut up. It's time to get ready. What's wrong with me? We need to calm down. Pull yourself together. Concentrate. That's my voice that if I get ready, I won't hear it anymore. Damn weakling. The voice shouted even louder. I'll have to do everything myself. What? What the hell? I'll show you what real power is. Reesbol, who was standing in front of me, once again tried to protect me. Baby, wait for me for now. I'll take you home when I've dealt with him. I'm sure he won't attack you, but just in case. Suddenly he felt something. Something dangerous is behind you. What? but after a moment, my hand pierced his chest, pieces of flesh and blood flew to the ground. And what for? The hero said in surprise. Respoll couldn't believe what had happened. The child who only occasionally flashed in the news about the skirmishes now pierced his chest. The hero began to call a fan through spitting with blood was able to squeeze out the word damn person. The villain who was sitting against a wall opened his eyes wide. Apparently he didn't believe it either. I was still standing with my hand in the chest of the Respoll, but it didn't last long. Suddenly, a powerful blow to the face sent me flying far away. A huge column of dust rose into the air. I was fired like a cannon. Respoll fell to his knee. The wound turned out to be really fatal even for such a hero. His thoughts were disordered. A mortal wound. How stupid. I thought there was something strange about his presence here. I was too distracted by person not happening. How could I not react until I was pierced through? Even if I was too careless. That's what Respoll was thinking at that moment. Then he said, damn, he was superhuman. But before he could finish, huge claws appeared from behind the rocks in the place where I flew away. They were more animal-like or even demonic. Respoll and person paid attention to this, waiting for what would happen next. And suddenly, in the dust that had not yet settled, a purple eye opened. The hero already familiar to us, namely a pink-haired girl in a mask, suddenly turned her attention somewhere. The girl sitting opposite her with white hair and dyes asked what had happened because she noticed the anxiety of the interlocutor. Also, a bodybuilder already familiar to us was sitting next to them. The girl in the mask decided to ask if her friends had heard any sounds, but the comrades did not understand what she was talking about. Listen, since you invited us to meet, can you take off your mask? Shouldn't we show ourselves to each other already? The big guy asked. Shut up. Do you have extra teeth? Only you mix alcohol and protein shake, said the masked girl, who continued to sit and drink with suspicion on her face. Panel's house. One of the strongest heroes. He was standing in his bathroom and talking to the mayor of the city. Haha. Yeah, of course. I understand everything. Al started but was interrupted. Exactly. It's crazy. Because of the darkness. The hero is a hero. But if darkness kills all criminals, as it is now, then what should the military and police do? He also belongs to Gregory, albeit unofficially. And 3 heroes of the War of the North are on his side. Yes, don't worry, I will talk to darkness, Al answered. Writes only on you and hope. Thank you. Well, we didn't have a dialogue with the Russian blue. I hope for you, said the mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Don't worry and go to sleep now, continued. But suddenly something caught his attention. At full speed, he jumped out of his apartment right onto the roof of the house. Standing on it and looking into the distance, his face was too scared. The mayor was also scared and asked what happened. At this time, apparently the hero was running to the rescue of the devil through the blue hill and muttering to himself, damn, why doesn't it come out? Did this hippie really run there? Oh, this scumbag will definitely mock. Suddenly, and noise in the sky caught his attention. Damn, I almost laid bricks and these are just birds. He wished he could relax, but stopping abruptly, he wondered why are so many birds alarmed in the middle of the night? Maybe a fire. Respoll and person were looking into the distance where I was standing, except my appearance didn't look human anymore. A black haze was coming out of my body. 2 horns had grown and my eyes were purple. With my frightening gaze, I looked at them. Respoll immediately began to assess the situation. A monster cannot be. Is it really a monster? How is this possible? Was this kid a monster or obsession? But this is too much, he wondered. That's exactly what person said. Why is there a monster all of a sudden? And this aura? I didn't let them think for a long time, jumping sharply towards the hero and the villain. Respoll didn't even have time to react as I was right in front of him and tried to hit him in the chest. Still, it's not for nothing that he is one of the strongest heroes. It would be strange if he couldn't dodge a direct blow to the face. Damn, this is not the time to stand and think, he screamed and lunged for a counterattack, after which he hit me in the face. Apparently, he hoped that his strongest blow would be able to do something to me. But without even stirring up, I began a series of numerous attacks. After that, he raised his hand, concentrating a huge amount of energy to attack. Respoll was still able to evade this. Looking around, he saw a huge rift from my attack and wandered in his head. He just waved his hand. I won't be able to resist him. Then I decided to apply one of my techniques, a blow of justice. Respoll raised his hand up and concentrated a strange blue aura, then launched it in my direction. The hit was right on the spot because I didn't even budge. Perhaps this attack would have killed someone else, but without even thinking, I immediately rushed to them for a new attack. At the same time, around my hands and soon around me, the space began to distort. He didn't even wince even though I touched him. Incredible durability. Response shouted and applied a new technique. Fire and spirit full protection. After that, a huge wall with the face of a demon came out of the ground. But unfortunately for him, I could not break it. I tore this wall like an ordinary leaf, and in the next moment, I rushed past the Respoll, leaving him far behind, standing to stand already without an arm up to the shoulder. That huge jet of blood sprayed in all directions from Response shoulder. I finally stopped and looked in his direction. The hero, gathering all his strength into a fist, grabbed a piece of the wall that he had created earlier and threw it in my direction with all his might. A huge column of dust and fragments of stones rose. It was already noticeable that Respoll was moving with the last of his strength. He was coughing up blood, and injury incompatible with life. Heavy bleeding. There is no way back anymore. And also an enemy. A real monster, he told himself, coughing even harder. He already said in a voice, apparently, this place will become my grave. Still, no matter how strong you was, the hero fell to one knee and continued to think this monster is dangerous. I have never seen or heard of such a force before. We need to somehow convey the information to the others. Then he got up. He had no choice because I was already heading in his direction. A little more and we'll all die, he thought. Suddenly, I disappeared from the place where I was standing earlier. Who are you, kid? Why are you attacking me? Respoll shouted and continued. I didn't think my life would end here. It's all my fault, but it's too lonely a death. Catch the last gift of the monster. He shouted out the last words and the hero's emblem on his chest lit up. See this aura before you die. Kisses him. After these words, everything around him lit up and the stones began to rise into the air. Of course this did not stop me and I jumped in his direction. While I was flying, he used some other technique called Majin Sock. After that, huge boulders began to fall on me. In just a few seconds, I was crushed by a huge pile of rocks and lay on the ground. That didn't take me long to get away. Under the huge pressure of boulders I began to climb. He was able to stand up even after the blow. Incredible strength. But this is just the beginning, the hero thought and started shouting with all his might. Literally in an instant even more stones were already hanging in the air. One of the stones was of incredible size and with the words Momenta Respoll lowered his hand and a huge number of boulders flew at me again. Except this time I didn't even fall. I just stood there. Did he survive even that? What is the limit of his powers? The hero thought and I grinned with a smile that will make any person, hero or even demon, shiver. Respoll gathered the remaining strength in himself again and shouted. Flash! The biggest boulder that was hanging in the sky started falling on me. Once again, starting to distort the space around me, I turned a huge stone into a pile of rubble with a simple movement of my hand. This time despair could be seen on Respoll's face. Haha, it's crazy. There really are no more options. The remnants of my strength. The lynx is probably coming here. If he fights this monster, he will die. He was talking in his head and raised his hand to the sky again. A blue aura appeared in the place where he was looking and pointing with his hand. We need to make sure that he doesn't come here. I did everything I could. Once again he thought, but these were his last thoughts because I was already hanging over him with my hand raised to strike. Right before he died, he said out loud, ugh, maybe I should have run after the lynx after all. After that I cut the body of the Respoll in half diagonally. It was the end for one of humanity's greatest heroes. I stood over his body with a demonic smile. Person who was probably hiding somewhere peeked out from behind the stone wall. All he saw was me standing on Respoll's lifeless body. Cannot be. Respoll is dead. What's going on here? He said, but it was unnecessary. I don't know how, maybe I heard it or felt it, but I noticed him and turned in his direction. The hero's face twisted into a terrifying grimace. After that, the demonic mode began to pass and showed my face and I asked while the mode was leaving. A second later, I was standing completely in my human form and said, are you still here? I couldn't finish. Apparently having spent all my strength I just passed out and fell down without strength. The villain seeing this did not understand what had happened and just wondered what the fuck. At this time the hero, nicknamed Blinks, continued to run to help Respoll when suddenly he saw a blue light whose hero I killed in the sky. Is that our hippie's signal? Has he caught person yet? Haha, damn it. So he was on the right track, but is it like the opposite direction to the tracks? Why is he calling me there? Maybe he's already caught it and moved out, that damn braggart. Well, since he did a good job, maybe buy him something. His guitar is 100 years old. At least you can give him a new one. The hero Link spoke, continuing to run after the light of Respoll, who decided to save his friend by spending the remaining strength on the so-called guiding star. Urgent news release. Tragic news has reached us on the 731-year-old Mr. Kim was killed on the territory of the Blue Hill. Mr. Kim bore the heroic name of Respoll and more than once he saved our citizens in trouble. Many residents were shocked by the sudden news of his death. That is known that the funeral of Respoll will be held in secret. While the presenter was telling the news, Respoll's funeral was already in full swing. By all the heroes gathered in his grave standing in the rain. Even though Respoll left us to join the Lord God, his courage and sacrifice will not be forgotten. We will live keeping the memories of him in our hearts. May he find his peace in heaven. Amen. The priest sang, standing at the grave. Oh, how so? He's in a better place right now. How could this happen? The heroes who had already begun to disperse were talking. Only 3 of them continued to stand still. Suddenly the bodybuilder banged his fist and shouted, damn. How so? Respoll could not have died. Could not. The woman with purple hair also supported him. You did a good job, Respoll. Now you can rest. I'm sorry. When you were in danger, I was drinking. I don't know where. Leave it to us. I will find your killer and he will pay for everything. Suddenly, 2 people appeared against the background of the bodybuilder. An elderly grandmother and a tall man. Oh, What is it? How could this happen to Respol? The woman said these were Princess Resin, former hero, former member of the whoring faction, one of the 3 heroes of the War of the North, the greatest hero of the second generation title, heavenly fireworks and band hero leader of the warring faction. That just can't be. How could Respol die? What happened? Ben wondered. Thanks for coming, Ban Princess Resin. I'm so ashamed, the big man said, to which the woman replied to him. Such is the fate of Respol. What's the point of blaming someone? Don't blame yourself. He probably knows it to keep an eye on the Lynx. He's having the hardest time right now. The bodybuilder confirmed her words. So it is Lynx and Respol had been inseparable since childhood. Then please, there will be no help from an old woman like me here, the old woman said. But the big man supported her. Don't worry, your presence alone gives us strength. The Lynx was the only one who continued to stand over the grave no matter what. The bodybuilder came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. Lynx, let's go. We have a lot to do. But the hero, as if he did not hear these words, he stood and blamed himself. A masked woman decided to join the conversation. What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Why is it suddenly your fault? It's all because of me. I'm responsible for the death of Repal. I missed person and Respol ran after him, said the Lynx. The rest of the heroes just started supporting him because they had no other choice. Suddenly, the Lynx's fist clenched tightly. Blood flowed from his eyes and the veins on his face swelled. Respol killer. I will definitely find him. He won't leave me necessarily. While he was saying this, I was laying on the bed with a fever. The world was shocked by the news of the death of Repal. All the heroes of the world were furious. And there's nothing to say about Gregory. Even those villains who constantly got into trouble were afraid of Gregorio's anger and tried to justify themselves by presenting their alibi at press conferences with journalists. Meanwhile, at the scene of the battle of me and Respol in the Blue Hill darkness, the hero studied the evidence. The man was wearing a strange mask with red inserts. He came to the scene of the battle trying to understand what had happened. He saw the cracks on the ground and understood that the battle was very fierce. Darkness began to reproduce the evening when Respol and Lynx Chaz person, but separated. Looking around the neighborhood, he reproduces everything that happened that night before my battle with incredible accuracy. Judging by the tracks, person had no strength, and Respol in turn has energy left. Respol and Lynx were together, so it's not surprising. Respol had 0 chances to lose. Why? He told himself when suddenly something distracted, and then he turned around. He noticed more footprints that pointed to a third person, that is to me, but only person knows about it. These are not the steps of a man who has studied hand-to-hand combat. Respol's steps. It seems the tree spall was not afraid of him. Apparently they were acquainted, or Respol was not afraid of him. But the first blow, judging by the bloodstains, Respol was badly hurt. Respol also responded with a blow, but why didn't he attack from the beginning? Respol defended himself possibly in this position, but Respol was already mortally wounded, and the opponent home. What is this trail? It's definitely the same creature, but why does it seem like it's not? Apparently he turned into someone else. The way darkness reproduced a battle would have surprised any of the investigators. He took out an object similar to a phone, but this thing can measure the level of radioactivity, and the scale in this place was off the scale. High level of radiation. It's a monster. Also with such an incredible aura, attack defense of the Respol, but the enemy is strong. Tired and wounded Respol could not touch the enemy. A blow of justice. The iron spirit even kisses him. The blows of justice of Respol and handle practically do not differ in strength, and kisses and is not inferior to a nuclear missile in its power. Judging by the kind of attacks he used, he wasn't killed, caught off guard. He fought to the end. The last blow, Respol is falling. And that bastard too. Apparently person took him away. Person's ally. No, he has no allies, most likely a chance meeting. Then why did he attack Respol? Judging by the fact that Respol did not attack first, the opponent was not a monster from the very beginning, turning into a monster, but the monster does not become completely a puppet. Some questions. How interesting. Having learned everything in great detail just by examining the place of the battle, darkness began to go into the distance, continuing to walk through the Blue Hill. The emblem on the chest of the Respol that contained a message that Respol wanted to convey to Gregory before his death. Dark hair, black mask, under 20 years old, height 170, trans, dark-haired and wearing a mask. And so young Respol was defeated by a teenager. It can be, and it's also a word that I couldn't make out. Gregory sat and discussed the information received. Everyone was deep and thought transfer. What did he want to say? Handel thought about it. Transformation, the man who came into the office loudly declared. I think it said transformation, and an instant all eyes were gathered on him. Dark, that's you. Where have you been all the time? Do you even know what the situation is now? Sure, the masked man replied. I stopped by the VH on my way here. BH. Surprise appeared on the faces of all the sitting heroes. So you found out something, you must have noticed something. How to say? Dark replied mockingly. Quite an interesting picture. What? The Lynx asked furiously. The veins in his arm bulged and he gripped the chair with force. Damn bastard. Did you seem interesting just now? He continued to yell in anger. Response is dead. Respol, and you call that interesting? Are you interested? Huh? What's wrong with you? What is the problem? Dark asked in surprise. Bastard. The lynx yelled and was about to rush at Dark, but he was stopped. Fucking psychopath. Lynx, calm down. He's always like that. Dark sighed. Oh, and why did you stop him? That would be a funny situation. Handel raised his voice a little. Dark. Stop it. Don't you see what the situation is here? Oh, have I crossed the line? Since even the eternally calm Handel is mad at me. I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean anything bad. He just said that the battlefield looked interesting. After these words, the lynx clicked his tongue and plopped back into the chair, and then he added, "Tell me everything you know and get out of here." Sick bastard. Looking around in his pocket, Dark sighed again. I came to help and in the end, I was doused with verbal slops. You don't change, Lynx. He fished a memory card out of his pocket and said, "All the information is here. I will go. I have to leave before the lynx attacks me again." Already heading for the exit, he heard Handel's words. Dark, wait. The masked man turned around in surprise. Let's officially become part of the team and help us. We need your help. Is it possible? Dark asked in surprise. Wouldn't the dirty pigs from the management mind? The bell rang. Wait, Handel asked Dark, accepting the challenge. He spoke. Yes, Deputy Jong Hwan Sok. This is Handel. Something happened. Oh Ale, I've heard about Respool. I am so sorry. Isn't this the first time I've called you myself? That's because I'm very busy. Ha ha ha. I hope you understand me. Yes, it's all right. Handel replied without emotion. The deputy continued. Ha, you really are as kind as they say you are. You know there's an election coming up, right? I'm sure I've already heard. Ha ha. The owl didn't betray any emotions. Yes, he replied. Go on. And the deputy continued. Respool is very sorry, but the management does not want the matter to take a serious turn, and suddenly all this will become a hindrance for me in the elections. It's all got to be hushed up somehow. That's politics, when they elect me, and believe me, there are more such cases, but he was not allowed to continue. L seems to have lost his temper. Mr. Chan, what is it? Respool died. Our comrade, our brother is dead. How can you talk about elections? What kind of case is? The deputy's voice faltered. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. But the ale didn't stop. We are not in a position to forgive anyone right now. This time we'll figure it out in our own way. The deputy's voice was almost screaming. Hail Handel. Wait, but he didn't wait. The pipe was hung up. Dark, who was looking at this picture with surprise, suddenly said, Handel, you look more like your old self today. Nice to see again. Without emotion, Handel said, well, in general. Dark, are you with us? There was silence for a moment. But after a second, Dark replied, good, let's work together. Thanks, Dark. Now, let's catch this bastard. A little later, on the grave of Respool, Dark stood in the light of the moon and peered into the crypt. Then he fished a flower out of his pocket. After laying it on the grave, he went for information. It's been a long time since that day. I don't remember it, but they say I killed Repal, and my life has changed a lot. To begin with, I left school, although the director was confused because I had good grades and in general, everything is good at school. After signing the papers, I politely said goodbye to him and left. Even though the school was useless and didn't mean much, it was a bit of a pity to leave. That's really it now. So what else do I have left? She was breathing heavily, apparently running as fast as she could to get here. I already know everything. She said, are you leaving? Why? I said, confused. I'm just leaving far away. Ha, then I leave school too. She answered abruptly like lightning. What? I didn't expect this. Why so suddenly? Joke, she replied. Everything is as usual. There was an awkward silence, but I decided to break it. Don't you have to go to class? Suddenly she spoke. Did you know that I'm actually an outsider? If it wasn't for you, I would never have had fun and laughed with the guys. I was a little shocked by her words. And what? Are you making fun of me? You're so popular. I'm serious, she replied. I've always been alone. It seemed to me that having fun with classmates was childish. I'm also from a shelter. That I do not know how old I am. Maybe I'm even older than you. Foster parents indicated only my approximate age, so it was not easy to make friends with the guys at school. Do I have to go to school? Boredom is mortal. I thought most of all, I hated the task for groups. So most of all, it was obvious that I didn't fit in. I usually teamed up with those who stayed, hoping that they would turn out to be smart guys. It was also difficult for them with such a gloomy classmate like me. And in the end, it turned out that I did not want to communicate with them. But actually, I was a little lonely. And then I heard voices. What do you really say? Well, yes, but what's the big deal? She's a little bit of that. That's all right. And that was your voice. Listen, have you already chosen your team? We don't have enough people. If you haven't decided yet, why don't you join us? And I wanted to be on the same team with you. good, I answered. There was concern in your words, so I thought we could be friends. Having fun with friends turned out to be nicer than I thought, and there was nothing childish about it, so I was able to make friends with the rest of the guys and became who I am now. Really? I thought about it. I didn't know that. Really? They asked. I don't even remember. I started liking Jean somewhere in the middle of the semester. Thanks. That came from her, I said in surprise. I really wanted to tell you this. Thanks. Thanks to you. My school life has become fun. Smiling, she told me this. Take care of yourself and don't get sick. Suddenly, I felt I had to say something. Jean, stop. Listen, can I write to you? Maybe we can see each other again. But saying this, I understood that it was impossible. Must not. You can't write to her for her own sake. Of course you can. I will be waiting. Right. Smiling, she headed back to school, and I was left standing on the street alone. How did it happen? What did I want? Jun Saab texted me, without me. You can take Jin's gang ended up in a hospital bed after getting a loan from high school students. I'm lonely. The strongest villain. Why do I need it? But you can't catch an arrow halfway through. Maybe I was too frivolous. I've been thinking about it. A little later on the territory of Bhenum. It's too late. We've gone too far. The man who was almost killed by Risol was looking at me. The villain person. Oh, yeah, I answered, awkwardly. Pull yourself together. He encouraged me. After all, you killed Risol, a great hero and a comrade of many other heroes. People like him can be counted on the fingers of the whole world. Now not only heroes will be looking for you, but also villains who want to make themselves known. Very uncertain by confirmed. Yes, but person leaned a little closer. Yes, Bhenum, speak up. Will you still talk to me formally? I asked in surprise. Person just nodded and added, this is the only way to address him. Suddenly, the door opened and a man with pink hair and makeup on his face came into the room. Hey, boss, we're all out of side dishes. I want an egg roll. Person looked at him angrily. Gamma Jim, watch your tongue in the presence of Bhenum. Oh, how scary, he replied. Boss, buy some food. You're welcome. That bastard. That scene. That person got angry and was about to get into a fight when suddenly I'll buy it. Well, I answered. Bhenum person said irritably, you can't listen to all their whims. Our boss is really the best damage and shouted. Suddenly, there was a loud scream. Who dared to drink my coffee? Another kid burst into the room. He was small, even shorter than me, and he screamed like he wasn't himself. Damaging. Was it you again? You were told to stay away from him, you damn villainous pig. In response to this damage and only grin. Chetri, are you being rude again? You don't have any concepts at all, and not only concepts. And while they were sorting it out, person brought me a cup. Bhenum, have some coffee. Ah, thank you. Speaking of which, had happened a few days after the murder of Ripal. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. Oh, head, did I pass out? How did it happen? Suddenly, a voice was heard. Bhenum, are you awake? What? Bhenum, where am I anyway? Surprised, I shook my head and immediately noticed the very type that Risol was chatting. How good that you woke up. Bhenum, clearly not understanding what was going on. I decided to justify myself. I think you've got me confused with someone else. Me Bhenum, I don't even know you. Suddenly the red-headed guy bowed. You saved my life, he shouted. From now on, I'll call you Hanuman Dada, and follow you implicitly. What? I froze for a moment. My brain couldn't digest the information. Stop. It can't be. It was you I saw in BH. Rising from a bow. He said, my name is Person. I grew up there and lived alone. Everyone here lives by the laws of the jungle and I also live by them. But you saved my life. Clenching his fist, he shook. He was obviously honest. This is the first time I have received such care and help from anyone. You saved my life, and now it's in your hands. So I started living with Person, and soon, this is Gamma Jim, a mercenary hired for security. He may be crazy, but he's a specialist. He's definitely good at what he does. Hello, darling, he said when he saw me, though. I was so curious about who Person was telling me about, so it's you. Such a cutie, right in my taste. A little hesitated, I answered. Ah, hello, my name is Kim San. Glad to meet you. He seemed to freeze for a moment. Glad, is that all? Yes, why? I answered honestly. Grabbing me by one shoulder, he happily said, oh baby, you're so innocent. Call me Hiding. I'll take care of you. Suddenly Person flared up. Gamma Jim, are you completely crazy? Only later did I find out that Gamma Jien is a very popular villain. So he joined us. And then there's Chetri. Can I help you with something? I asked Person every time, and each time I got about the same answer. No, Bhenum, rest. And you can talk to me informally. I was surprised. I will try. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and knock. I asked. This is the first time someone is knocking on this door. Are we waiting for someone? No, Person answered gloomily. Nobody even knows us here. Bhenum stepped back. Gamma Jim, I know. He answered and grabbed a knife. Lightly opening the door, Person saw a small guy. Who are you? He asked him. Do you know him? I shook my head negatively. No, that's the first time I've seen him. Who are you? my name is Dr. Chetri. The guy introduced himself, and then he screamed, I've heard a lot about Mr. San. Mr. San, let me join you. What? The three of us froze in place. After a while we were sitting in the lobby. The guy told me, my name is Dr. Chattery. I witnessed the Battle of Santa and Reespol. After that I followed Mr. San, unnoticed. What a powerful force and modest character. You are the one I was looking for, and I decided that it was necessary. Must I? I asked again. I will conquer this world. I want to give you this world, Mr. San. He shouted. What? I was in shock. So it was you who followed us everywhere. Person hissed. Argue an ordinary person. But the doctor kept talking. Mr. San, I have an extraordinary intellect, and because of this, the state and the heroes have pressed me all the time. But when I saw how Mr. San defeated Reespol, I saw a new hope. Wow, wow. Gamma Jin was surprised. What kind of oppression can there be in our time? But the doctor only got angry. I proved it. That Korea with Gregory is the strongest country in the world. Sneak attack the whole earth with nuclear bombs. And when war is declared, neutralize the whole world with the help of Gregory. But I was ignored. And I may be because you're too young, I asked. But the doctor continued. Mr. Sen, this world has been rotten for a long time. Take me to yourself. Together we will change it. Damage and jumped in. Though we don't like to be bothered. Leave. I'm talking to Mr. Sam. Don't get into the conversation. Damn pervert. Wow. Shout a Gamma Jim. Look at this, boss. What are we going to do? Cut off the tongue, sew up the mouth, hang it on a tree and leave it. Don't say such scary things with that face. Yes, please, the doctor answered. What? I was surprised. Anyway, if Mr. Sand refuses me, I will have no hope. I'd rather just die than walk aimlessly around the world. Well, die. Who's stopping you? Ha ha ha. The pink-haired man left person also intervened. Hanem Damage is right. He's dangerous just because he knows this place. I will decide everything. Let's go outside, or will you die here? He said, but I was becoming him. Stand kill. Seriously, you can stay here for now. You can kill him. Have you heard? The doctor's eyes sparkled with happiness. Really? Thanks. Thank you very much. I will be devoted to you for the rest of my life, he said, and immediately continued home. There are 4 of us. Not bad. Then we will distribute Mr. Sand's legion like this. Gamma Jin whispered mockingly to person. Our 4 people already a legion. Tell me, did he overdo it? Maybe he has such a concept. Shut up. The doctor interrupted them. The composition is as follows. Mr. Person will be the bodyguard. He's not that stupid person thought. Gamma Jean is our main fighter. And I'm the commander-in-chief. Damage and immediately objected. Oh, baby, and who appointed you commander-in-chief? That seems you underestimate us. How did you find out about us? Who sent you? The doctor only calmly replied. I graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with honors at the age of 7 and I have 58 doctorates. Do you think with such a baggage of knowledge, I can't find out something like this? We just stood in a stupor, all 3 of us a real villain. For the first time I see pure evil. How can you get 58 degrees? Such thoughts were spinning in our heads. So it's settled. That remains to come up with a name. Great. I've decided now we will be called separately. Separately. It means people who will change the world. What's your name, sir? Do we really need a name? Gamma John asked. Haha. Why be so wise? Person confirmed. But I was delighted. After that we set up a house in BH and began to live together. Chetri said that it was better for him to live with us so that the heroes would not find him. That may be a dangerous place, but shit, his neighbors are much more dangerous. Our day's Schiffer is yelling at the top of her lungs. Hey, are you lying around again? We would do something at least. Well, yes. For example, washing. I confirmed. Mr. Sands should rest. Added shit through addressing 2 of my subordinates. Do you want Mr. Santo do everything himself? Is he always like this? Gamma Jin asked. Can we kill him on the slide? Person suggested. Then I'll go too, I declared. Mr. San. Suddenly chat room called out to me. Can I talk to you for a minute? Oh, okay. We went into the hall. Mr. Sen, we need to pull ourselves together. As person said, many enemies are aimed at you. Oh, yeah. Mr. San, you are surprisingly ill-informed. I just smiled. Ha, well, there is such a thing. After my words, he plopped the textbook in front of me. Then I will tell you about the heroes who pose a danger to us. The name of the textbook: Encyclopedia of Heroes by Chetri. First of all, he began. Gregory, you know them. The strongest team of heroes in the world from Korea. Next, the Keepers, the biggest team of heroes in the world from America. We can say that 60% of all heroes are from there. Recently, 2 of their heroes died in Texas, and they're a little on edge. Next, the Knights of the Temple. The team from Israel is the strongest after Gregory, but the head will die from illness any day. Now, he did not prepare an heir, so everything turned upside down for them. They say the leader is called the Lion King, and he's almost as strong as Handel. Next is Ultra Nippon. The team from Japan is not the strongest, but they are close to us geographically, and they don't like us very much. Why? They asked. This jerk killed the leader, and now they're looking for him. Person looked away embarrassed. Haha, I didn't know that would happen. Now you should know which of the Gregory you should be wary of. Since Pole is dead, there are 5 main members and 1 secret one left in Gregory. They can be divided into classes: magic experts, specialists in combat, and specialists in weapons. Todd damn. He opened the book on the page where the heroes were distributed. There were even photos. Where did you get the pictures? There are always ways to begin with the leader handle, quite popular, isn't it? A hero have incredible strength. In second place is the Russian Blue. No one in the world can compare with her in physical strength. Then the Red Lynx has trouble controlling anger. Master of surveillance. Master Jim. Retired officer. He was the strongest in the world before the advent of the Russian Blue. Next is the Darkness. He is weaker than everyone else, but he is incredibly smart and makes his own weapons. And he is so belligerent that even other heroes whisper about him in the last Esther. She is originally from the Knights of Harem. He has 12 summoning techniques. They are all about the level of Pole. Now, do you understand the danger you are in? Yes, I think I understand now. Now the Lynx is the most dangerous. He was Pole best friend. Most likely he went off the rails. Good, I answered, standing up. I'll remember. Wait a minute, the doctor stopped me. As I said the first and second number in regard to his handle and the Russian Blue. However, this Darkness, if you suddenly meet him one-on-one, try to avoid a battle. Didn't you say he was weaker than the others? His fighting abilities are weak, but like I said, he's incredibly smart. Be sure to stay away from him, and all his battles victory was his whoever he's fighting. Therefore, be sure if you suddenly meet him, run. Literally the next day, meet person and shit. We were standing in the middle of the street and the latter started talking. Starting today we will start the main training. He spoke with a confident tone and I was surprised to ask the main one. After which he asked, Mr. San, did you say that you reached the stratosphere in one leap? Yes, but after that time, it didn't work out that way, I replied, remembering that day. And yet it means that you can break your abilities down to that level. The guy was delighted. He passed his mood to me. After that, he put his hand to his chin and started muttering, once it worked out once, and then it didn't. So the essence may be in some kind of psychological problem. Maybe it's because of fear, because you don't know what to do if it hurts. I smiled and answered with embarrassment, perhaps. While stuttering, after all, I still wasn't sure of myself. You have enough strength, but you don't know the basics, right? The blonde guy asked in surprise. I was embarrassed, laughed and answered, yes. At the same time I heard the word monstrous from person. Has Chetri always been like this? I thought. So I've prepared something. Should read spoke while blindfolding me, which made me embarrassed. Even sweat flowed down my face. In this training, you will need to avoid hitting the ball with your eyes closed, focusing on the sound, so you can learn to use all your senses. The guy explained the essence of the training to me, and I tried not to fall because I didn't see anything. Person was holding a tennis ball in his hand, saying with a smile, Hanem, I'm quitting. It will be easier than it seems. Suddenly, an incredible motivation came to my head and I screamed, come on, drop it, I can. The next moment person threw the ball in my direction and I heard a heavy sigh. The ball flew into the back of my head and I screamed, flying forward from the blow. The next moment the ball flew into the back and then on the cheek. Probably because this is the first training session. I didn't think he wouldn't dodge any of them. Should we spoke upset from today's training? Hanem, are you okay? Person asked, worried about me. I just stood and held my head as it was mercilessly sore from a large number of hits on it. Everything is fine. Let's try again. Person decided to defuse the situation and suddenly behind his back damage and appeared asking a question. What are you doing? The red-haired villain began to tell the essence of our training. Haha, what are you? Our boss won't even take a sword and you throw balls at him. Hearing the enthusiastic cry of the guy with pink hair, person asked, and what do you suggest? Like what? If you make him nervous, he won't be able to concentrate damage, and replied, extending his hand behind his back. The next moment he took out a cleaver. Moreover, it was so big that it looked more like a sword. This is the only way to cut meat on the market. But smiling maliciously damage and said, we need to use this. Wouldn't that increase the concentration level? Person put his hands in his pockets and replied, wow, maybe this answer pleased the guy with pink hair. I'm telling you, he replied, chuckling that his idea was supported. What do you mean? I screamed because I didn't like it. But you can't pierce the boss with a knife. Is it worth it? Person asked himself a rhetorical question for him. Yeah, this is too much. I supported him, clinging to the opportunity to avoid stabbing my carcass. Oh, well, what are you? Gamma Jin was upset, examining us, after which he turned into a natural maniac. If it gets in the eye or something it will pierce through, he said, licking his cleaver. The scene of pensive person and laughing damaged and unfolded again in front of Chetri and me. Oh, really? The first one asked. Yeah. The second one answered. I screamed again. Have you gone completely mad? Todd and boss, get ready. It is necessary to dodge properly and take care of your eyes damage, and said, ready to attack me, exuding a murderous aura. I was sweating, looking at the confident guy who was already holding a cleaver ready while my thoughts were in motion. He's not really going to leave them, is he? Is this a joke? I was hoping in my head. I'm starting damage, and shouted, raising the knife to throw, and I began to think even more. Even if he throws, I really can't be stabbed with a knife. Will it still be okay? But if Gamage throws the knife and suddenly still there was hope for the best in my head because I had already experienced so much. Gamage, stop it. It's dangerous. Suddenly Chetri, who had been silent before, shouted. For a moment I calmed down because I hoped that everything would end before it started. Gamage was already completely indifferent, and the knife had already flown out of his hands. Wait, this is too much, I shouted when I saw his movements and started dodging. Literally the next second the knife stuck into the wall behind me, entering to the hilt. Dodged it. Person stated the fact. Dodged. Yeah. Gamaged and supported him. Again he decided to ask a question, and the villain with red hair supported him, saying come on. Chetri screamed again, fell from an oak tree, trying to stop two maniacs who decided to bring me down. For the next few hours training continued between us as well as such dialogues. Boss, let's try again while it works. What are you doing? Wait a minute. Hanem, good luck. Enough idiots. Our days were fun. Our house was usually quiet, but now there is noise and uproar there every day, and let the endless jokes of my new comrades accompany the new life. It seemed to me that I finally had a family. That was a very pleasant feeling. The next moment we are transported to the main headquarters of the heroes of Gregory, which towered over the rest of the buildings in the district. Hale was sitting at his desk reading documents. Suddenly, the door to his office opened slightly, which drew the hero's attention. Hey, why did you call? Something happened? Lynx asked the question before he could enter the office. If you lecture me again, I leave. The red-haired hero decided to warn the main one in their group, to which he replied, haha, come in, have a seat, I've been waiting for you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Would you like something to drink? Tea, coffee? Laughing, Hale said to his comrade. The Lynx, however, just sighed heavily, saying nothing. Turning towards the exit, he said, have you nothing to say? Then I'm leaving. Lynx, stop it. Hale decided to stop him by getting up from his seat at the table, continuing. It's been 6 months since Reesbold died. We haven't found a single clue, and you're still looking for the killer. So what? Bowing his head, because of which the shadow closed his eyes, the Lynx asked one more question. Since it's been 6 months, should I give up? Hale continued to stand his ground. We have things to do without that. Are you thinking of giving up on the responsibility that is assigned to you? You're one of the Gregory. The Lynx sighed heavily once more and began to speak fragmentally. Responsibility, Gregory. Good. Then I'm leaving Gregory. Keep helping the world and I look for that scumbag. Making the most serious facial expressions, the red-haired hero said, not ready to accept such a reality. Good luck to you. He waved his hand, continuing to walk towards the exit until Hale stopped him with his shout. Stop. This time the hero at the table sighed heavily, thinking about what it was better to say to him. Tessu, he briefly threw the guy's name, which made him stop. What the Lynx began to speak and turned in the direction of his commander, but did not have time to finish as Hale's fist was already flying into his face. The blow was really strong that the red-haired guy already screamed in pain. Then came another blow to the head, down a cough from the Lynx. After he was able to pull himself together, he said briefly, the bastard. After that he threw his punch towards Hale, but the attack was unsuccessful. Bastard, the red-haired man said, realizing that he had failed. Who? Hale's sigh sounded, looking at his friend. The next moment he grabbed the guy's elbow with his other hand. After that a strong throw into the next wall followed. How could the famous Red Lynx come to this? You're weak, Hale spoke, walking towards the guy, realizing that this is the only way he can stop him. You bastard. Only the red-haired hero could speak. While he was wiping his face of sweat and dust, Hale continued. Previously, you would have easily dodged such an attack. There's no strength left in your fists. When was the last time you ate? When was the last time you slept? Your opponent is the Reesbold killer. If you go looking for him now, that would be akin to suicide. The Lynx did not want to listen to the man in front of him, continuing to stand his ground. I can handle it. Fuck off. He was talking. Tessu, young man, was a friend to us too. You're not the only one grieving for him. Hale tried to calm the red-haired guy, trying to find common ground. I'm asking you not as a colleague, but as a friend. Helped me. Tessu, we're heroes. This time the Lynx just kept silent, wiping his face. He stood up and sighed heavily. Lynx, have you made up your mind? Hale was hoping for the best, waiting for an answer that never came. So he continued. I knew it. As expected from the Lynx. Suddenly followed by a blow to the face from the Lynx. Moreover, it was so fast that Hale did not even react. That bastard. Hale held onto his nose, complaining about a colleague. I didn't even dodge it. And do you eat it all? The red-haired hero decided to ask the same question. Continuing to go to the exit, the Lynx continued. Too much for me, a colleague. I told you I was leaving. Still, he continued to stand his ground. But Hale was not going to stop either. Wait, Tessu, a colleague is somehow not serious. Without turning to Hale, the Lynx said, a friend's request. I'll think about it. Finally, the man in whose office they were laughed. Okay, I get you. The next moment we were transferred to Esther, who was telling important information. It's urgent. Big boss. The hero from Minchi and was defeated. The suspect's name is Moloch Beginner. It seems we should step in. While there was a commotion at the hero's headquarters, Person and I were walking down the street. Hanem, tonight's dinner will be my signature dish. You will find out what a real soy paste soup with tofu tastes like. The red-haired villain spoke with a good mood as words lifted my spirits and I said wow, I'm all excited. But Gamma Gen doesn't like soy paste soup. He will be offended again. Then we'll throw knives. They reminded our colleague of the guy's preferences. I don't care what he doesn't like there, the main thing is that you are all. Person began to speak with a heavy sigh but was interrupted. You. He exclaimed, turning back. Mossman, he said his name. And it was true. A huge man in a purple suit appeared behind our backs who was in high spirits. Hey, person, long time no see. He said, a rank of villain bossman really long ago. So you're still alive? The guy next to me was surprised. Who is it? I thought, assessing the situation. Do they know each other means? Is he a villain too? Ah. That's how you say hello. And I couldn't believe my ears. Did person himself begin to serve someone? The villain laughed at my colleague and the situation began to heat up. Is that really your esteemed Hanem, this child? The villain drew attention to me, grinning and laughing hard, continuing. Ha ha ha. I can't believe it. To see it with my own eyes was clearly not superfluous. Ha ha ha. I was just embarrassed by such a statement and stood in silence, muttering to myself, not daring to speak out loud. Hey, Mo-Z-man, are you deaf? You've probably heard who it is. Person spoke with all his anger. It was good that he continued to control himself and did not attack the man opposite us, but his patience was not rubbery. Say one more word and I will rip out your throat and throw it to the dogs. She began to openly threaten, looking at me in my reaction. A man with a scar on his left eye decided to calm down the situation. Hey, don't fuss. I was joking. Haha. I was so surprised that I couldn't resist joking. Why so seriously? Forgive my rudeness. My name is Mo-Z-man. With feigned respect, the big man turned to me, making a bias. It's not a big deal. Hello, I'm Sam. I answered him calmly. My voice, appearance and behavior don't look like a villain at all. So that's how they treat me. Hello, why is he so polite? Mo-Z-man was surprised in his head, also realizing that I didn't look like a villain, which he decided to voice. You don't look like the people who hang out in VN. Go away already. I have to cook dinner. I don't have time for you. Person continued to chase the man away, but he still continued the dialogue. Are you going home? Haha. I was also on my way to the boss. The red-haired villain was surprised by his words and decided to ask to the boss, have you decided to become madman subordinate, a serious decision for someone like you? Hearing such words, Mo-Z-man was surprised. He did not understand what they were saying to him and decided to let us in on the news. What, do you live in a tank? Don't you know what's going on in the world? Madman is dead. Squinting his eyes, the man said seriously, now it's time to be surprised by person. I don't know who they're talking about, but their reactions scare me. What? Dead madman? How so? Who's his? My colleague continued to ask a lot of questions until he was interrupted. He resisted Malik and died by his hand, and I'm his subordinate now. Molek, this is the first I've heard of him. The dialogue between the two villains continued, which I tried not to interrupt. Mr. Malik wants to unite all the villains. Soon he will contact you and it's better for you. Take his offer seriously. Mo-Z-man seemed to be speaking with a threat without taking his eyes off us. Tell this Malik of yours not to bother him, if he doesn't want to, in a bad way. Person continued to threaten, being completely confident in my strength and of course in his own. Mo-Z-man turned in the opposite direction from us, starting to leave, and before that said, haha, quite in your spirit. So next time we meet as enemies. When he finished speaking, he jumped and flew away from us and we watched it, continuing to be silent. Interesting information has fallen out on us. Person who is madman? I decided to ask, my colleague sweating a little. I'm not used to being in such an environment. He was a very strong villain. Now he's dead and this stubborn Mo-Z-man has become someone's servant. Person answered alert. It was obvious that he was in a state of confusion and thinking about something. Let's go back soon. He finished, feeling the danger. It was still day outside and the sun was shining through the clouds. We came to our house and we were already met by our friends, if you can call them that. Mr. San. Oh, boss. Come here quickly. They shouted to us as soon as they saw us on the street. What is it? I asked. You got a love letter here. How popular you were. Damaged and left, waving his hand at me and telling me important information. The letter came from a certain Malik, but the content of the letter is imbued with arrogance. Chetri carefully supplemented the news. Moloch, is this the one Bozeman was talking about? I immediately exclaimed, and it immediately became clear that the man was not lying, saying that they would contact me. Give it here. Person immediately snatched the letter, starting to move his eyes over the written text, immediately seeing the handwriting, not having read it yet. The red-haired villain exclaimed, look at this. It was like a teenager writing honestly. The letter contained the following text. I am Malik. I will unite all the villains. Come to me and kneel. Otherwise, only death awaits you. When he finished treating, person asked, how can you be so sure? And then he screamed at the top of his voice, that bastard. Who is he to tell him? I wasn't as angry as my colleague. On the contrary, I was a little scared. Shouldn't we go? Most men said he was scary. I immediately asked person what I should do. Falling to his knees, person showed how loyal he was to me and replied in a confident tone, Hanem, get some rest. I'll go and kill him. Shibori immediately tried to reason with our friend by shouting at him. Must not, how do you know how many there are? Looking at the whole scene damaged and just kept laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha. It's funny. Baby, go quickly and kill everyone there. How dare he treated me like that? Person continued to stand his ground while my thoughts were fading in my head. It's such a strange feeling. Let's just ignore it, suggested Shibori while I was still thinking. An invitation from a famous villain. That's fun. Baby, I'm coming with you. Gamma Janitul exuding confidence, and I was still thinking. The everyday conversation of villains about whether you live or die. Things happen to me that I've only seen in manga. I felt a strange sense of pride that I had become someone important. Did I really become one of them? The next moment we are transported to VN, the entrance to Fortress G, the entrance to the cave. Two people were walking through the cave discussing something among themselves. One of them was amazement. We already knew a man in a purple suit, blonde hair and a scar on his eye. The second one, most men, was talking somewhere in the distance, leading the guy next to him. It was he who killed the hero Apollo. He will be useful to us. Mozman notified his boss, but he was silent, and the guy next to him decided to introduce himself in one word. Hi. After which he raised his gaze, looking ahead. A cloak figure stood at the end of the cave. In addition to the cloak, he was also wearing a mask hiding his face. The villain of unknown rank, Moloch. The new boss of the villains continued to stand and stare at the two guys in front of him. Ha ha ha. Mr. Malik is usually taciturn, but don't worry. The guy next to him tried to calm Shax down. Good. I don't care. Moreover, we are unlikely to see each other again. The white-haired guy showed a malicious grin, continuing to look ahead. What? What does it mean? Mozman immediately drew attention to these words, expecting the worst scenario. The next moment Shax jumped forward straight towards Malik, shouting, "After all, I'm going to kill him now." Shax, no, most men exclaimed, expecting this after those words of the guy. He understood what was going to happen next and didn't want it. Damn upstart. How dare you consider yourself superior to others? Shax continued to shout. Even the veins on his forehead stood out and his hair was tasseled. He was ready for battle, fully confident in his abilities. The cloak person just raised his hand. By the way, she looked completely inhuman, white skin, long claws. And the next moment a strange black energy began to gather around the hand. Jax was surprised by this, but he was ready to continue anyway. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared in front of the white-haired guy, ready to swallow the attacker. It was a cold snake. Shax huddled in fear. He definitely did not expect this. Literally the next moment the villain with the white hair no longer existed. The snake swallowed half of the guy's body. Only Shax's legs were sticking out of her mouth and blood was pouring. Mozman was seriously frightened by such a sight, immediately starting to think. He killed Shax in the blink of an eye. This is a completely different level. Mr. Malik is on a completely different level. We are transferred to another place where the hero walks around the room and talks on the phone. There's everyone here, and dark. I'm almost there. He spoke, apparently going in the direction of the one he was talking to. All right, I'll see you in the hall. I'm already coming in. He was finishing talking. Hey, is that you? I'm sorry, Esther. I will call you back, he said when he saw someone in front of him, which surprised him. Hey, by what fates? He said, looking at the three people in front of him. These were also heroes. The first one was a man in a cat mask and a black tuxedo, a hero from the Cat Dog Guardian team. The second, he was no longer a man but a dog with a human body and a tight-fitting leotard, a hero from the Wolfman Guardian team. And the last of the three, a man with red hair and a red t-shirt with for Lionheart from the Guardian team. How are you? Hell, the one with the dogs had asked. Where are you in such a hurry? He continued his question. Have you heard of the molecule? He immediately got down to business, and after making sure that everyone was silent, continued. Dark got some information about him. The masked hero was immediately surprised, warning, "Oh, we were just going to catch him." Hearing his words, Hale immediately asked, "Have you found him yet?" Hale was surprised. Not quite. You've heard about the big boss who went to the hospital, right? He died yesterday. The red-haired hero gave out important information. Damn. Hale was saddened. The dogman continued about it. Because of this, the observer made a fuss and said to catch him urgently. K to Coco and even the big boss have already died. The masked man immediately picked up his words and supplemented them. Keepers can't stay away. That's why we're going on a reconnaissance mission. Hale decided to warn them, but intelligence in VN is into too dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to wait and get information from us? All three heroes immediately smiled and exuded complete confidence in their abilities as they spoke. If we come back alive, let's have a drink, suggested the masked hero. My fiancé is waiting for me. I'm getting married next month, said the dogman. Don't worry, I promised my daughter that I would be back soon. The red-haired hero finished. Then they said together in one voice, "Do you want to croak?" Haha, good. Contact us if you find anything. Hey last without stopping them further. Good. Take care of yourself. Well, the masked hero finished the dialogue. The next moment Hale was already in the conference room where Darkness began to report the information for which everyone had gathered. His real name is Bolman. The villainous nickname is Moloch. Last seen in Incheon, now to be on the territory of the VN of notice how suddenly he appeared, and how quickly he unites the villains around him. When Das are finished speaking, the pumped-up hero decided to clarify these stubborn and selfish villains just like that they just come to him at the first call. Darkness didn't think long before answering. It seems that there are already enough of them gathered. Apparently he intimidates them with his strength. Further, Esther decided to take the floor. He has already been joined by several fairly strong villains. How strong is he himself? Darkness picked up on her thought, but the strangest thing that he hadn't shown himself in any way before. It was impossible for such a strong villain not to leave any traces. The Lynx could not stand the whole situation. What's the point of talking in vain? Where is that bastard now? Without ceremony, he asked. It was established that he is now in VN in Fortress G, said the basic information. Dark Bell, what are we going to do? The girl with purple hair asked. Hale took a minute of silence as he could not find an answer. Lynx decided to answer for him. I mean what? I will go and rip his head off. Getting up from his seat, he snapped and Dark tried to stop him. It's too dangerous. We can't figure out the number of opponents in the VN. But the Lynx didn't want to listen to anything, especially the way he was being stopped. I don't care how many there are, he said confidently. Hale decided to support his friend. All right, let's go and rip his head off. The big guy, the same pumped-up hero, decided to clarify what then who will go to Lynx. We haven't decided yet. Everyone will go. Hale shouted confidently, forcing everyone to pay attention to him. Right now, he finished and began to take off his official suit under which there was a heroic costume. It was already the middle of the night outside and the full moon was shining in the sky, which already made me want to hell of her. I sat on a rock and looked at this moon thinking about life. Hainem, are you awake? Suddenly person appeared behind my back with them post-ordinary question. Yes, there is such a thing. They answered and saw the villain with red hair sit down next to me asking another question. Can't sleep. I didn't answer his question, continuing to look at the moon. Which person did? There was such a calm atmosphere that it was hard to believe that we were villains. Hainem, do you want to go to Fortress G? Person suddenly asked, causing surprise on my face, but I quickly gathered my thoughts and answered. No, but really, the little bit. I'm curious. This is the first time this has happened to me. Maybe then, shall we go quietly together? Suggested by the villain with red hair. I was delighted with his offer and immediately became motivated, but still did not lose my mind. Really? Seriously? But isn't it dangerous? Is it possible? Is everything going to be okay? I immediately bombarded person with my questions. Hearing my delighted tone, person laughed himself and answered, haha. Don't worry Hainem, you're stronger than anyone, and I'm not a fool either. I immediately started asking the next question. Yes, then maybe we should look there. We are not joining, we're just watching. There was a pleasant atmosphere between us, and it even seemed to me that person was my brother, not a colleague. Haha. Yes, when will we go? The red-haired villain asked. Maybe now. If Chetri finds out she will be angry, so it's better to do it while everyone is sleeping. I immediately said, realizing that there would be no better time. Good, then let's go right now. At the same time, heroes have already gone to this fortress with us. Is everyone ready? Hey, last forward, he continued by being completely serious and going forward. The others followed him. Lynx was flexing his arms. A girl with purple hair tied a ponytail so that her hair would not interfere with her. And the big guy. He's just a big guy. His muscles are ready for anything to Fortress G. At the same time, I told person as well as hailed to my colleagues, while Moloch was sitting in his cave and did not expect anything. After a while the heroes were already at the entrance to Fortress G, and Dark are weak in battle, so without them, the rest dispersed to the fortress. Hale started giving orders. Let the weaklings protect the houses. Oh, except Esther. Hale, come on seriously. Lynx confidently declared, insulting Darkness, after which he asked. His killing allowed that if I meet villains. There was no limit to his anger because he still remembered the death of his friend. No, our goal is to arrest Moloch. We need to avoid casualties. We're in VN, you don't know what might happen. We need to get this over with as soon as possible. Halo ordered, after which he uttered the last word before the battle, or rather the war. We're coming in. The first Russian blue ran inside the cave. What? Why is there no one? Has anyone seen anyone running around? She asked her the receiver in her ear and heard the answer. There is no one here yet. The Lynx began to doubt after a while. Is this really a gathering point for villains? More like a ghost castle. Having said that, he thought Dark didn't fool us. After such a question in his head, he got angry and shouted, they will kill a psychopath. Hale warned me, there are a lot of jammers in the VM, so the connection is bad. Beyond your guard. The pumped-up hero was examining some boards, saying the fortress was simply falling apart, but it was patched up pretty well. they were really going to do something. He started to speak and suddenly stopped. Something caught his attention. "Welcome Master Jean from Gregory," said a man in brown trousers with suspenders and a red shirt with sleeves. He was no smaller in size than our big hero. At the same time, on the table near the villain, there was a minigun. The mad scientist Dr. Barry immediately recognized the man. "Master Jim, what a fool have you joined Malik to?" he asked, waiting for an answer. "Mr. Malik will unite the whole planet. Isn't it obvious? So I can get even more test subjects." Haha. Barry laughed and his glasses let out a glare. Master Jean was already all in anticipation of the fight, cracking his knuckles. "Mad Doctor, you can't say otherwise. Well, today your experiments will come to an end," he said with a smile. Barry immediately put a minigun on his arm. "Men of Steel, Master Jim, will my anti-superhuman weapon take you?" Barry also smiled, ready for a fight to the death. The pumped-up hero was surprised and thought a machine gun. "No, it looks more like a minigun," he understood. "What about the rifle?" the Mad Doctor exclaimed, causing Master Jim to be surprised. After that he put the gun on his second hand, already unwinding them, preparing for the shot. "This is a two-handed minigun rifle of my production. Each release is 60 rounds per second." After hearing this explanation, Master Jean fell silent. "Think about the plan. Let's see how good you are." Barry started talking. "Die hard." He shouted the last words. A huge number of bullets rushed towards the Master Jim. Literally in a second, the whole cave was covered with fire from bullets. At this time, the lynx continued to walk around the cave, looking around. "The building is large. If I had come alone, I would have had to wander around here all day." He stated the fact. Suddenly he saw a door in front of him. "What about the door? Does it open at all?" he wondered, realizing that this was a chance to find someone. Lynx opened the door a crack, looking inside. There were at least 7 villains inside, but that's only at first glance. That and who knows how many more are inside. At one point all the villains fixed their gaze on the red-haired hero, causing the lynx to tremble. He even had sweat running down his face. "Who came to us?" "The Red Lynx himself. Who knew we'd meet here?" 2 villains who were already obviously familiar with him started talking. "Who is Moloch? Is he here?" The lynx immediately got down to business. He wasn't afraid of these extras at all, as he was sure that he would deal with them quickly. His question was answered by 3 villains. "Oh ho, Gregory doesn't even take us for people now," the first one asked. "But what about it?" the second one asked. "The person you're looking for isn't here," a third answered. The lynx immediately thought, there are too many of them, and everyone is strong. It won't be easy to fight them all. We must try to avoid a collision. Despite the fact that the lynx was thinking about a plan to quickly resolve the issue, one of the villains had already struck, throwing the lynx into the wall. The red-haired hero coughed as he listened on. "Where are you in such a hurry? The entrance is free and the exit is only feet first." "Those bastards," the lynx shouted. "I hope you've already looked for a coffin for yourself. You will die in a ditch like a devil," the villain with one eye and yellow hair said mockingly. These words were the last straw. The veins on the lynx's arms swelled and he was ready to tear and throw. "As Respo, your boyfriend. Give him my regards." "Haha," the villain scoffed, apparently not realizing that they were doing it in vain. Although emotions always affect the fight, because if you are controlled by anger, you start making mistakes. Maybe this is a good plan. But suddenly the lynx turned to the door and began to leave while the villains continued to laugh at him. "Oh, running again? Who gave you permission to leave? The further you tried to run." That was the last thing the villain said, because at one point, the lynx stopped at the wall. After that he hit it with all his might, which caused fragments to fall. The villains immediately became serious. The entrance to this room was closed after hitting the wall broke the door. "What a jerk. What are you doing?" Despite the temporary confusion, the villains still pulled themselves together and continued talking. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the earpiece of the lynx. "It seems that there are already fights going on somewhere. Blinks, how was your situation?" The red-haired hero did not think long and answered, "It's clean. I haven't met anyone yet." Such an answer made all the villains who were inside the room surprised. "Good. Just in case." The voice in the earphone continued to speak, but the lynx decided to interrupt this conversation. "I can't hear you very well. I'll contact you later." The next moment he lowered his hand and stood in place silently. "That bastard. What did you say? Didn't meet anyone? Are you completely crazy?" The villains who were too confident in themselves made a noise. "Yeah, I didn't see anyone," the lynx replied calmly. Then he turned his face full of anger. His eyes already turned red, and then he screamed, "You're not going anywhere from here. Everyone's going to die here. That's why I didn't meet anyone." At this time, the Russian blue continued to run around the cave. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She stopped. She stretched out her hand to the earpiece and said, "Hey, guys, I think I found a big shot. Are you all getting your fists dirty there already?" When there was no response from the earphone, the girl said, "Go ahead." "Hey, you. Burned you a Mentos?" she asked, looking at a man in a strange suit with white, green and black colors as well as a green mask. "Did you provoke that mess in Texas? What are you doing here?" she asked, after which she began to stretch her neck, continuing, "Everything was interesting to me. How did you just a rank manage to kill Grandfather K2? even though he was already almost a flabby old man, and even if he was hindered by the newcomer who came with him. It was K to himself, "You're not a rank anymore. Higher rank as it turns out." The girl spoke as if to herself but at the same time exuded incredible confidence. The villain continued to sit in place looking at her. The next moment O stood up and finally gave voice. "You've just arrived and you're already chatting. You're showing off for nothing. Who are you?" he asked, greatly surprising the girl, who shouted, "What? Look at him. Villain, don't you know me?" What a rude thing to say. "Do you really not know the Russian blue from Gregory?" The villain only caught on to one word of her answer. "Gregory. Bring Respoll here," he shouted. "He couldn't have died. He's mine. You hit it, didn't you? Bring him here before I tear you apart," he continued to shout, becoming enraged. "What a jerk. Even Respoll was able to catch you and you want to swing with me." Some growths began to appear behind the villain's back, and while this was happening, he was talking. "When I fought with Respoll I was a ranka then. What rank am I now?" he asked the Russian blue while insect legs came out from behind his back. The girl took off her outer clothes and also screamed, "Ready for battle. Okay, let's fight. I wanted to find you anyway. You're finished." The villain was confused. "Do you want to seduce me? But your body," he said with embarrassment and coughed a little. "Totally fucked up." The girl did not even think that her action would lead to such an effect. "What's wrong with my body? I'm actually popular. They have so. I'll show you a real seduction." After her words, the girl's hands began to increase. That feels like they've become bigger than Master Jim's. Her body continued to increase. "On my sexier now?" she asked, standing in a fighting stance. "And really, it's better than it was," the villain replied, also preparing for battle. The girl with purple hair ran forward, continuing the diet.
Meanwhile, the doctor had already opened fire with his miniguns and for several minutes covered his opponent with a rain of bullets. But very soon and quite suddenly the cartridges ran out, and the minigun stopped spinning out. Dr. Barry was very scared when this happened, because what he saw in front of him did not calm him down. His opponent stood in front of him, and it looked like there was not a scratch on his body. Master Jean asked the doctor if he was finished with his tricks, because he was already tired. He asked how this was even possible, since several 1,000 bullets had just had to make a sieve out of it. He asked if he was a fool. It was obvious that a superhero of such strength could not be penetrated by ordinary cartridges. The doctor realized that there was a damn monster in front of him, and began to think about ways of retreat. Jean began to approach him and said that the games were over and ordered him to run out of the way. But suddenly, another character appeared in this part of the cave, who was dressed in a yellow robe. He said that he expected this from Dr. Barry, because such a technique would only work on people. It was a villain, who was a former hero and member of the Century named Chin Han. He told Master Jean that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and also asked how he was doing. Jean said that Chin disappeared after leaving censoring, and it seems that he has now decided to become a vile villain. He replied that he did not expect it to turn out this way, but now he earns much more and he is much more relaxed here. Master Jean asked how someone who was once a hero could talk like that, and then in turn, said that when he was a hero, he was not allowed to harm or kill civilians, and because of the prohibitions, he left. And this was precisely the reason, because he devoted his whole life to studying the art of death. After all, there are a lot of heroes like Master Jean who have a lot of muscles, but they have no brains, and people like him cannot even dream of the art of death, according to Chin. Master Jean said that it looked like Chin had really gone crazy, and at the same time, his muscles became even bigger. He added that Chin was never a real hero if he created art to kill people. As Chin launched his attack, he said that the purpose of martial arts is to kill, and that is his only goal. Jean added to his remark that heroes do not kill their enemies, they do other things. Heroes must protect people, and this is their only and greatest goal. He tried to deliver a strong blow directly to Chen's body, but he was able to dodge and duck. Chen began to deliver several weak blows at once to the enemy's pressure points. When Master Jean tried to counterattack, his opponent would be able to dodge it too. After that, he jumped up and kicked Master Jean right on the chin. He then struck several more times with his knee, but still no blood came from the opponent's body. It seems that Jean was angry with how this fight was going on, but Chin, on the contrary, liked everything. The villain said that, as one should have guessed, brute strength without brains gives nothing in bout. After all, real and true art depends on technique. At the same time, Chin used the bloody death technique. He began to observe how his opponent would now behave, and to put it mildly, he was shocked. After he carried out this deadly technique, after which Jean should have died, he stood indestructible. Moreover, he began his movement towards Chen, who at that second was confused due to fear. Master Jean began to deliver his blows to the body of his opponent, and he tried to escape. And he did it quite well until Master Jean decided to take it with his own hand. She was so big that she easily grabbed her opponent's head and held it tightly. Then I realized that such a force would simply break him, and he needed to somehow get out of the grip. But he felt that his head could not even move, and he gradually began to lose consciousness. The villain also looked at his opponent's hand and realized that it had become even wider. Within a second, the Master of Jeans hit the villain's head with all his might on the stone floor. He wanted to say something about art, and at the same time, he raised his hand up. Master Jean. At first, he didn't understand why he was doing this, so he simply swung his fist to finish them off. After that, he hit the villain straight in the face with all his might. Splashes of blood scattered in all directions, and Jang realized that it was pointless to hit him a second time. Look at the lifeless body of her former comrade. He said that now he looks like a pathetic bastard. After all, in combat, you also need a basis such as pure strength in order for the technique to work. You can't rely on technique while training physical strength, so his art was more like roleplay. Chen's body no longer moved, and he began to move a few meters away from him. And while he was leaving, he said that he wanted to say something quite frankly. In fact, Chen did not lead the censor him. He was fired due to the fact that he did not match them in strength. He was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. Dr. Barry was still standing in that cave, and a thug said that he did not expect that he would not think of running away. Master Gina told him not to worry because he would get it in the face once and could be free. Then the doctor said that if he quietly and peacefully followed him, then perhaps we could do without it. Master Jin's face was mad, and he said that this would not work. Meanwhile, near another of the entrances to Fortress G, some action was taking place. A couple of two people approached this entrance, and a male voice said that it looks like this is the entrance to the fortress. Kim Sen asked if anyone lived here, and person replied that he only knew that it was possible to hide here during hostilities. The entrance to the cave was very close, and Kim Sen seemed very impressed with how everything looked here. When he walked inside, he immediately began to look around and try to understand what kind of place this was. He told person that it was the first time he had seen such a huge fortress. But despite this, it did not look very impressive. Person he said that it was just a junkyard, but it looks like the other villains repaired it well. Kim Sen asked why he was called, but all the other villains were not. Suddenly person tensed. There were signs of battle everywhere on the walls, which meant that someone had recently fought here. But he thought that this was in the order of things, since most likely a lot of villains have gathered here. But suddenly, he just heard the smell of blood. And then this theory immediately evaporated. The smell of blood was strong, so clearly, this was not just a skirmish. It feels like this happened just recently. He just told his young men that there are signs of battle here and the smell of blood, so he needs to retreat a little. Then Kim said that perhaps he should return, and person asked why he wanted to see the fortress. Then the guy said that it was dangerous here, and he didn't want person to get hurt because of him. Quietly thought that hey, young man was very kind. The guy asked his friend if he thought that sure trying Tae Jean had already woken up, because if they found out they would be angry. At that time, a group of several individuals who were in the VN said that this house looked quite suspicious. These were the same heroes who Mono had met in the corridor not so long ago. In front of them they saw an abandoned house, which among other things, was located in such a wilderness. Lionheart said that such houses are commonplace, and it doesn't look like something suspicious. But Cat Dog he said that this is a lair of villains, and maybe someone is hiding here from them. Wolfman said that he hopes that this is so, but so far he does not believe it. This house smelled just like dark, which means that there was clearly something interesting inside. Is this really a dark laboratory? But when Lionheart said this, everyone else didn't believe him. Then the Tae Jean approached them from behind and asked if Molek was in Fortress G. And the Cat Dog answered him that he needed to call a reconnaissance group. But suddenly, they all simultaneously realized that this question had been asked by some incomprehensible voice. Tae Jean behind them, but they still didn't understand who he was. They immediately became more wary and asked who he was. Very soon they realized that it was Damaging, who is also known by the nickname Mad Dog. All the heroes asked him what he forgot here, and he replied that the heroes themselves came to someone else's house. Wolfman, I realized that this was his house, but for some reason, this smell pointed to something else. Tae Jean said that if they don't need anything, then let them leave, because he still needs to find a person. Cat Dog said that if they find the person, they can easily find the one who killed the rest bull. Tae Jean said that he didn't even want to hear what the hero just said with his filthy mouth. Did they really come here for the boss? When the mercenary realized this, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at all the uninvited guests and said that now he realized that they were all heroes. Then Tae Jean added that they are very similar to the hero because they do not leave when asked. After that, he suggested that they attack the boss when his contract ends. But the heroes said that they still need to arrest him, and added that turning over your boss is very low. Cat Dog said that everything worked out very well, and they would catch Tae Jean his bait and lure out person. The mercenary began to laugh and say that they wouldn't succeed. After that, he turned around and began to walk away in the opposite direction, further and further. He also said that he could kill them all without even using his hands, so they shouldn't even mention that he would be caught. Wolfman, I really liked this character because he looked down on all of them. The mercenary said that he would kill all three heroes without even using his own hands. Then the cat dog prepared himself and sharp claws came from the tips of his fingers. He focused his vision on the enemy and decided to analyze what the mercenary was thinking about now. Tae Jean will not use his hands, which means you can attack a defenseless head. But most likely this mercenary thought so, and therefore it is necessary to do exactly the opposite. Cat Dog, I decided that I needed to attack the bottom man pushed off from the place where I was standing in order to carry out the attack. His speed was quite high and his sharp claws usually struck fear into all enemies. But suddenly Tae Jean hit this opponent with his hand and hit him quite hard. Wolfman and Lionheart watched their comrade get punched in the face, and they didn't like it. It looked like the cat dog had completely lost his balance and couldn't even stand. Taking advantage of this, the mercenary hit him in the back of the head with his elbow, and he was unable to dodge. Now the mercenary's opponent was on his knees and could barely keep his balance so as not to fall. But just like that, for a few seconds he felt dead on the floor, and Tae Jean said that he had already killed one of their friends. The hero immediately called him a coward, but he objected and asked why they thought so. Lionheart said that the villain promised that he would not use his hands, and this is very mean. He replied that he did so because all his blows were elbows. He then said that if the heroes wanted him to not use his hands at all, then he would do so. Lionheart said that Cat Dog fell with one blow. It's not for nothing that this is a searing villain. Then he said that he would go first, because without hands he would lose the ability to defend himself from above. Tae Jean, meanwhile, told them to stop stalling for time and start attacking him. Lionheart went deeper into the analysis because he realized that the upper part of the body must be attacked. Pushing off from the place where he stood, he prepared to attack and constantly repeated in his head that he needed to attack from above. At this moment, the Wolfman was also waiting for the moment to launch an attack so that the mercenary would not have time to repel the two of them. But suddenly, the Tae Jean struck his hand directly in the face of the first enemy, and he became disoriented. Wolfen also lost his mind, as he did not expect that this attack would not be successful. Suddenly, the mercenary took out his sharp knife and swung it right over the body of the lion's heart. He plunged his blade straight into his body, and he instantly died right there. Tae Jean said that now two heroes are already dead, and the Wolfman asked what he was actually doing. The mercenary asked what he meant. After all, they were just fighting. Then the hero said that he was a sick bastard, because he said that he would not use his hands. He released all the air that was in his lungs and said the following in a quiet voice. He reproached the hero for being a fool and seriously believed in his words, forgetting that he was a villain. Wolfman was simply furious. He asked what the mercenary meant. He answered him that he should not have such an expression on his face, because it is obvious that the mercenary is not joking. Then he added that the hero had just seen two others die, and now it became clear what the difference was between them. That the Wolfman was too angry and ordered the mercenary to shut up and prepare to die. He began to use one of the most powerful techniques he had ever seen in his life. Wolfman turned into a real huge wolf, and it was a transformation into hunter mode. He immediately savagely attacked the mercenary who had stood and watched all this time. The hero struck with both of his paws at once, in the hope that in this way, he would tear apart the body of the Tae Jean. A smile appeared on his face, but very quickly, he realized that this attack would most likely be his last. Lowering his head a little down, he saw that there was a very sharp knife there. The mercenary said that he did not expect the wolves to be so slow, and asked if the hero had really reincarnated. The wolf did not understand when it all happened, because for him this attack lasted less than 1 second. But the mercenary said that this work is not suitable for the hero. Since he does not notice too much and deserves death, he ran his knife straight across his opponent's throat, and he died instantly. Tae Jean immediately began to look for sure try, since she did not understand how and where to look for person. Meanwhile, the real massacre took place in the cave, and specifically in that part of it where the bloody lynx was located. He stood opposite one of the villains, who was already exhausted and had no strength, as told the hero that they both needed to calm down and talk everything over. And copious splashes of blood scattered along the walls of the dark cave. One of the villains was very badly beaten and leaned against the wall, calling the bloody lynx a bastard. He asked him how he could do such a thing, and how he even knew how to call himself a hero. After all, the bloody lynx killed all the villains who were in this cave. This villain said that this is not just madness. This is mass murder, and this should not be allowed. He asked if the lynx thought that he would just leave it like that. As soon as he went to prison, all the journalists would know everything. But when the bloody lynx approached him, he immediately grabbed him by the neck with his bare hands. The villain asked what he was doing and asked him to think for at least a second. The lynx squeezed his hand even harder, and with the last of his strength, the villain asked if the lynx thought that he could get away with everything. He wanted to say something else, but he saw that the bloody lynx seemed to be going to do what he planned. A moment later, this villain's neck was twisted due to the fact that the lynx squeezed it with all his strength. Then the bloody lynx asked the already dead villain what kind of nonsense he was talking about now. Then he told the corpse that for someone who had not seen anyone he liked too much, Lynx left his body near a pile of other dead villains and began to approach the exit of the cave. With one blow of his fist, he was able to unlock the entrance, which was blocked by a huge pile of stones. After that, he calmly walked out and suddenly saw someone in front of him. It was Master Jean, and he said that this fortress is simply huge. He was thinking about what he needed to understand where he was when he suddenly noticed a bloody lynx. That hero immediately didn't know what to say, and his voice trembled, and asked what Master Jean was even doing here. He replied that this question should rather be asked to the lynx, because it was unclear why he could not be reached by phone. After all, this Jean also noticed that there was blood on the lynx's face, and he answered him that he was scratched while running. Didn't like this at all, and he asked why he was so nervous and what happened. The lynx could not answer anything intelligible. So Master Jean decided to go into the cave where the lynx had just been, but suddenly, his friend took his hand, and thus did not allow him to go inside. He also said that there was no one there, and they should just leave here. Now, Jean began to suspect something, but then realized that most likely he was just imagining things, as always. He began to leave, and the two of them walked along the length of the cave in order to find a way out. Suddenly, they heard a cry for help, and quickly realized that it was coming from the wall that was on the right. Approaching this wall closely, they listened to see if someone was there, and when they listened, literally 5 seconds later, they heard someone start asking for help again. Master Jean couldn't believe it and said that it seemed like that was what he was thinking about. The hero immediately hit this wall with his hand, and it immediately broke. Small pieces scattered towards me in all directions, and the heroes who saw who was inside were very surprised. Master Jean said that it looks like they need to reconsider their goal this time. In front of them was a whole room that could accommodate dozens of hostages. Meanwhile, the blue cat fought with the mantis, and she did it quite successfully. The villain didn't understand how she could deliver such strong blows so easily, but the girl was not going to stop and constantly continued her attack. Sometimes the mestizo managed to retreat, and this time, he also increased the distance by 5m. He then decided to use his razor-sharp tentacles, and they immediately headed towards the girl, but she was able to grab them, despite the fact that they were already a few centimeters away from her eyes. Due to the fact that she managed to grab onto them quite firmly, she immediately threw the enemy away into a nearby rock at great speed. At that second, the villain already realized that he was losing this battle and lost all his strength to counterattack. Now the girl also approached him and again took hold of these sharp tentacles. With a slight effort, she tore off one of them, and a river of blood immediately began to flow from the mantis wound. The girl asked her fallen opponent how he found such an interesting date. She asked what was wrong with his face and said that they were disappointed that there wouldn't be a similar marriage proposal. The half-breed gathered his strength and said that he would kill and get the blue cat. Standing up to his full height, he struck with his fist, but the girl was able to dodge him without any problems. Thus, she moved behind her opponent and delivered an elbow strike directly to the back of his head. Despite the fact that he was rather weak, the mestizo was still disoriented, and when he turned around, The girl was again at his backhand grabbed him. At the same time, Blue Cat told the villain that she also loved him very much. She strangled her opponent for quite a long time, and still could not understand when he would turn off. The girl constantly repeated that it was better for him to give up because his hands would not reach the blade. Then the mestizo thought and looked at his hand on which there was just such a blade. He broke the blade off his hand and didn't even feel any pain. In order to break it, you didn't have to make any extra efforts. The girl immediately noticed how the mantis broke off a piece of the blade from his hand and tensed. The enemy immediately launched a horizontal strike, but the Blue Cat was able to dodge it. The girl could not understand how he did this, because this knife is not just a weapon, but a part of his body. However, she managed to grab her opponent's hand and throw him to the ground. By making such a grab, she caused incredible pain to her enemy, and still continued to force him to surrender. She said that now the mestizo may not even try to hold out for at least 10 seconds. Mantis began to feel incredible pain and screamed very loudly from this. After some time, the Blue Cat felt that the opponent's strength was becoming less and less. When she noticed that he was not moving, she let him go and said that she had never seen a nastier opponent. Then the enemy became even nastier, and suddenly jumped up trying to strike with his fist. Despite the fact that he missed the first blow, with the second he managed to hit the girl's face. The Blue Cat could not have expected that he would hit with a weak hand. He still looked quite confident and prepared to make the final attack. When he jumped to catch the Blue Cat, she, on the contrary, jumped up to the ceiling. Thus she found herself above the head of her enemy and landing on the bottom. She grabbed him by the back of the head. Taking it in this way, she immobilized the enemy and began to hold his left hand in hers. The half-breed constantly swore and said that the Blue Cat was a real scum. The heroine said that for the villain, now is the best time to give up. But suddenly, with the last of his strength, the mantis took out something that had been in his pocket all this time. The girl very quickly realized that this was Dark's hydrogen mini-bomb, which she had often seen before. Mate said that at this moment, the path of the Blue Cat came to an end. The bomb fell to the floor and immediately began to glow bright red, preparing to explode. The Blue Cat very quickly realized that if this bomb exploded, the fortress would immediately collapse. So she grabbed this bomb in her hands and prepared to explode. She tried to keep her palms closed as much as physically possible. Also seemed to her that this object was getting very hot, and it looked like it would explode very soon. Literally 2 seconds later, there was an explosion of incredible proportions. It is difficult to understand what would have happened if she had not blocked it. The half-breed was alive and stood at a short distance from his opponent. Meanwhile, the girl was trying to gather her strength and did not understand what the enemy was thinking. When he threw it, she asked the mantis why he did this. Doesn't he have friends or bosses to work for? But the villain did not answer anything intelligibly. He only said that the Blue Cat must die right now. She answered him that this already looks like a stalker stuff, and she will definitely write a statement to the police. And at the same time, I was thinking, where did this bomb come from? Obviously Dark wouldn't give it to the enemy, but Dark doesn't make mistakes, does he? But now it was necessary to deal with another problem, and it looks like the girl decided to end this mantis. Blue energy began to appear around her fists and became brighter. A smile also appeared on the heroine's face, and she said that since the battle dragged on, she was using a powerful fist. She also told her opponent that there would definitely not be a second date because that was enough for her. Meanwhile, the mestizo pushed off and ran at full speed towards his opponent. The girl also moved very quickly and was preparing to eliminate the enemy with one blow. At the very last moment, the mestizo used his ability, and several blades immediately appeared from his back. The Blue Cat was confused when she saw this in front of her, but she understood that she needed to continue to fight. Meanwhile, the girl was finally able to contact the rest of the team via radio. She was glad to hear Master Jin's voice, and said that she was glad that the connection had been established. Zhang asked her how things were going there, and if she was injured after the battle. She answered him that she was almost done with the enemy, and that she didn't like that they weren't allowed to kill villains. Meanwhile, the half-breed was still trying with all his might to cause some harm to the girl, but he was unable to do so. He repeated the word "I will kill" dozens of times, but each time they became quieter and quieter. The girl said that everything was definitely over now, and also asked Zhang what the situation was like there. The goon told her that they had found 50 prisoners, and now their goal had changed. Link started organizing the evacuation, and Master Jeans told his friend that Hanel might need help now. The bloody lynx heard the conversation and told the hero that Hanel never needed anyone's help. Mossman, meanwhile, it was very difficult to stand on his feet, and his eyes were truly frightened. Once again in his life, he could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. In front of him was Hainault, who had just eliminated a lot of opponents, and Mossman. I realized that this was a real monster. Hanel ignored all his words up to this point, and asked the Mossman whether he was working for the Molech. This was a surprise to him, since this villain did not really like to grovel before someone. At the same time Mossman he realized that Hanel had interrupted so many people without even choking, which means he is very strong. He jumped up and tried to throw a rather obvious punch, but it cost him all his strength. When he had not even reached the Hanel's body, he lunged and struck him with his fist. Mossman fell to the floor, and Hanel she said that there was no need to waste his time, and again asked her his boss was. He told him that Hanel should go to hell, since he would never tell him where the boss is. The hero told him that if he didn't tell him, he would still search the entire fortress to find him later. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the cave and asked the Mossman in front of him if the Hanel was from the Gregory. A second later, this voice ordered the Mossman to lead him to the Molech. The voice said that he already wanted to see Hanel, and now is the best moment for this. Mossman wanted to somehow object, but Molech he said that everything is in order and he can be taken to him. Then the boss's subordinate said that he agreed, and now he would take the Hanel to the Molech. The hero said that this was the right decision and ordered him to show the way right now. He also told him not to be rude, as this would only complicate everything. Mossman he said that this hero needs to think about whether he is ready for the meeting, because the disgusting expression on his face will disappear quite quickly. The hero listened to all these words and thought about who this Molech really is. They together with the villain began to walk along different corridors, and after 5 minutes, it seemed they arrived. Meanwhile, the Molech was spilling a glass of wine in his hand. The guests came closer and closer to him who did not even speak to each other. He drank some more wine and really enjoyed it. When the heroes and the villains approached the end of the corridor, the Mossman said that they had arrived. The doors opened and Hanel saw in front of him a small throne on which someone was sitting. Molech she said that this is his first meeting with Hanel and he is happy about it. Hanel he said that Molech just needs to follow the hero, and then he will save his life. Molech replied that Hanel was a rather interesting guy, and invited him to drink some wine. Hanel did not react to this in any way, but only continued to look the enemy straight in the eyes. Then the villain replied that Roman Tacon is a pretty good wine, which has a pleasant aroma and deep taste. And what's more, it gets better with every sip, and it's very difficult to refuse the next sip. Then Molech he said that he was even surprised that people could come up with such a thing. Mossman and the hero were very surprised when they heard this. The subordinate was especially surprised. Mossman told his master that Molech was making very funny jokes today. Then the villain said that he was sorry that he had not introduced himself yet, and now he needed to fix it. When his subordinate saw whom he had been serving all this time, he experienced the most incredible shock of his life. Molech said that he came here to fix all the villains and heroes for himself. The subordinate saw the boss's pointed ears, his smooth skin and eyes in front of him, but he did not want to believe in his theory. Hanel said that in front of him was a high-level humanoid monster. Molech said that Mossman will still be useful, and in the future, it will definitely come in handy. Rising from the throne, he said that he would leave his subordinate alive and he would be next to him as long as he was useful. Hanel said that it seemed that Mossman did not know this, and he replied that he would not have obeyed orders if he had known about it earlier. Molech he said that you shouldn't be surprised because he has a superior race that is superior to people. He also said that the world is built in such a way that the weak must obey the strong, and people explain this in their religions. Hanel wanted to answer him something, but suddenly he heard someone talking to him through the earpiece. Hanel immediately realized that this was Jean and said that he had found the Molech and was now standing right in front of him. At that moment, Jean said that there were hostages in the cave, about 50 of them. The hero did not like this situation at all, and already at that second, he began to think through a plan ahead. The monster said that he was glad that his collection was found and asked not to judge him for his hobby. Hanel said that the plan was changing and notified everyone that Molech was a real monster. He also notified that he would not try to take him alive, but will deal with him right here and now. When Molech heard this, he was very happy, and a smile appeared on his face. Jean said that he would come to the rescue as it would be a tough fight. But instead of accepting this help, Hanel said that the prisoners must first be taken out and he can handle it himself. Malik prepared to attack and said that Hanel had taken good measures, and it became clear why he was praised. Moreover, the monster said that he was intrigued. And right now he wanted to test the hero skills. He used the snake technique and said that he didn't want the hero to die too quickly. When the snake reached its target, an incredible explosion occurred at that place. And Malik said that it seemed that this attack was too strong for weak people. But suddenly, through the smoke from the explosion, he saw Hanel and he was still confidently standing on his feet. The hero grabbed the mouth of this snake with his strong hands and did not allow it to bite him. After this, Hanel, with a slight movement of his hands, was able to tear apart this huge snake, turning it into a pool of blood. After that, he simply stood up straight and looked at Malik as if demonstrating his strength. The villain said that this was quite commendable and said that the hero seemed to have passed the test. But then energy began to appear around his hand again, and he asked the hero if he was ready for the next attack. At that same second, a death ray began to be emitted from his hands, which reached the target at great speed. After the rays reached the hero, a very powerful and strong explosion occurred. Malik thought that it seemed that now he had overdone it. But still, the main thing is that the hero's body remains intact. When the fog from the explosion cleared, Malik saw that there was a wooden monster in it into which that beam flew. Because of him, the hero suddenly flew up and Malik realized that this guy is not so simple. While in the air, Hanel used blue blood and sent several streams of blue hostile energy towards the target. After this, a rather powerful explosion occurred around the body of the Malik and he tried to move away. He received little damage despite the fact that the attack was not very strong, and he was able to escape from the main fight. That directed blue blood was still flying towards him as not all of the attack had been carried out. He managed to dodge almost all the projectiles, but he never managed to return from the last one. It hit them off directly, and it immediately began to feel incredible pain. Even though he felt pain, his body could easily survive such an attack. Malik began to cough, and suddenly Hanel said that it seemed that the Malik had not passed. Then the villain turned his head to look into the eyes of the hero. After all, this Hanel said that the villain failed the test and said that perhaps he should have tried harder. Malik said that he thought that the hero would be much weaker, but this still does not affect anything. After that, with one movement of his hand, he tore the cloak that was on his shoulders. Malik showed his true nature and said that now he will not consider the Hanel a person. From now on, he will fight him on the same level, and will fight with all his might. He looked straight into Hanel's eyes and said that now everything will be much more interesting. The hero looked into his eyes, and it was clear that he was not thinking about anything except how to end this battle in his favor. Malik prepared to attack the Hanel, and had already begun to move towards him. They grappled in close combat, and because of this, a rather powerful explosion occurred and some of the stones on the ceiling fell down. The person who was standing with him in the cave at that time felt some kind of shock. He told Hanan to stay behind him, as it looked like a powerful battle had started somewhere. Suddenly, some kind of grenade flew towards Kim, and while in flight, it made a terrible sound. He just noticed this grenade, and in a second, he realized that it was a bomb against superhuman people. Don't think for a second. He covered Kim Sun's body with his body, and then an explosion occurred. The guy was very scared and worried about the condition of the person after this explosion. It looked like the villain was in a lot of pain and couldn't move, so he told them to hide. Kim was very unpleasant to realize that this happened again because of him, and he began to think that they had come here in vain. At this moment, Sen considered himself worthless because person was his new family, and now he suffered greatly because of him. When the guy raised his head, he saw a crowd of people in front of him who were saying that after such a hit, they had a chance to move forward. Kim very quickly realized that he had to save his friend's life and protect his family. After all, this was the first family Kim had, and which he valued very much. Therefore, something needs to be done to protect all members of this family. He constantly turned over in his head the idea that he finally had a family and he was letting her down like that. Kim vowed that he would do whatever it took to protect everyone. Those people in the crowd said that it looked like they had just done a lot of damage with a grenade on person. They also said something about the Gregory. And at that moment, Kim and the person were not very happy. Then these people said that all this did not matter, because now you just need to kill these two. Despite the fact that it was even difficult for person to move, he still told those villains what they imagined. But when he blinked, he saw that someone flew into the crowd at great speed and killed someone. Person was very surprised because blood splashes scattered several meters from the body. In front of him stood Kim, who had just destroyed a strong enemy in less than a second. One of the villains couldn't believe that this guy had just killed Jess with one blow. Among them all, Jess was one of the strongest, which was the reason why he stood in front. Everyone witnessed how this teenager flew up to a low altitude and said that he had to protect. Some of them realized that most likely, they were doomed and nothing would save them. And instant and Kim landed on the ground, bringing many victims in a sea of blood. He began to jump from side to side at the speed of sound and inflict multiple blows on his opponents. The roofs of the body are in all directions. And the frightened person, I was just watching this mess. The guy constantly repeated that he must protect everyone at any cost. After he dealt with everyone, he headed towards the person and delivered one of the blows to it. Then the villain began to shout for Hyun-non to calm down because it was him person. At that moment that guy came to his senses and realized that he had just tried to strike a friend. Person did not understand what kind of power it was. And if he had given it a little more, he would have lost his arm. Then the guy looked around and saw a lot of corpses. After which he asked the person why he killed everyone. The villain immediately apologized and at the same time realized that Kim didn't remember anything, and it was the same last time. He realized that the guy did not control himself and moreover, did not control his very dangerous power. Well, then he realized that this power is not high on him himself. So he just has to protect him because it could kill him. Then he took a mask out of his pocket and handed it to the guy and said that now he needs to wear it all the time. The guy didn't understand why they were doing all this and they had just illuminated his face. Well, person, he said that now he needs to wear it all the time since it's better for young men not to show his face. He then said that he is Kim's protector. If his life is in danger, then it is a shame for him. The guy said that he understood everything and added that from now on, he would obey all his commands. Person, he said that it was time to leave because something very strange was happening in this cave. Suddenly, a bloody lynx ran out from around the corner along with Master Jean and person realized that the Gregory was here. Several hostages along with the Gregory stopped and silently looked at the person for several seconds. But just a few seconds ago, a group of bloody lynx and Master Jean hostages ran through the cave to escape. While moving, Zhang realized that most likely, there was a serious battle going on somewhere because the entire fortress was simply shaken. He told his friend the bloody lynx that he needed to hurry up because the fortress would soon collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of a huge boulder fell from the ceiling flew towards the hostages. At the same second, the bloody lynx pushed off from the place where he was standing and jumped onto the adjacent wall. Having pushed off from this wall, he was able to destroy this boulder with just one blow of his fist. After that he landed, and despite the applause of the hostages, he said that he needed to run away from here faster. The group continued to move, and Lynx said that his young man was doing the wrong thing. But while moving, the bloody Lynx suddenly noticed someone and because of this, he fell silent. Master Jean realized where he was looking and turned his head and saw the people around whom lay corpses. Kinman person did not expect such a meeting, and for some time, they tried to figure out what to do. The two groups simply looked at each other and did not understand what should happen next. Master Jean at that moment thought that the person was greatly annoying him. But it was not clear what the schoolboy was doing here. Person really liked that they met the Gregory after all. They had to escape before they arrived. Kim, meanwhile, simply looked around in confusion and tried to figure out wherein best to escape. At that very second, the blood lynx came to a realization and because of this, he was immobilized for several seconds. And in front of him was a man with khaki hair, a black mask and who was a teenager, a person near him, which means that he took it away after the battle. And this means only one thing in front of him is a real killer rest ball. As soon as Bloody Lynx realized this, he immediately began to run towards the two. He jumped on the schoolboy and said that he would now tear him into small pieces. Meanwhile, Master Jean shouted after him about what he was doing. The hands of the bloody lynx were already a few centimeters away from the guy who stood last in place. A person jumped straight onto the bloody lynx. He pinned his opponent to the wall and was able to hold him like that for quite a long time. The bloody lynx was immobilized and began screaming for the person to let him go immediately. The person only turned his head towards the guy and ordered him to run away from here quickly. Kim was confused and the first time he didn't even hear what person wanted from him. Bloody Lynx, meanwhile, gave the order to Master Jean to catch this schoolboy. When he asked why to do this, Bloody Rice told him that this was the one who killed the Republic. When did person tell his friend to run away from here as quickly as possible? When the guy finally understood what needed to be done, he began to run away. but Jean stood in his way. He said that they needed to talk a little, but at the same time, he did not believe that in front of him was actually the killer Respol. The guy tried to move him and order Jean to move away, but then Master Jeans grabbed him with his pumped up hands and Kim began to feel the pressure. Jean asked what these weak hands were and also asked a guy if he had ever fought. He began to put more and more pressure on Kim, constantly asking if you wanted to fight with Jean. Sen realized that the enemy had incredible strength, and he had a feeling that his arms were about to break. Person shouted to his high on them to run away, and Bloody Flight said that he was not finished with Person yet. Jean said that a couple more seconds of such a confrontation and the guy's hands would crack. But suddenly Kim became very tense, and it became visually clear that his strength had increased. With his thin hands, he could slightly move Jean away from him, who did not have enough strength to restrain him. Meanwhile, the guy pressed harder and harder, and the hero had to retreat. Jean didn't understand why he was inferior in strength, and from the outside it looked very scary. Even the bloody lynx, who watched all this, said that it could not be that the genie was retreating in power. Person, who had already seen the guy fight more than once, was also very surprised, and Kim-sun was only focused on the task and made every effort to solve it. Meanwhile, someone else ran closer to the heroes and villains. A girl came in, and when she became visible, everyone immediately turned their attention to the new guest. It was a blue cat, and she was, to put it mildly, surprised to see such a picture before her eyes. She immediately asked the heroes what was going on here. The bloody lynx immediately answered her, saying that this guy was the killer of the Respol. When the girl realized this, she simply couldn't believe it. And at the same time, she was glad that they had finally found him. She looked at the guy Zhang was fighting with and prepared to run there. The guy looked in her direction with his eyes, and at that moment, everything changed very much. The blue cat stopped and stopped moving towards Kim-san. Suddenly, she felt a very strange feeling and completely stopped midway. The bloody lynx began to ask him why it suddenly stopped and ordered to attack immediately. But the girl just stood there and looked at the teenager, who was fighting with the djinn with a wicked face. Bloody lynx began to scream louder and louder at her and finally loosened his grip. He just felt it and instantly pushed away from the bloody lynx and jumped onto another enemy. Now he grabbed Master Jean with his own hands and threw him to the floor. The big guy was lying on the floor, and everyone else didn't even have time to understand what had just happened. Person, he said that Haim promised him to run away and told Kim that now is the best moment for this. Then the guy turned around and said that he understood the problem, and Kim began to run further and further. The bloody lynx realized that this was his last chance, and pushed off from the spot and began to run after the guy as fast as he could. The blue cat still stood in place, and it seemed that even just standing was very difficult for her. Zhang began shouting after the lynx that he should stay, since all the hostages were now in danger. Meanwhile, the battle between the Hanel and the Molek was still going on, and the Molek showed itself to be a very strong opponent. His blows were incredibly strong that even stones were scattered in all directions, but despite all this, he was very slow, and therefore he never managed to hit the enemy. After each blow, he looked around, and it always ended the same. Hanel was behind him, or above his head, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. And while in this position, he told his opponent that it was time to finish. He delivered a lightning strike that pierced the enemy's body in several places at once. There was a very bright flash, and the body of the moth fell firmly to the floor and almost stopped moving. The villain tried to say something, but began to choke on his own blood. A smile appeared on his face, and he told Hanel that he was indeed a very strong person. Then the hero answered him that Molek's heart was torn, and no matter who he was, he would still die. After a while, Molek said that he did not have any last words, but instead he had a small question. He asked the hero if he was really the strongest of people, and asked him to answer honestly. Hanel said that this is an exaggeration, but he is clearly one of the top 3 heroes. Then Molek, he said that this was accurate, and said that he was surprised that there was someone else of similar strength to Hanel. Molek said that for the hero's honest answer, he could give him very interesting advice. He told the hero that if he is truly one of the strongest, then all of humanity will soon come to an end. The hero did not understand what the villain wanted to tell him with these words, and was very surprised when he heard this. He answered him that soon, neither the hero nor the people would be able to stop them if Hanel really is one of the strongest. Molek wanted to take this place before they arrived, but now he is dying at the hands of a man. He said that this was not the death he wanted, but now there was nothing he could do. Now the heroes stood over the courts, and did not particularly think about the dying words of the enemy. He did not contact Jean, but he told him that he was disappointed that Hornell had not responded all this time. The hero explained himself by saying that he got involved in a fight as a result of which Molech was destroyed. But Jean interrupted him. He told him that the murderer of Restbowl showed up and the bloody lynx ran after him alone. The lynx ran very fast, and the guy could barely break away from him, at least sometime. But nevertheless, the overall speed of the bloody lynx was greater, and accordingly, the guy had less chances. Kim realized that now he couldn't get away because the enemy was too fast. He had to do something to get away. Looking back, he saw a bloody lynx, who at that moment thought that the guy was quite fast, but also understood that he was not inferior to anyone in speed. And this only proved that his theory that Kim is the killer of the Republic is true. But he did not try to give up but only ran faster and faster in order to catch Kim. Sen understood that the enemy would soon catch up with him and began to think through different ways to retreat. Suddenly, he noticed that the path was ending and it would be more difficult to run further. If you jump from there, then there is a forest in which the bloody lynx will definitely be able to catch up with him. The guy accepted that most likely he would die, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice. He slowed down a little in order to understand who was making the sound. The sound of his friend sounded, who came to save the guy from death. It was Damaged Tand, who was hanging on a ladder that was tied to the flying machine. He started shouting to the guy that they came here to save Kim Sen. The guy understood that he was saved, and realizing this made him feel better. Bloody Lynx noticed that for some reason, the guy stopped right next to the exit and raised his hands. Shiratri, meanwhile, was at the controls of the aircraft and told them to quickly rise. Tae Jean turned to the guy and said that he needed to jump in order to reach the end of the stairs. The boy quickly realized what needed to be done and crouched down in order to push off harder. The bloody lynx quickly realized what was about to happen and shouted something after the guy. An object appeared in the sky, which moved very quickly and which made a strange sound. It was Kim, who jumped back very hard in order to reach the stairs. The bloody lynx jumped after him and tried to grab the boy's leg with his hand. He pulled with his hand further and almost grabbed him by the leg, but he did not have enough jump distance to do this, and he began to turn around. Bloody Lynx failed to grab Kim Sen and he began to fall down. In turn, the Tae Jean quite successfully caught the guy and held him tightly in his hand. Go Miljan, he said that the guy was quite naughty and asked what he forgot in this cave. Shiratri said that it was time to fly away. And when the guy said that he still needed to pick up the person, he replied that he was helping to escape. The bloody lynx, meanwhile, was lying on the floor and was incredibly furious, all due to the fact that even having such a great chance, he still could not take advantage of it and capture the killer Respol. He just shouted something at the guy's back and lay on the ground cursing his luck. Quite a long time passed and some chaos was happening in the Gregory office. The bloody lynx grabbed the blue cat and, calling her an idiot, asked what she had done. She replied that it was just her mistake, but the lynx was very angry and said that it was only because of her that they did not catch the murder. He said that he needed answers to what was in the blue cat's head. At that moment, she grabbed Bloody Lynx's hands as she no longer liked the way it looked. She told him to let her go, and that was the only way they would talk, because at that moment, it was just a mistake. Zhang asked them all to stop, and Esther also supported him. The blue cat and the bloody lynx were very angry with each other and were ready to tear everyone apart. Suddenly, the blue cat felt some pain. After all, the bloody lynx had hit her. Zhang immediately told him to stop immediately if he didn't want to fight with everyone. The blue cat said that this blow would do absolutely nothing to her. Her head hurt, and it was difficult to connect words into sentences. Bloody Lynx suddenly said that it doesn't matter anymore, because now he has made a decision. The blue cat is now not his friend or comrade, and from now on, he will not catch the killer on his own. After that, he turned around and began to come closer and closer to the doors. He left the office and slammed the doors very loudly. Sean said that he was not surprised that this happened, because it was a matter of time. Suddenly Dark said that in any case, there is great logic in the words of the red lynx, even if the strength of the opponent was not known. If the blue cat had helped Master Qian in the fight, the outcome would have been different. It seems in this case, they all need an explanation from the Russian blue cat about what happened then. Sean said that there is no need to take the side of the red lynx, and he replied that he was simply telling the truth. The blue cat got very angry when she heard this because she thought that only the bloody lynx was against her. Hitting the wall with her hand, she said that she just had a headache and because of this she could not attack. Then she also left the office and began to quickly run down the corridor. Jean tried to stop her, but he failed. The situation was catastrophically bad. Hanel, who was in this office, simply remained silent because he raised how this dialogue would take place. Meanwhile, the girl ran out into the street and began to move, jumping from one wall to another. At the same time, she thought that this simply couldn't be because she couldn't help but notice it for so long. She pushed off from one of the roofs and slowed down to get through the window, and the girl quite successfully managed to jump into one of the windows and open it. She climbed through the window and tried to understand how he became a Superman overnight. Then the blue cat concluded that she was simply mistaken, and in fact everything is not so. She opened the closet, took out her uniform, and realized that she was late since it was already getting light. She needed to investigate today because something could definitely come of it. Mom called Ji-yoon and called her to the kitchen to eat breakfast. The girl said that she would come now. Darkness was in his office and worked toward since there was no time for rest. Suddenly one of the sensors that was located after the door lit up, which meant that someone had arrived. Seconds later, the doors opened and Dark already realized who was about to come in here. He immediately asked the guest whom he had not yet seen how he knew about the location of the secret days. He also found out the password. Then he got up from the table and asked if he should let this uninvited guest live. Hanel entered the base and silently walked to the middle of the room. He was simply silent, and after that, he said that he thought that Dark would like such a joke. But he answered him that it seems that Hanel has absolutely no sense of humor. The hero sat down at one of the chairs that stood closest to the entrance and thought a little. Dark turned his head towards him, as he realized that he most likely wanted to talk about something. Hanel told him that he no longer had any strength because of his image. He couldn't even say anything publicly. His head was constantly in turmoil, and only in this secret base could he rest. Darkness stood up from the table again and said that Hanel is an elite hero, but behaves like a teenager. Hanel threw a small piece of paper at Darkness and said that he was dumping all the hard work on him while he was chilling in the base. Then Darker laughed and said that it seemed that this place suited the hero much more than him. Hanel asked after this phrase why Dark behaved this way with the blue cat. Because he essentially forced her to run away. He told him that Hanel would not have been able to voice it. So Dark decided to take everything into his own hands. While pouring wine, he also added that the leader of the group should have been Jean, not Hanel. After all, being both a leader and an ace is a very difficult job. He also looked at a blue cat for the role of leader, but she was too young. The blue cat is clearly no more than 23 years old, and is about 10 years apart from the rest of the team. The leader must be experienced and generous like Jean. The blue cat must become the captain of the attack and ace. Hanel said that he himself also understands this, but also realizes that Jean will never agree to this. Dark, he said that he apparently blames himself for mistakes in the army, and most likely this influences his uncertainty. Moreover, he also added that if the blue cat were 3 to 4 years older, it could be considered the leader. Hanel said that he wanted a beer and asked if he had some on this base. He knocked the glass lightly on the table and significant cracks immediately began to spread across it. Dark asked if the hero even knew how much such a glass cost, and he replied that he had already been in such a state. After that, Darkness took a beer from the refrigerator and asked if Hanel wanted to indulge in nostalgia. He answered him that he missed those times, because those were good times and he lived without caring about anything. But now everything is completely different, and everything is much harder and more complicated. Hanel said that they should go to the Han River like in the good old days and have a drink there, but Dark, he said, he couldn't drink. Meanwhile, the action moved to the house where Kim Sun's group was now located. A person came into the house and everyone who was inside was very happy to hear this. Kim said that he was very glad that person was alive, and Tae Jean was surprised that he did not die. Person, he said that he was glad that they were worried and then asked to hire him if he was injured. He tried to talk to Kim, but was suddenly interrupted by the Shiraitri, whose voice was very angry. Person immediately asked him what happened, and for some reason, his voice began to tremble. He told them both to follow him because he wanted to tell them something. Shiraitri immediately began asking both of them, and mainly the persons, what he was thinking when he agreed. He was very unhappy with what happened and said that person should have stopped Kim when he suggested going into the cave. But then Kim Sang apologized to the Shiraitri and said that they would not do this again. Person asked if he could go since he had some wounds after the battle. But instead of letting both go, the shorter I told both of them to sit down since he had not finished yet. After this, The shooter calmed down a little and said that he had very important news. He notified everyone else that they needed to get ready since they were leaving and this was not discussed. He also added that the reason for this was that it seemed that their house was spotted by heroes. Meanwhile, the staff of the Guardians of the American team of heroes was talking about the fact that the Gregory had broken into Vienna. The head of the Guardians said that they had already lost many heroes lately, and he asked everyone else how the best team of heroes in the world could get to this point. All the heroes who are at the same table did not know what to answer to this, and they were a little ashamed. After this, the head of the organization said that something could be attributed to bad luck, but in general, they simply do not know who they are fighting. One of the heroes said that if this all happened in Vienna, then it was probably the Highlander's fault. The head of the organization tried to remember who Highlander was and remembered that he had the nickname Executioner. He then added that in any case he could not watch the Guardian Hero organization stagnate. Therefore, he ordered to contact the Gregory and call the Hanel here, the largest and most impressive team of villains. They are more numerous than the Guardians, and they control the Vienna. The team is the center of the balance of power in which none of the heroes can interfere. One day, while working, someone approached Blake and he immediately recognized a familiar female voice. It was the Highlander secretary named Ellie, and she brought materials about the battle with Rest Bowl. Blake was very exhausted and said that he was glad that the documents had finally arrived. These men were visited by the head of the Highlanders and SS-ranked villain nicknamed the Executioner and named Daniel Blake. After looking at the documents, he said that apparently person was involved in these matters. The secretary said that most likely it would change the location because of what Gamma Chien had done, but if you use force it will be much easier. After all, why strain guided only by ordinary efforts? Looking at the sculpture that was in the room, Blake said that he could try for his sake. It was a stone sculpture of some deity who was sitting on a throne. The secretary said that this was a useless idea because it wouldn't help anything in the afterlife. Blake in turn said that she was very cruel and asked who their guest was today. She said that this was the same outstanding newcomer to the Habib combat training school named Kurtz. Blake looked at him, and then the court greeted the executioner, and he said not to call him that. The secretary also said that his skills allowed him to immediately become the leader of the squad team. And then Blake asked what powers he had. Cruz said that if it is possible to kill someone, then he will be able to demonstrate it perfectly. The secretary turned to the workers and told them to be careful with the monument they were moving. Blake shouted to one of the workers not to use the rope because it might cause scratches. Krauts realized that this was his chance to demonstrate his strength. He began to come closer and closer to the monument and ordered its workers to move a little. Blake told the newcomer that this monument was quite heavy and advised the Krauts not to do this so as not to overstrain himself. But when Krauts put his hands on the monument, everyone seemed to understand what he was going to do. After that he felt this monument a little and realized that he could easily move it. A moment later, he took the stand with his powerful legs and began to move this monument forward. Blake, who was watching all this, was a little surprised and even more angry. After the villain moved the monument, he decided to turn to the boss to ask how he liked it. He said that the monument is indeed heavy, but only for ordinary people, which it is not. He also said that besides strength, he used something else, but he was not destined to finish it. After all, a knife flew into his head which Blake, who was standing nearby, threw at him with all his might. He said that from the very beginning he asked not to touch this monument because scratches appeared on it. The secretary contacted the cleaning service using her microphone and said that the body needed to be removed. Blake went up to the corpse and took out his knife from there, asking if they would finally see the new guest. The cleaning service was already there and wiping away the bloodstains that remained on the wooden floor. Then the secretary said that it looked like Tae Jean and Person were living with that guy, and Blake asked what was wrong. After all, he said that you can just kill them and then take the main thing for yourself. His look became more angry and he said that now is the time to meet the kids. They had to get ready because a very interesting meeting awaited them soon. Now the story featured the leader of the Guardians Blake and of course the leader Gregory Hainault, but how will they interact? Meanwhile, the leader of the group said that they needed to split up and go in search of a place to move. Shiratri added that he will distribute homemade walkie-talkies to everyone and fact if nothing interferes, they will be able to hear each other at a distance of 30 kilometers. Kim said that he really likes this technology and Gavigan added that he is too lazy to move. After this, the order was given to divide into groups and the leader said that he and the Tae Jean would go north and east. Sen and Person had to search the southern and western parts. The Tae Jean began to shout that he would not go with the Shiratri freak. The leader said that you need to find an inconspicuous place. The deeper into the forest the better. Tae Jean wished good luck to the boss. Shiratri saddled his partner and began to ride on his back. Kim said to Person that perhaps they shouldn't have been sent together. Then he said that it looked like it was time for them. Ansen said that they needed to move out as quickly as possible in order to get everything done. They simultaneously heard Tae Jean shouting at his partner and they became even more scared. Meanwhile, Kim and Person went deeper into the forest. And the guy said that no one would find them here. Person he said that this place is not bad. After all, they won't be able to bump into anyone here. Then Kim added that he needed to call the Shiratri so that he could tell if this place was suitable for moving. But suddenly a person noticed something and told his high unit to move back a little. The guy was not at all surprised that someone could live in this terrible house. The person added that refugees usually live here. Having looked a little closer, the group saw a person who turned out to be a girl in a hat, who looked young. Kim said that she did not look dangerous, and Person also added that he did not see any traps, and did not think that the girl had power. Meanwhile, the girl plunged her axe into the stump and exhaled with relief. She called her grandfather and said that she had already completed all the work. Despite the fact that he did not believe in her, she turned her head to look at her grandfather, but suddenly stopped saying anything. After all, there were two people standing in front of her who was simply silently watching her. Kim Sang greeted her, and after that, for a few more seconds, everyone was just silent. Then the girl screamed, and she was terrified and screamed louder and louder trying to get her grandfather's attention. Suddenly, grandfather opened the doors with all his might and asked the boy what happened. He immediately told the little girl not to worry, because now everything would be decided. Then the girl said that the villains had come, and this time there were two of them. The grandfather told these villains that he would now give them money. Person at that moment recognized who was in front of him, and to put it mildly, was very surprised. Was it really John Homer? And in turn, the grandfather found out that there was a person in front of him. They all moved inside the house to talk about what interests them. The grandfather apologized for meeting them like that, because villains often walk through these districts, and he thought that they were being attacked. Kim said that it was their fault that they showed up so suddenly. Person asked why Kim is so cowardly today. Suddenly, a girl came into the room and offered the guests tea. At that moment, Kim asked her if it was dangerous to live here together. John told him that they have their own reasons, because this place is so deep in the forest that few people come here, so everything is in order. Personnel asked if John was hiding here because he was planning something. And it was not rudeness since in front of them was that same stone Buddha. The phrase stone Buddha was already more familiar to Kim, and he said that this was the same famous exemplary grandfather, that this is the Buddha of their time, the second Jesus who sacrificed all his means to help people. Then Person turned to the guy and said that before this grandfather was a notorious villain, but he said that it seems he is reformed. Instead of explaining something, let him just say the number 6,317. He notified the guy that this grandfather killed 6,317 people, only according to official data. Stone Buddha John Homer was a devil who can kill even a child for money, whose worst villain was even recognized by the butcher. Person said that he didn't deserve redemption after killing so many people. John said that he was very unscrupulous. He asked the guests for forgiveness, but Kim did not look at him because he heard some movement from behind. It was some girl who came in and she no longer looked the same as the one who came before. She asked if they would eat and if she needed to chop some more wood. Person was more surprised than everyone else, got up, dressed, and began to approach the bellcop. Coming closer, he said that he had eaten and she had just chopped the wood herself. Kim didn't understand how at that age a child could have Alzheimer. Then Person he said that this is not the problem lies in the face of this child. She had reptilian eyes and pointed ears, which only meant that she was a hybrid. These were dangerous creatures that no one would accept from danger. Person decided that I needed to kill her right now so as not to endanger anyone present. But Kim stopped him and asked him to calm down because he was just a child. Person asked his grandfather why he took in a hybrid and one with Alzheimer's too, who answered that she is not his own, but Belkad is just like a real granddaughter for him. person said that it looks like John is completely crazy if he calls his creature his granddaughter. Grandfather said that he is really trash and that he is better off dead. But he continues to live in order to protect Belka. Even in those days, when he was called a demon and a murderer, he never considered himself a human. He was a maniac who was obsessed with blood and didn't care about anything. And while he was living his worthless, meaningless life, one beautiful day he met her. Many will say that this seems like the beginning of a stupid love story, but for him, it was a wonderful gift. He really tried to start living correctly and show himself from the best side before God, so that they would not suffer for his sins. He didn't deserve such happiness. She was the meaning of his life, what he was born for. But as expected, God was cruel to him for everything he had done in his life before that. When the child was stillborn, the woman was on her deathbed. And John realized how powerless he was. Even though he was very strong, there was no way he could correct the situation here. It was the woman who paid for his sins. The man prayed very much and asked God to save her and said that he would do anything as to take him instead of her. But God did not hear him and the girl soon died. She left her loving husband, and then John's soul died with her. He wandered aimlessly and decided to die because the strength to live left him where he first met her. And he decided to end his life the same way. But at that moment, everything changed. It seemed to him that the universe was trying to give him a hint. Among the ruins, he found an abandoned child who was crying loudly and with no one around. It was a hybrid child. Her fate was obvious. She would die if someone found her, or she would die at night from the cold. And even though it seemed like nonsense to him, then at that second he heard her voice. My wife told me not to follow her, and she said to live and said that this child was her gift to him. Listening to this, Kim began to play with Delka. A person told her that she was not so small. The guy found her very cute, and at one point, he wanted to anoint her cheeks. Despite the fact that person tried to warn him, there was some kind of directed outburst of energy. It didn't last very long and stopped pretty quickly. When person and Kim turned around, they saw that an impressively sized hole had appeared in the wall. The grandfather said that in this state, it should not be touched by anyone except the grandfather, otherwise, it shoots out energy. Person realized that this beam was at the S rank level, since the power of the energy penetrated not only the wall, but also the mountain that was nearby. She didn't even prepare and she didn't have a cooldown. Person, I realized that the girl was dangerous and was no longer human. At that moment, through the means of communication, person suddenly heard the voice of their friends asking if they had found a place. Person replied that they had found a place, but for some reason, Shiratri said that if they did not find anything, then let them go towards the center. Then person told the guide that their friends had found a new place and it was time for them to leave. Kim told John that it was time for them to go and advised him to take care of himself, asking if it was okay to come. Sometimes, he answered him that he was only glad because for the first time in all the time they met good people here. The guy leaned over to the girl and told her to be careful and said that he would come again. The girl asked not to leave. She tried to speak, but all she could do was keep repeating the word har. Kim, with a smile on his face, answered his partner that he was getting ready now and could leave. When they left the house, the girl still asked them not to leave, but Kim-sen just waved at them. The girl said that if Kim-sen is having a hard time, she will help, she will kill. Paulson and the guy moved to other members of the squad and Shiratri was already in place. She said that there is no GPS reception here and it's difficult to come here by accident. Tae Jean told the boss that he was the one who found this place, and Kim-san said that he knew that he could be relied on. Shiratri gave the order to build a house, something like a hut, and Bloody Link said that he would go to find some wood. When they told him that there was already plenty of wood here, he replied that a simple tree would not be enough. Hyang will live in this house, so everything needs to be done at the highest level. We need a god. He's pushing off from the place where a person was standing. He flew into the air and said that he promised him the best mansion. Tae Jean said that this tree was difficult to find, and Shiratri asked if he even knew where he went. But then Tae Jean added that there is a whole forest of August, but he doesn't remember where it is. After flying and running for some time, person stopped in the middle of a small forest. When he landed, he realized that he had not been here for a very long time and had forgotten a lot. Everything around was painted in some kind of pink color, due to the fact that in general, this was the color of the OG of his forest. It was quite dense, and a huge number of trees grew at a short distance from each other. This is the rarest tree in the world. Moreover, it is stronger than any metal, and because of this, it is very loved. Hyam will probably be delighted that he will now bring this material for construction. Suddenly person felt something and very quickly realized that there was a rather large group of individuals near him. When he turned his head he said that he didn't even know that this was their territory. In front of him were the Highlanders, and they looked like people in black cloaks and iron masks. This was an elite squad. So person asked for forgiveness for invading their lands. He just needed one, and he said that he didn't want to fight, and if this was their territory, then he would leave. Then the Highlanders, they said that Blake was looking for him, so he would go with them. Person asked if he had anything to do with him, because he had not seen this old man for a very long time. But instead of answering, the Highlanders threw back their cloaks as one and prepared to take up arms. One of them told him not to be stubborn and to follow them, and if he listens, he won't get hurt, and Blake will just talk to him. Person asked what would happen if you refuse this since he had plans for today. Highlander, they said that in such situation they will drag the lifeless body to their leader. At that moment, they all began their attack and swung their swords towards the person. Everything here was neon pink, due to the nature of the leaves of this forest. Person was covered in some kind of mud, dust and dried blood. He said that apparently Highlander had underestimated him. Does he really seem so weak from the outside? As soon as he said this, he looked around at the mountain of corpses around him. He asked the bodies why they had brought it to this, because they could have just let him go. He looked to the side and saw an old acquaintance asking what kind of day it was that he was meeting old acquaintances. It was Ellie, who said that today was an important day for Paulson. Ellie was a former hero who belongs to the Ultras of Japan. She also said that depending on the appearance of the person, it will be known whether he will live or die. They had not seen each other for a long time. And Ellie added that perhaps the last time they saw each other was after the death of Nagabaga. Person said that he was offended that his pride was being hurt and asked why he had to die. The girl did not respond to this, but seemed to only be preparing for her attack. She seemed to grab the sword, but the sword itself was not visible. Therefore a person said that it seemed she forgot it with the heroes. A second later, the girl used the wine sword, a sword that appeared out of thin air whenever the owner wanted it. Person was very surprised when he saw him and he did not have time to dodge. The girl managed to strike his shoulder and a deep wound immediately appeared. Person was in pain, and the girl said that she had just tried to cut off his hand and he dodged like a ghost. But she also added that it was stupid that person did not expect an invisible sword. The wind sword was faster than the speed of light. It was also invisible and moved the fastest. Opponent again, if you would follow her because it's obvious who has the advantage in battle. Person, he said that it seemed like she had already forgotten who he was, and it was impossible for him to be the only one beaten. The girl said that this was what she expected, and at the same time summoned another phantom sword. The wind sword appeared in her hand and she looked at her opponent more focused. With the two swords in her hands, she could already use the whirlwind dance technique, which was as fast as it was deadly. This attack was very fast, and even for persons it was quite difficult to dodge it. He also noticed that the girl moves very quickly and uses the maximum amount of energy. At this moment, she quickly realized that this was indeed a person, the one who was able to evade the stormy dance of the wine spirit for the first time. The guy very quickly realized that running away was my option, despite the fact that he was good at it. Having moved the short distance, he began to approach because it was necessary to find an opportune moment. Making his way through the girl's techniques, he realized that he was getting closer and closer and the attack was becoming more obvious. But suddenly he saw that Ellie had changed her technique and would now use something else. It was still a wine sword, but it was a new moon technique that was impossible to evade. Person saw that she was moving towards him when she was already a couple of centimeters away from his face. And a splash of blood occurred and splattered the area of the ground near the villain. He fell a little to the ground and bent his knee, because it was quite difficult to stand. He looked forward at his opponent, but he still had enough strength. Person was thinking about what to do next, and very quickly noticed that despite the fact that he missed the blow, the girl did not have the strength. She is breathing very heavily and sweat is flowing all over her body. As person thought she was already falling off her feet. The great wind technique cannot be allowed indefinitely. Therefore, it was necessary to try to destroy it with one blow. They looked at each other, and despite the fact that the girl had little strength, she was still very smart. Then person gathered all his strength to wait for the moment and use all his power in a second. This required very strong concentration, which the guy tried to pull off. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the girl had swung her sword and was preparing to strike. But at that moment, It was open and person jumped on it realizing that it had been caught. And it seems that Ellie herself also realized this confusion can be seen on her face. For a moment it seemed to her that the body had stopped and she was immobilized and did not see the enemy in front of her. Though within a second I felt a very strong blow from the person which was moving faster than light. This was not the only blow as he grabbed the girl and began to strike more with his fists. He grabbed her by the neck and said that as he said this is the end. Also added that with such masters as her it will be easier for the lungs to cope. The girl tried to use the technique with her hand but then person said that it was unnecessary. And at the same time he squeezed her neck even harder after which the energy from the technique began to disappear. Suddenly person, I heard someone from the side say that he had passed. The guy was very surprised because he thought that after the Highlander and the founder's personal assistant, no one would come here. It was Blake and he said, that person needs to stop there because if he kills Ellie, then he will have to kill him. Person asked what was really going on. Since even the founder of Highlander came here, it was the butcher so that he would calm down a little and go with him to the Highlander. Ellie said that she could still fight. But Blake replied that this time Le lost and even laughed quietly. He jumped off the small rock on which he had been sitting all this time and began to come closer to person. He also added that this was the first time they had met in person and added that his name was Blake. Person said he knew him as a butcher. Then Blake interrupted him and said that calling him a butcher was forbidden because he hated that word. Then person once again asked why the Highlander leader was looking for him and again called him a butcher. The man looked at his opponent with contempt because he had just violated what he asked. He laughed and said that he liked this youthful insolence. Person said that it was enough to just talk and asked Blake to answer his question. Then the head asked him where the boy was. Person asked which boy he was talking about. Now, despite the fact that he already understood, Blake took out two swords and said that that man came to this earth in the body of God and personally punished the people. He wanted to get this world, so Blake asks where it is because he must meet it in person. Person at that moment realized how powerful Kim's son possibly was. Meanwhile, President John, who returned to Korea this morning, was moving on to a very important meeting. It was guarded by heroes from the Gregory and a very large number of heroes were involved. Near him was a blue cat and the strongest hero from the organization named Hannah. The genie who was on the roof said that he was already tired of accompanying this nobleman. Then Nestor told him that nothing could be done. The investments from President John amounted to 90% of the total capital of the Gregory. Then Master Jean replied that, nevertheless, he did not like the rumors about him because he was known for his bad character. After that, he asked the page if Bloody Lynx had contacted her. But she replied that he never got in touch and John didn't like it very much. The Bloody Lynx was now in the bar, drinking whiskey and looking at something that was in his hand. It was part of a Rest Bowl suit. The weight was in grams, and the elasticity was such that it could be pulled over an elephant. Dark said that there were several special additional features in this suit, such as fire resistance and water resistance. He told all interested heroes to contact him, and he would create costumes for them that were very similar in functionality. Lynx said that it looks like Darkness is crazy. If he really thinks that one of the heroes will wear this, then Lynx will said that he really wanted to try this costume, and as Dark to make it and to make Hanel in blue. Hanel took his suit and said that it is better to die of shame than to lose your life without wearing this suit. That day, Jean said that his body is more reliable than the suits and he has a set of uniforms from their school. One of the heroes asked for a black suit, and then Dark said that Respol would receive a suit in green. When Respol put it on, the Lynx immediately began to laugh and say that if he sees this in battle, he will die of horror. He told his friend that he would definitely not regret it when he was killed because he did not wear it. And the Bloody Lynx said that most likely the Respol would die first, and even said that he was ready to bet 200,000 won. They agreed to the bet, and Ripple said that the Lynx will lose and die much earlier than the Resurgent. And now Bloody Lynx sat at the bar and looked at his friend's logo. He said that he knew that he would die first and said that now Restbull should give him the winnings. Suddenly villains entered the bar, and one of them said that he had heard rumors that the Gregory had left. And the second immediately added that Bloody Lynx looks more like a villain from the outside. Instead of answering anything, the Bloody Lynx just took a sip from the glass. Then the villain continued saying that the reality is that the heroes are just crazy. The second one added that such heroes as Darkness are damn bastards because they killed many more people than the villains. Someone put his hand on the Bloody Lynx's shoulder and said that he was simply a lousy hero with his approach to enemies. After he finished this, The hero hit the villain's face on the bar counter. The second villain was very scared when he saw that he managed to neutralize the villain with one blow. Then the bloody links turned to him and said that they could only talk about heroes behind their backs. He looked straight into the villain's eyes and said that they were so weak that they could only discuss the others. After that, he ordered him to get lost, because if he appears in this bar again, he will kill him. After that, the bloody links returned to the place where he had been drinking and took a few more sips of whiskey. But suddenly, while he was chanting this drink, he realized something. And the awareness of this did not give him peace. Links realized that that guy was there then, and if it was definitely him, then this leads him to very unsettling thoughts. The anxiety that the hero felt was difficult to describe in words. Person stood in front of his opponent and realized that this time he could not escape the battle. Blake told him that he would finally be able to test how Person behaves in battle and what skills he has. Before Person, there was the only SS class villain in the world, the Butcher, but he is nothing outstanding compared to his fame. He was not strong or fast, he didn't even have magical powers. He was simply strong, truly a god of battle, a man who reached the top only thanks to his overwhelming talent in combat. This is a fight opponent that cannot guarantee victory in perfect condition, and this disoriented Person. Blake said that he was already tired of waiting for the enemy to attack, and therefore he would start first person. I realized that it was best to end the battle immediately with the strongest technique he owned. He immediately focused and hypersonic pulses began to spread beneath his feet. They became more and more abundant, and the blue energy of the table also radiated from them. Paulson created his own territory and established space around himself, and he could capture this space with unprecedented light. It just so happened to Ellie that she too was associated with the gloomy brilliance. There is a difference in the strength of coercion depending on the ability of the enemy. But if you find yourself in the twilight, it is unlikely that you will be able to free yourself. Suddenly Blake felt the presence of this energy and began to look around. A real butcher, he managed to notice the invisible shadow shine by touch. Very quickly, he felt that he was being shackled. And he said that he already saw the weak point of this energy. A second later, he said that he saw him, and at that moment the Person was very scared. All because the Butcher was able to destroy all this aura with just one movement, and it was destroyed. The first time he managed to identify the twilight shine and destroy it, Blake for the first time saw the movement of the most complex, gloomy brilliance and immediately dispelled it. Moreover, the enemy had already approached the Person and asked what had just surprised him. He immediately struck with his Butcher's cleaver, but Person was able to dodge this blow. The cutting blows continued further, but the Person dodged more quickly than any warrior. After some time, he began to miss blows, and could not understand why he could not dodge. He couldn't dodge all the blows because he couldn't read his opponent's attacks. Blake came even closer to him, and said that Person had made a very big mistake. When he fought with Ellie, he had to come to kill, and if he decided to spare the enemy, he exposed himself to this fate. Then Person understood everything and turned his head towards where the girl he had just defeated was located. And when he looked there, he noticed that Ellie had disappeared from that place and was no longer sitting there. Blake took advantage of this opportunity and slashed his sword directly at the Person's body. The villain immediately felt incredible pain, and blood began to flow like a river from his mouth. He went down on one knee again, since standing on two legs was already quite difficult. Blake he said that now it's clear that Person is exhausted because he has the strength of a child, but still Person was able to find the strength to get up. Even though this stance was rather uncertain, he still stood and looked into the face of danger. It was hard to breathe, and every breath he took was as if blood had entered the trachea. Blake laughed because he understood that eliminating such a weakened enemy would not be difficult. He said that he was surprised that Person was able to get up after such wounds and invited him to join the Highlander. Blake added that they would immediately take him there to the post of Corps Commander and perhaps promote him to successor. That the exhausted Person he said that he was grateful for this opportunity, but he was already a member of the Severin team. Blake had never heard anything like this before, so he decided to ask what he meant. He heard someone from the bush shout suffering, and at the same time some movement began. He turned his head to see who was there and saw him in front of him. It was Kin-san, who was preparing to strike directly at the Highlander chief. Blake saw this delay and did not have time to dodge the attack. There was a blow from which Blake could only defend himself by putting his weapon forward, but it didn't really help, so indeed it sent him flying a short distance anyway. Kim immediately asked the Person how his condition was, but he had not yet answered anything. Shiratri he said that he was angry with him for going behind the trees and then began to treat the severe bleeding with hemostasis. Blake said that this was just some kind of team of rats and not a serious organization. Kim began to tell him that he was not a serious opponent at all, and could not understand how to address him, as you are you. Then Tae Jean said that you need to address the enemy directly in order to scare him. And Kim added that there are 4 of them, and Blake is only one. Tae Jean said that this is not so because it is obvious that there are many Highlanders in the forest. Therefore, it is more likely for verses 200. They were silent for a while as Kim thought about a morning tea emanating way to tell Blake that he was finished. He turned to the Tae Jean, who at that moment was very excited that their boss was a real charmer. Blake told Tae Jean that they had not seen each other for a long time, and also asked how he was generally doing. He also asked why he didn't greet his father. And Tae Jean answered him that it looks like it's time for Blake to retire. Kim was surprised that Tae Jean was Blake's son, and the Highlander founder also added that he raised it. Tae Jean corrected him and said that he was not a son, but a mercenary whom he did not raise, but created weapons for murder. Then Blake raised his hand and said that it looked like a little more people would have to be used against this suffering. As soon as he did this, it immediately became clear to everyone that they were far from alone here. Highlanders in these forests, and even Kim himself said that there were a lot of opponents. Blake sat down on a stone and said that person should be left alive and everyone else should be killed on the spot. Highlander began their attack, and it was clear that they were attacking in waves. Tae Jean told his boss to get ready, but it seems that Kim Sang did not fully understand him. Tae Jean grabbed his hand and at the same time said that Kim's hand was very hard. After that, he threw the guy straight into the big Highlander group. The warriors with swords who tried to attack did not expect such a turn of events. Suddenly, the guy's body flew right into them, but the damage they received was much more impressive. Kim looks towards his friend and looked accusingly into his eyes, and Tae Jean in turn shouted to the Highlanders to get a taste of the boss's body, which is the best weapon. Highlander could not understand what kind of hard body this boy had and why it was so strong. Someone even tried to hit him with a sword, but it did not bring any result. He only broke his sword on his head, and not a scratch appeared on the guy's body. He grabbed his head and said that actually it was quite painful. After that, with just one blow, he sent this Highlander several 100 meters away. Highlander, we realized that the enemy is not simple and this guy is a fighter with high combat skills. A Tae Jean came to him as he wanted to help his boss. Now he stood in a circle around the opponents and Kim began to notice that the Highlanders were standing somehow incorrectly. Turns out Tae Jean managed to strike all of them while moving inside the circle. Kim didn't even have time to understand anything. A Tae Jean has already said that the boss fight's great and we need to continue in the same spirit. Meanwhile, Shiratri said that there is no need to rejoice. After all, this is only the beginning of a fierce battle. Blake again gave command to his troops and said that he was very surprised by this unknown guy. At that same second, the Highlanders began their movement and it looked like they were lining up in some kind of vehicle. It was a shadow line technique, and all of these fighters were professionally trained to use it. Tae Jean, realizing what was happening, he asked the boss to leave, but Kim Sen said that he would also fight. Blake considered the opponents to be puppies and said that now they will see what they are capable of. Suddenly, the founder of Highlander, I heard a voice ask him to light a cigarette. It was John Homer, who stood on a tree branch and told Blake that they had not seen each other for a long time. When Kim saw him, he was very surprised, but moreover, even Tae Jean found out what kind of grandfather he was. He looked at him and said the word idol. After all, this was another nickname that grandfather lived for his life. In a short trial, he was scared because he did not understand how he ended up here and on whose side he wanted to fight. The Highlanders who saw him were also afraid that he might turn against them. John turned to Blake and said that he owed this boy and asked if he could just leave. But he replied that you couldn't suddenly show up after a few decades and ask for something like that. He also said that this request sounded like a threat and asked his grandfather if this was true or if he was too sensitive. John said that he was ready to threaten if necessary, because his authority and just one time made him straighten up, because now Blake stood at his full height and looked at his old acquaintance, John Homer, who was still standing on the tree branch. Suddenly, Ellie, who couldn't even imagine that he would appear here, got into the dialogue. But at present, the army was overwhelming. But it was not clear how to deal with the idol. Suddenly, Blake gave the order to withdraw the troops and return to base. Ellie couldn't understand it, but the commander said that today, we just need to retreat. And he also ordered Ellie to do the same. He said that the Highlander troops needed to be recalled, and Ellie told him that the order would be carried out. The team couldn't believe that they were actually leaving, and Kim said that they had won. John said that he was grateful and would not forget this debt to Blake, but he in turn answered him that the fee for one request was very high, and he also added that if they meet by chance, then everything will be completely different. On that day, he will kill him and said that this is not a warning and should never be forgotten. Grandfather laughed and said that he understood and would keep this in mind for the rest of his life. When Highlander and the others left, Kim Sang immediately ran up to John. He began to thank him and said that he was incredibly cool since everyone listened seriously and laughed. Person said that he owed this old man because he had just saved their lives. He said that if you compare this with what Kim did for the viola, then his help is simply nothing. Then Kim said that perhaps they should live together. But he replied that he had a responsibility to take care of the bellcock. Ellie, who was following her commander, did not know how to choose the right moment to ask a question. But still, she asked why they decided to retreat even if it was the request of the stone idol. After all, the Highlanders had already taken control of everything around them, and this was enough for their defeat. Then Blake raised his sword and said that Ellie was mistaken if she thought that they retreated because of John. Then Nellie asked what was the main reason because she was incredibly interested. At that moment, the commander gave a small click to his sword, and from it, it cracked in half. Ellie couldn't believe what happened to Ella, because this weapon was made of metal. It was like a fairy tale, which is the strongest material for weapons that cannot be destroyed. Then the girl suggested that at the moment, when the guy struck, and Blake blocked it, he hit the sword. After all, such a blow cannot break the spell of an ordinary person, and even a hero. Suddenly Blake began to realize that he was accompanied by a person. This was a baby he had seen for the first time, and moreover, it was such a strange power. And then the commander realized that the one he was looking for was that child. Ellie still didn't realize anything and wanted to ask her commander how this could happen. The commander told her that, in fact, everything is much simpler than she thinks. The bloody lynx, meanwhile, was still in that bar, and it looked like he was waiting for someone. He didn't talk to anyone, but just sat at the counter and sipped whiskey from time to time. Suddenly someone came into the room, and this person really attracted the attention of everyone else who was here. They didn't understand why he even came here. If he understood how popular he was, they could understand for us how such a person is darkness, whom everyone considered to be a poor psychopath, got here. There were even suggestions that perhaps he came to kill everyone and find out information about someone. When he sat down next to the bloody lynx, he told him that the audience welcomed him very much. Darkness answered him that he was glad that he had lived so long, that he had lived to see the moment when the red lynx himself wanted to see him. Lynx answered him that when he sees Dark, he thinks that he really lived a good life and offered him a drink. He answered him that he doesn't drink, despite the fact that the lynx said that he could easily go outside without a mask. After all, no one knows him. Then he asked him to tell him his real name, Hannel, because such a vile stalker as he could not help but know it. Dark ordered him to stop choking and get to the heart of the matter, to why he came here. Bloody Lynx said that he was very uninteresting and took another sip from his glass. With just one smooth stroke, he emptied it completely and got to the point. Bloody Lynx turned his head and told Darkness that he needed help from him. He replied that this was quite unexpected, because usually requests are made to the Bloody Lynx. Lynx could not help but find any clues. He would have done anything to get on the tail of the killer Rest Bowl, but even in VN he could not find him. He also added that any information, even the slightest clue, would be useful. Bloody Lynx seemed to find out about this everywhere. He believes that Darkness can accomplish this. Then the target asked the hero if he knew why he did not help him with his search. All because it is dangerous. After all, the closer he gets to the enemy alone, the more danger bars is in. The Bloody Lynx said that he doesn't care about all the dangers, so he just needs help with the search. Darkness was silent for some time, and then said that in exchange for this, the Lynx must fulfill two conditions. The hero immediately said that he would unconditionally agree to any conditions in order to find the killer. The first condition was that in case of unforeseen circumstances, they would share all their affairs with the Gregory. Dark, of course, made another request, but the Bloody Lynx did not give this request any importance. He took advantage of the Darkness information and began to move around VM in search of a target. Before this, Dark explained to him all the information he had. On the day when 3 guards were killed, a small plane flew into Fortress G on the mountain. This model is not from an exhibition, but a prefabricated aircraft. Dark managed to find out who bought spare parts for it. The result of the surveillance showed that the buyers were the Shiratri terrorist. And when Dark followed him, he realized that they were living in an abandoned house. Perhaps they lived there until this day, but there is still another variation. Darkness said that there was a fuzzy man following them, and they probably changed their place. But Bloody Lynx had tracking skills, and that could help. This was enough for such a powerful hero to find and identify all enemies. Going inside, he saw clear signs of human presence and the fact that someone lived here. 4 toothbrushes were found in the bathroom, and this matched the number of individuals that lived here. Darkness, as information was insignificant, and the movement of the persons was close to ideal, and yet the remaining traces were irrevocably erased by time. And the traces left there are at such a level that even Dark gave up. However, there is a fact that Dark would not even think about. Well, what Bloody Lynx thought about. The Bloody Lynx was ready to lay down his life just to eliminate the one who killed the rest bull. And when he used all his knowledge, he climbed the rock and discovered some kind of trailer. This trailer did not fit the surroundings at all and looked quite foreign. The Bloody Lynx immediately jumped off this cliff and wanted to get closer to this incomprehensible structure. The trailer was too big for a regular container. It became obvious that someone was living there. It was impossible to enter there right away, because perhaps there are some kind of security systems there. Moreover, if the entire group is now inside, then you first need to observe. Suddenly, the Bloody Lynx heard that someone was walking through the forest and was getting closer. He turned to that area and began to watch in order to understand who it was coming. Suddenly he saw a man in a mask and instantly realized who he was. But in order to understand how this could happen, you need to move back some time. Then he himself approached the Shiratri and asked here everyone had gone. And he answered him that he was glad that he had already gotten up. He notified him that Person and Campagian had gone to finish the last battle, where they want to remove all traces. Kim said that he realized that everyone was busy, so he wanted to take a little walk. I asked if he wanted to go with him, but he replied that he would just walk around the area himself. He walked through the forest and realized that he was alone, in which he had lived for a long time. And now this loneliness does not haunt him, and San walked in a good mood through the forest. He experienced a prolonged event, and it made him intoxicated with calm. And for a moment he even felt like he was in ordinary life. It was a nice sunny day, and it had a positive effect on the guy's mood. Sen enjoying a good and relaxed mood, and walked further and further through the forest. But suddenly, the two unexpectedly collided and almost instantly recognized each other. Kim was very scared when he saw in front of him someone who was chasing him, as if this was his goal in life. And Bloody Lynx, in turn, looked at Kim Sang and did not know what to do. He put his finger to his ear and told Gregory to come to him. The guy watched this and realized that most likely the hero was bluffing. The Bloody Lynx's gestures seemed ostentatious, and the guy understood that he wanted to intimidate him. Naturally, there were no Bloody Lynx's colleagues everywhere, and even he didn't expect her to collide so quickly. But the hero was a veteran who went through thick and thin and was ready for different situations. After the last time he escaped and lost his mind, he decided for himself that he would not repeat the same mistake again. Dark's information in his past experience, then Sand, is completely new. And the Bloody Lynx remembers this for a moment and therefore bluffs. And this bluff was the first step which showed that the battle would soon begin. Suddenly, instead of looking at the enemy and expecting an attack, the Bloody Lynx looked towards the trailer. He realized that Person in combat and when most likely inside, and if they join, he would have no chance of victory. Therefore, first of all, you need to separate them. Bloody Lynx asked, does the guy remember it? Then Kim began to retreat, and the hero said that if he runs away, first of all, he will catch the rest of the group. At the words of the Bloody Lynx, Kim trembled because he did not want to hurt his soul even more. He had very little experience. Lynx understood that Kim values his friends, and now he must manipulate this. That's why the Lynx said that he had a special offer. He asked if the guy understands that his colleagues are eager to catch the whole group. However, now he only wants to deal with Kim. Kim made a choice between calmly following the Bloody Lynx or starting a dog fight with his friends. After all, even if he lets Kim go, he will definitely catch two of the team. He gave the guy 1 minute to decide, but it looked like he was ready to answer much faster. Kim himself said that he would go after the Bloody Lynx, and without even considering other options. Lynx was pleased that everything turned out that way. After a short time, they moved to another location, which Kim said knew nothing about. There was bloody links in front of him, and he just looked at the guy like he was a victim. The guy asked if it was necessary to go so far, and then asked where he was. Bloody links answered him that at this place, he first visited Vienne together with Restbull, and so he asks the guy directly. He was interested in why he killed Restbull. The guy said in a trembling voice that the links had misunderstood, because he actually couldn't do anything like that and didn't remember at all. With one movement, the links destroyed the stone that was in his hand and asked if the guy wanted to say that Restbull was nothing. He replied that he really doesn't remember anything, and doesn't understand how he was able to defeat the hero that day. Bloody Link said that further conversation is absolutely pointless, and we need to move on to action. Even if the guy doesn't resist, the Bloody Links will still kill him. The guy started screaming that it really couldn't have been him, and that day he doesn't remember killing anyone. Bloody Links didn't like the way the guy talked about it at all, as if he wasn't on the killing team. Person, according to official figures, killed 62 people and was a 1-its class villain. Tae Jean officially killed 374 people, and the same was 1-it as an S-class villain. Seraphim organized 7 terrorist attacks on the government and was the target of special attention. In this world, people were wanted for murder, even for the murder of one person. Bloody Rice didn't understand why the guy was acting like a child. Kim said that this couldn't be neither because the guys couldn't do something like that, something must have happened. Links then said that Kim sent himself killed 2 people and asked why he decided to become a villain in the first place. At that moment, that guy realized how stupid the reason was in the first place. After all, he tried to ignore reality and acted like a real stupid child. Kim's son only wanted to become a villain because he wanted to be cool. When Bloody Links heard this, he didn't understand anything at first, but after a couple of seconds, he became furious at what he heard. Did Kim really want to become a villain without even thinking about it, and killed Restbull because of it? Kim realized that he wouldn't be able to talk to this guy because fury had completely covered him. At that same second, Bloody Links used the 5 spirits technique, which was also called Death God Descent. When this spirit appeared, Kim could barely stand on his feet. This was a unity technique, and Blood Links absorbed the energy from these 5 spirits. He felt pain when this happened, but at the same time, he gained incredible strength. Kim watched all this and understood how difficult the enemy was in battle. He looked at his body and realized that this guy was definitely very serious. Bloody Link summoned 5 spirits at once and was easily able to absorb them. The hero said that the guy really thought that he would be careless after he killed his best friend. The guy asked him to stop because he didn't want to kill Restbull that day, but the Links no longer wanted to listen to him, and simply asked the guy what he was thinking when he did this. Here I am with such great power. He used it without thinking, and now he will understand what consequences this leads to. The guy saw a very angry and strong opponent in front of him, and constantly asked him to calm down. But suddenly he disappeared somewhere, and it happened so quickly that the guy didn't notice. He began to feel some kind of energy near his face on the left side. When Kim Sen turned his head, he saw the enemy's fist rushing towards his face. Will the guy be able to survive such an attack? When Kim Sen took this blow, that is, he experienced a shock that he felt for the first time in his life. The blow was so strong that the flow of energy instantly began to spread around, creating a shockwave and scattering stones. The guy's body began to fly away, but it seemed that the Bloody Links was not ready to let go of his opponent and again pushed away from the place where he stood. The guide tried to get to his feet, and he succeeded quite successfully, after which he began to look at his enemy. He had never felt such blows before, and it was very unsettling to realize that this had happened now. Before he even had time to blink, the Bloody Links had already moved closer to his body, and seemed to be preparing to strike with a strong blow. Another moment, and the hero's fist again struck the guy's face. And again, the flow of energy began to spread. The guy fell to the ground, and his body flew into it with such force that it created noticeable cracks. Kim Sen very quickly realized that this was dangerous, and receiving a couple more such blows was too risky for his childish body. Therefore, it was necessary to fight back despite the fact that now the guy was slightly scared. Since he was meeting such a hero for the first time, he even managed to land one blow, after which the Bloody Links lost his vigilance for several seconds. Kim Sen noticed that when his opponent was in the air, he definitely received a lot of damage after this blow. Therefore, he began to think about what to do next, because he needed to take advantage of this situation and carry out a powerful counterattack. But it seems that he was not destined to do this, because the Bloody Links only had 1 second to come to his senses. He dealt another blow to Kim, after which his body flew several tens of meters away from the battle site. At lightning speed, he flew into a rock that was nearby, and an ordinary person would definitely die after such a blow. But Kim Sang was not an ordinary person, and even after such a blow, he was still able to stand on his feet and breathe. But nevertheless, San, who had never even really fought during his school years, had never felt this, let alone martial arts. He had never received blows of this kind, and now, despite the fact that he did not feel pain, he understood that the damage to his body had been quite significant. These were life-threatening injuries, and the guy was definitely not ready to die right now. He got down on all fours and couldn't understand why Bloody Lynx was okay, since he just hit him pretty hard. The guy began to remember all the moments when he struck much weaker blows on other opponents. He realized that when he hit all of them, they flew very far away and received quite significant damage. And now he hit even harder than before, and the enemy seemed to have lost his mind for just a second. While he was thinking about this, the Bloody Lynx said that Kim's strength and endurance were definitely amazing, and then asked why he didn't attack. Without waiting for an answer, he asked another question, because he was interested in the fact that Kim was also very fast. After all, last time, it seemed to him that he and the Bloody Lynx were approximately on the same level. He wondered if Kim San still had the same strength. But at that moment, it was even difficult for the guy to look at his enemy. He just stood with the last of his strength and looked at him, thinking about how to proceed. But instead of waiting, the Blood Lynx used Crimson Wind, and it was an incredibly powerful technique. The guy fell to the floor and did not show any signs of life because his body had suffered significant damage. Bloody Lynx could not understand what kind of strong body this guy had. After all, few people managed to survive the blow of the Crimson Wind. When the Bloody Lynx came closer to the guy's body, he began to feel some kind of energy coming from Kim's hands. He couldn't understand what it was because it was energy that within a few seconds forced him to move a short distance away. Having moved literally a meter around his body, some kind of blue energy began to circulate, and this ball came time to rise. The guy decided to use this chance in a rather unique way, and stuttering we tried to convey his thought to the enemy. He started shouting that he had already said that he didn't remember anything, and that perhaps what he was accused of was not done by him. But instead of understanding the guy, Bloody Lynx said that Kim-san would soon die and would consider telling this story to Respol. Then the guy realized that it looked like he wouldn't be able to reach the enemy, and he needed to move on to action. He carried the blow with his fist straight to the Bloody Lynx's face, and he was unable to block it. At this time, at the Darkness secret base, all monitors were glowing red due to an alarm. He quickly ran to the computer in order to understand what happened and why the alarm level turned on. Darkness tried for a very long time to understand what happened, and when he realized it, it plunged him into horror. The Bloody Lynx appeared in procession, and now the computer was giving an error called the unification of the descent. When the hero realized this, for some unknown reason, he immediately began to leave the base, all because he realized something. He moved quite quickly since the descent means that the entire attack power increases exponentially. This can only mean that there is a deaf god have the highest level of skill. Moreover, such a huge amount of force use speaks volumes about this. However, this was not even possession, but real unity. The Bloody Lynx's aura can be depleted, causing it to die. Literally half a minute later, Darkness was already sitting in his plane, which he used only in the most extreme situations in order to quickly move. He could operate such means quite well, as he had a lot of time to learn. The engines turned on and the plane was ready to start moving and reach a very high speed quite quickly. Darkness left the hangar and rushed towards his friend in order to save his life. The plane was flying so fast that literally after a few seconds, it was no longer visible from the hangar. It was a true stealth jet, and in the hands of a man like Darkness, it was quite a powerful weapon. There was a short distance to VN. Darkness remembered that all objects flying over VN would be destroyed by the villains. In addition, due to the jammas installed by the villains, GPS does not work in this place, which means he will not be able to understand where he is flying. Even if Darkness gets together, he will be lost there for a long time, so he decided to record an appeal to Gregory. The computer said that Gregory was missing right now, but still he decided to turn to Hanel and Master Jean. Meanwhile, the real battle took place in Israel. Part of the city here looked more like ruins. In the middle of all this hell was Master Jean, who was carrying someone's body on his shoulders. He constantly repeated the same phrase. He wanted Esther to finally come to her senses. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared from under the earth. And very quickly, the hero realized that this would bring him a lot of problems. Now, two villains appeared in front of him who, despite the fact that they had arms and legs, very faintly resembled people. Moreover, they had several dozen teeth, and as soon as they emerged from the ground, they immediately began to attack. Master Jean could not believe that this was happening, because he only wanted to retreat, but now he would have to fight some more. It's good that suddenly, out of nowhere, a blue cat appeared, which was able to destroy one of the villains with one blow. But of course, the heroine decided to stop there and began to strike the rest of the villains with her powerful legs. Master Jean said that the girl was just in time, and the blue one immediately asked him if they had caught the lineman. At the same time, while running away, Master Jean said that they had caught him. But out of nowhere, the lieutenants jumped out calling monsters, and they attacked Esther. After hearing everything, the blue cat asked where Elle was, and Master Jean replied that he had most likely left to deal with the lieutenants. Meanwhile, the Israeli wars no longer knew what to do, and the situation looked like a real trap. One of the soldiers said that they must declare a state of emergency for the state, and they understood that if they stayed here, they would be destroyed. Moreover, one of them said that if they retreat, the villains will enter the settlement and it will be a disaster. Therefore, it was decided not to retreat to anyone in the name of God, and to hold the defense until the last breath. But as soon as one of the warriors shouted this, suddenly, lightning rang out in the sky and struck one of the villains. The warriors could not believe their eyes, because everything around them was lit up in blue, and the sounds died down. And when they realized that the source of this light could possibly save them, they were very happy. The villains who could also observe all this concluded that this guy is the supreme hero. A handle appeared in the sky, and the entire sky was covered with lightning, which struck the ground from time to time, and the handle face was not particularly happy. And at that very second, all the villains realized that they would die here. Still, they couldn't do anything other than attack, so they prepared to strike. There were a lot of them, and it seemed like they had lost their sanity. They decided to attack the handle all at once like that. The hero got ready and his body began to emit lightning, and his face became increasingly angry. It was at this moment that all the villains realized that he only had a few seconds left to live. A powerful explosion occurred that scattered the villains in different directions. Their bodies were struck by lightning. He told them that he would not allow villains to walk around this earth like this and do whatever they wanted. Having said this, he made a swift dash and literally in 3 seconds destroy more than 10 enemies with the help of lightning. Meanwhile, the battle between Bloody Lynx and Kim Sang was in full swing, and Darkness flying on his plane was waiting for your moment when enemy air defense noticed him. He arrived in Vienna, and from that moment, he realized that he could now be detected. Therefore, it was decided to turn on the autopilot so that the plane itself would fly to the specified point where the Bloody Lynx was located, clear from the radar that he was moving in the right direction. Meanwhile, the villains below were talking about the plane. One of them said that some fearless man was flying a jet plane in their airspace, and asked his comrade what to do. He told him that there was no need to ask about the obvious because this flying object just needed to be shot down. Then he took a portable anti-aircraft gun, shouted that it looked like this stranger was chanting a request for death since he flown here. The launch took place and the rocket flew out of the launcher at great speed, gradually catching up with the plane. But Darkness was ready for this, because when the rocket took off, the plane immediately began to notify the one who was flying it about the danger. An explosion occurred and the jet was destroyed by a shot from a man-portable air defense system. While Darkness levitated on a special device, it could fly, and as soon as Darkness stood on it, it immediately began to move closer to the earth. This device was innovative and could easily lift and lower the person standing on it. Darkness landed, and from that moment, he realized that he needed to start moving forward in order not to waste time. And so it happened, he immediately rushed towards the people who shot him down, because he realized that they would not leave him. The villains realized that this man seemed to be completely fearless, because he was approaching them high speed. As he got closer and closer, at one point one of the villains said that this man's face seemed familiar to him. It was Darkness, and the villains couldn't understand why the bastard came here and what he wanted. A portal appeared near the levitating board, and Darkness pulled out a small submachine gun from there. Darkness immediately opened fire on all the villains, and in just a few seconds, they were all dead. In parallel with this, the hero contacted the Bloody Lynx and said that he had arrived in Vienna. And first of all, he asked the Lynx to retreat. He ordered to retreat now, because then they will be able to fight by joining forces. But instead of following this advice, the Bloody Lynx sent a stream of energy towards its opponent. Kim Sen again flew at high speed into the rock. And after all this, another rather impressive explosion occurred. The guy did not feel pain, but understood the incredible damage his body had received. Instead, Bloody Lynx felt pain, and at the same time, her darkness ordering him to retreat, saying that it was urgent. All because of the fact that he ate the power that was released against the will of the Bloody Lynx, and his body cannot withstand it. The Bloody Lynx heard all these messages, but despite them, the descent was used, and specifically the power of power. Darkness could not believe that all this was happening in reality, and asked the Bloody Lynx what he was doing. The fact that darkness began to turn to the Bloody Lynx on you brought a smile to the hero's face. After all, he had never done this before. After that, he said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. And as Dark saw to watch how he would now destroy this guy, he picked up considerable speed and prepared to deliver the final blow to the boy's body to finish him off. Dark began to shout at him and tell him that this did not need to be done, because in this case, the Bloody Lynx would die. If things continue like this, he will die from exhaustion, and therefore darkness must find him in order to stop him. However, the VN was full of radio interference, and because of this, darkness would not be able to know the exact location of the target. He used the maximum speed value for his booster in order to move as quickly as possible. He didn't care even if the rocket board exploded. He swore that he would turn everything around at random to find the target. Due to the fact that the guy began to retreat, the Bloody Lynx said to chase him. He climbed onto the rock and saw in front of him the same Kim San, who, for some reason, was still standing on his feet. When he saw the enemy in full growth, he said that he expected that this guy was somewhere much stronger. And after that, the Bloody Lynx screamed and asked him if this was all he could do. At that second, the guy realized that the enemy was so strong that he could not defeat him. He realized that he would lose, and this meant that this very place would become his grave, and the last place where he would end up. In fact, at this time, Sun did not push the Bloody Lynx much. Although he pushed him back slightly, they still maintained the position at 6:4. But the guy who had never participated in such an extreme battle before did not have the skill to calmly understand the situation. In addition, there was one problem that very frightened Kim. His mind was rapidly collapsing. For the first time in a long time, Kim Sang heard an inner voice that called him trash. And inner voice told Kim that he was fighting a very weak opponent, but the guy said that that person was very strong. Then the voice told him that in fact, it was just Kim who was weak, and if he took matters into his own hands, he would tear this insect apart. After that, he ordered the guy to immediately let him into his body, and a very evil image appeared before Kim's eyes. The guy immediately asked the voice what he meant when he said this. A dark aura began to appear around the guy's body, and at that moment, Kim realized that perhaps what he was so afraid of what happened now. He fell to the ground, and the aura around his body became increasingly black and left behind an even blacker trace. In parallel with all this, the Bloody Lynx said that the guy would not succeed. He was introduced and heard that Rest Bowl was also attacked from different sides, but with such force, it was impossible to turn him because such a weakling as Kim Sen was of no use. An inner voice ordered the guy to give control into his hands and let him into his body, but Kim understood that this could not be done because a catastrophe would happen again without his knowledge, and he realized that this was too dangerous. He felt that this voice was getting louder and swore that this would not happen, and he would never transfer control into the hands of the demon. Meanwhile, the Bloody Lynx said that Rest Bowl was watching all this from heaven and ordered the guy to be sure to apologize to him there. Then the guy began to think that perhaps it was worth letting the voice into his body, because this was the only way to survive. Kim Sen's mind gateway, and this immediately became noticeable to his opponent. He saw a bright red glow, and realized that it was better to go a short distance in order not to get hit. He jumped literally 5 meters so that the enemy could not reach him instantly. Watching all this from such a distance, he couldn't believe his eyes, because he was seeing something like this for the first time. A bright red glow appeared around Kim's body, which looked like a demonic image. But what was remarkable was that this demon occupied exactly half of the guy's body and the other half was under Kim's control. Bloody Lynx just silently looked at all this for a while. And after all, the whole battle he saw in front of him only an ordinary guy who was tenacious. Darkness, who had been moving all this time, also felt something was wrong and decided to check his locator. The aura exploded beyond the limits of reason, and he immediately noticed it. This meant that events will unfold much worse, and when he realized this, he slightly lost hope that he would be able to persuade his comrade. That demon separated along with Kim, and even the guy himself could not believe that this was happening. He stood directly opposite his opponent, and Link said that he knew that everything would turn out exactly like this. Rest Bull once. His face became more embittered, and he said that he now realized that this demon is the murderer of Ripple, and he will pay for it. The demonic entity asked the enemy who this Rest Bull is, because he does not remember the trampled and killed worms. Link said that this is good, because he will teach the demon memories that he will not forget forever. At that very second, the explosive Crimson Hurricane was used, and Blood Lynx used all of his strength for this attack. Its speed was close to the speed of light, and it was moving directly in Kim's direction. But the demonic entity moved even faster, even without particularly straining. Despite the fact that the demon stood still with Kim and the enemy was moving towards them, the demon did not think of retreating. When the Lynx struck, with just one movement, the demon was able to both block the blow and counterattack. The bloody Lynx was already lying on the ground, and it looked like he had lost consciousness for a while. Darkness, using all its sensors, could not understand what kind of power this was, because the enemy released the entire descent in just one time. Lynx tried to get up, but then the demonic entity began to come closer to him, and having come close enough, he wanted to bring his hands to the body of the defeated enemy. But when Kim realized what the demon wanted to do, he stopped his hand with his hand, saying that he would not allow the demon to use his body. The demon replied that the body now belonged to him, and added that all the garbage should disappear. The guy was in a panic and constantly asked why there was such a monster in his body, and asked him what he even was. While they were not talking to each other, Bloody Lynx found the strength to stand up. He said that everything should be the way it is happening now. A smile appeared on his face because he was confident in his abilities. And also the Bloody Lynx understood that there was one more important matter left, but at the same time, he received a message from Darkness. He told him that if the Lynx uses the descent again, then he will die. The hero replied that Darkness should not worry. After all, there was still an important matter left, but before that, he asked Dark to excuse him and pass on the changes to the others. He also added that he was grateful to his comrade and asked that his last wish be fulfilled. The most powerful energy flowed around his body, and he began to run again towards his opponent, while listening to Darkness dissuading him. But the Lynx said that he had not even hit his opponent once and was about to do just that. Suddenly, the demon stopped the argument with the bearer of his body because he felt someone moving nearby. He struck with his hand directly at the enemy with great speed that the Lynx did not even have time to blink. Confusion was visible on his face, because the blow was very strong and incredibly accurate. Moreover, the demon did not strike with his own hand, but was able to cut the enemy's body only by changing the wind pressure. The Bloody Lynx began to experience incredible pain. But despite this, he was not going to stop the fight. He became even more furious and pushed off from the place and began to run towards the enemy. He ran close enough, he jumped back again and tried to deliver a quick strike from the air. But the demon was able to intercept this and stood up to deliver not very soon wrong blows to his opponent. At the same time, the monster listened to Kim ordering him to stop. I understand that this is useless. He began to shout to the Bloody Lynx to run away faster. A few seconds later, the Bloody Lynx was already lying on the floor, and it looked like he had spent all his strength. At the same time, he only thought that he had not even hit the enemy once, so it was not time to die. His hand barely moved, and he tried to use it to lift his body. But when he raised his head, he saw a demonic entity there, which was preparing to finish him off. Then the Bloody Lynx tensed his hand and said to himself that he had to hit him at least once. That the demonic entity had already prepared to attack and extended his hand directly into the Bloody Lynx's face. At that moment, the hero decided to tense up for the last time and shouted that he would strike at least once. He extended his hand, but it turned out that the limb of the demonic entity was much faster than his hand. The enemy's paw was already right next to his face, and the Bloody Lynx realized that this was the last second of his life. He closed his eyes and asked Rest Bull forgiveness for the fact that he was never able to take revenge. But suddenly he felt that the hand had disappeared somewhere and was already at a greater distance from his face. Then he opened his eyes to see what was happening there, and he thought that he was already in hell. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that Kim-san, with the help of his hand, was able to stop the hand of the demonic entity that had absorbed part of his body. The Bo ordered the ancient demon monster to finish and not dare to control his body as he pleases. He repeated these phrases several times, ordering him to immediately get out of his body right now. For some reason the demon did not answer. His response was silence, which I quickly turned into action. Half of San's body was now free, and he was exhausted after the demon left him. Bloody Link suddenly said that this was the last chance, and then the guy tends to little when he heard this. When he turned his head, I saw that the enemy directed his hand at him in order to grab him. That after all this, he gave up. Now Bloody Lynx was kneeling in front of the boy and lowered his head. For a while, he just thought about things. And this silence was slightly awkward for both of them. Kim Sang asked him if he was okay, but Bloody Lynx didn't answer that question. He just said that now he understood everything. And now he knows how everything really happened. He understood why Kim Sang didn't remember how it happened. And now the Lynx believed that it was seriously another person. He also said that he now realized that Kim is not a bad guy. But he also said that Kim chose the wrong side. Everyone is responsible for their choice, and also those who wield such enormous power. He informed the guy that he had made a frivolous choice. After all, there are things that you shouldn't do even as a joke. He extended his hand to the guy. He said that he was sorry. There was a mask in his hand. And then Kim realized that he no longer had this mask on his face. He put his hand to his face so that the Bloody Lynx would not look at him. After this, the hero said that he should go first. Because he is a hero, he must do his job. He was sorry, because now many more people would know about Kim himself. The guy looked with horror at the hero who was kneeling in front of him, because he noticed something very suspicious. The Bloody Lynx's gaze was somehow empty, and it looked like his eyes had no pupils. Taking a closer look at those, sand began to appear into his eyes in order to understand that he was confused. And when he got closer, he realized that these weren't eyes at all, because I don't have that color. It's a real camera, and it looks like she's been watching this whole time. The guy screamed in horror, because now he realized that this camera had seen his face. A moment later, the Bloody Lynx disappeared somewhere, and Kim San was left screaming here in the middle of the rocks. The entire Gregory looked at the guy through the big screen, and now each of them saw his face. Hanel was angry when he saw this, and from his look, it was clear that he was ready to tear this boy's body in half. The blue cat was also horrified because now she knew a little more than everyone else. Kim's son is 18 years old. He dropped out during his first year of high school. Grades during school years were average. Both parents fought in the war and were killed. Darkness told everyone in Gregory that he is currently the leader of the villain team Seraphim, and, until he was 17 years old, he was not a Superman. Moreover, he became a Superman for reasons unknown to everyone. And it is not entirely clear when exactly this happened. The blue cat who listened to all this could not believe that this was happening and believed that it was just some kind of mistake. For herself, she decided that most likely she just misunderstood something and it's all not true. Master Jean asked the Hanel how to act because this matter cannot be overlooked. The hero said that we need to finish for today because everyone who is on the team now needs to think about everything they heard. A few minutes later, the room in which the conference took place was completely empty. Meanwhile, Hanel came to the president's guards who tried to stop him, saying that even heroes should not suddenly come to the president, and they said that the president was not there and tried to stop this strong hero, at least with words. When Hanel opened the doors to his office, the guards were still shouting to him that the president was not at home, and when the hero saw that there was really no one in the office, only then did he believe the words of the guards. The guards went into the office with him and told him that they had just told him about all this. Hanel asked the guards if President John had told him where he would go. Instead of answering, the guard said that it was disrespectful to call the president by name even to a hero. But when Hanel looked at this guard, he had to answer that they themselves do not know where the president is. A real hermit has been brought in. Hanel's gaze became a little less angry, and it was clear that he was not going to answer the guard. He silently began to leave, and the security decided to ask the guest if he wanted to leave some kind of message. It was unpleasant for these guards to have such a conversation with the hero, and he seemed more like a villain to them, because he did not look entirely kind. Hanel then moved to the river, across which passed one of the largest bridges in the city. He approached one of the benches because someone was sitting on it in an official suit and drinking something. It looks like this man was drinking beer, because there was an accompanying smell around him. Hanel sat down right next to him, and also began to look at the river, which seems to be flowing even faster than usual today. The hero said that he knew that John was here, because there were no other places where he could walk. Seeing that the president does not react at all, Hanel said that perhaps it would be more convenient for him if he called it darkness. There was a short pause, after which Hanel asked darkness if he should fight their opponent. He replied that most likely he would have to resort to this again. There was no other way out. After this, the hero asked if he could defeat this opponent, and if there was even a slight chance. Dark replied that Hanel would not be able to defeat him. Hanel expected such an answer, and told Darkness that now everything was clear to him. At that same second, John handed his small can of beer to a friend, and at the same time said that Hanel still had to do this. After all, they are heroes, and only they have the opportunity and chance to defeat a strong manifestation of evil. After all, this Darkness said that they have two tasks that need to be completed immediately. Firstly, it is strengthening combat capability. They have two S-class opponents and at least one SS class. Leader Rome cannot so loudly declare a one-sided all-out attack. Then Hanel asked what is the second problem because he also needs to know about it. Dark said that it is necessary to gather all the heads of world security heroes immediately and hold an urgent conference. The very next day everyone arrived at the meeting point and were ready to discuss important matters. There were really a lot of people here and they were all from different cultures, but they always had the same goal. They fought against evil because they were the chosen heroes. Despite the fact that they fought in different parts of this world, something still united them. Perhaps this was their goal, or perhaps the similarity of forces, but they gathered like that day quite rarely. And Hanel also realized that this event was truly unique. Everyone was sitting in the conference room, and a photo of Kim Sung was shown on the big screen, just in the nick of time. Dark was explaining the situation all this time, because he realized that there were a lot of people who still didn't understand what was happening. He informed that everyone present had just seen a simulator reproducing the death of Rest Bowl. This is the last battle of the Bloody Links. The second supreme hero, Princess Ryan, said that this was definitely an unusual evil hand and most likely, at the shame, a supreme evil hand. Dark has said that he allows this, even if everything drags on the evil hand must first be destroyed. Someone present asked if there would be enough people. After all, even if there are now small losses in the ranks of the Gregory, this will give rise to negative thoughts. It was the head of the Guardians named Guardian, and he said that the reality was that they couldn't all rush to catch him alone. Spiritual Shaolin named Huan Yunhan said that he would agree with the guard. However, it was not clear whether this Bo was a villain or whether on the contrary, he showed his good side. Then Dark pointed to the demonic part of Kim's body, and added that this was a distortion of space caused by some powerful force. And when he notified everyone that he had found something really most similar to him, then the head of Ultra Nippon Hanzo asked what it was. Then Dark replied that it was a black hole, and it was possible that a black hole could have been discovered on Earth. It is not this Bo's good and evil that is the problem. The Bo by his very existence undermines the safety of the Earth. Therefore, he believes that this goal is unconditionally subject to destruction, and he sees no other way out. But the problem is that this hand is practically unbeatable. Based on his analysis, this power ignores all summoning spells. Warring leader named Pen asked if this hand was truly invincible and superior to all of them. Then the deputy head of the Temple Knights named Joshu interrupted him by saying that someone like the Blue Cat might be able to defeat such a powerful fighter. Dark said that based on his analysis, these fighters are not suitable, and in a one-on-one battle, this is impossible. Then Jesus said that they had good dexterity. If magic is not counted against it, then the fighters will be more useful in order to resist the force. Dark he said that he definitely wouldn't be able to resist and asked Jesus if he saw how the boy pulled out Rest Bowl hand in one movement. He also added that to withstand one blow you need incredible luck, not to mention 3 or more blows. Dark asked everyone present if they were ready to allow this. No one answered anything for quite a long time, because they understood that their enemy was quite strong. Hanel stood up from the table and said that they did not have a surplus among the hero. However, they have gathered here to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Gregory will be the first to launch a full-scale attack, and when they fail, then everyone else is responsible for the next offensive. Today they concluded their meeting and Hanel asked everyone to be much more careful than usual. Moreover, he turned to Princess Ryan and asked her to be more careful because she, like everyone else, was in danger. When Jesus said goodbye, he said that the king messenger could not be present due to illness. And then the Hanel replied that let Edward and get better. Moreover, he continued by saying that he would visit the king, but suddenly someone interrupted him shouting his name. It was Deputy Chan, Hanel asked this evil man what brought him here. The State Department MP said that this already looked like a mockery, and asked why Hanel didn't look at him. Coming closer to Hanel, he said that it was necessary to talk about risk will secretly, and also said that the hero promised that he would take care of everything. Then he closed his eyes and said that there are many guests here, and they should go away and talk. That the man became even more angry, and began to shout that he had already listened to all these whims. Suddenly, someone appeared behind this deputy and asked him what was wrong with listening to whims. The world's heroes gathered at this place, and then suddenly, some redneck came up and yelled something. The man's rage knew no bounds, and he turned around to see who dared to talk to him like that. He asked the guard if he even knew who he was. If he had known, he would not have spoken to him so dismissively. Then the guardian asked him who this little man was and what he was like. He replied that he is a member of the Parliament of the Republic of Korea, and this is actually a very important position. The guard only asked him what this all means, and what this position influences in this dialogue. The man did not know what to answer and suddenly began to cough. Hanel approached the guard and said that the senator was already leaving, and therefore the guard should stop. The hero turned his head towards the deputy and said that he should stop disgracing the state. The man was embittered, but despite this, he understood that he was now in a losing situation. As he was leaving, he began to shout to Hanel that he would not leave after such humiliation, and the heroes would still regret it. Hanel realized that the deputy was not changing, and the guardian was upset that some deputy there dared to say something to him. He turned to Hanel and asked why, when he called him, he didn't come, but hung up, and didn't answer calls. The heroes replied that the guardian probably knows that Hanel is busy with someone else and called him from a joshi. When the guardian was leaving, he asked Hanel to come sometime with that gloomy guy, and said goodbye. Hanzo approached Hanel and said that he had a few words for him. He said that everything was strange, because demonic beasts began to appear too often on Mount Fuji, and curses come up 10 times more often than last year. Hanel said that this happens not only there. After all, the whole world is now uneasy. In fact, he believes that something alarming is happening. The hero asked what about Hanzo's friend, and he replied that this is the guy he is raising, and his name is Jang Su. The stranger greeted Hanel and said that his name was Jang Su. Then members of Gregory said that he was very pleased to meet you, and added that if John is under the leadership of a Hanzo, he will soon become a great hero. They began to leave and Hanzo invited Hanel to Japan because there they could drink a glass of sake. At that moment Dark approached the Hanel and asked the hero if he knew this young Jang Su. He said that it seemed to him that he had seen this character before, but could not remember where it was. Someone knocked on the door of the office where the blue cat was now, and the girl allowed her to enter. This man said that it was a bear and me immediately greeted the blue cat. The girl greeted the guest and said that she was glad that the bear managed to enter the first division. He replied that he had to go to his parents because Gregory did not accept him, and the guardian scared him very much compared to Mr. Hanel. He also thought that now that he was an adult, the blue cat might finally want to go on a date with him, but the girl asked him not to be arrogant. The bear decided to change the topic of conversation and asked the girl if she happened to remember a guy named Jang Su. She said that she remembered this name somewhere and asked the bear what happened to him. He answered her that he had come to meet the blue cat, and she replied simply to say that she did not have time to meet with some hooligan. Leaving the office, she asked to simply knock him out with one blow. And then the bear said that he had already tried to do this. There was a short pause, and at that second, the bear was very tense, and just silently looked at the blue cat. She asked her comrade if he really lost to such a weak opponent. They moved to the training camp and turned on the lighting, which could be turned on remotely. Now 3 people stood in the middle of the large training hall, and John decided to speak first. He said that it was a great honor for him to meet the blue cat and introduced himself to her. The blue cat replied that she knew who young Johnson was and asked him to get straight to the point. He answered her that she was even cooler than he had heard about her, and said that he would immediately move on to the topic of conversation. After all, he came because he wants to join the Gregory. And in fact, this is the only reason he came here. The blue cat immediately asked the stranger if he really wanted to join the Gregory. Then the bear grabbed him by the clothes and asked her this madman was going to go. The cat asked the bear to stop, and she said that he knows it or not, but Gregory is a collective of super people. The guest grabbed the bear by the hand and said that he was sure that the blue cat had already noticed this, but he was ready to demonstrate it again. Grabbing the bear by the hand, with just one blow he hit it with all his might on the concrete floor. The bear could not believe that this happened, and for several seconds, He simply stared at the enemy lying on the floor, and then rage was visible in his eyes. He couldn't believe that the stranger just threw him to the floor like that. He stood up and asked the stranger how he even dared to attack the blue cat as the bear to stop, but the bear simultaneously shouted that he was going to die today. I understand that the situation is getting out of control. Nuna told the bear that she would go on a date with him if he stopped now. Then the bear immediately stopped and took chance and said that in life it happens that people quarrel. The girl tied her hair into a bun and said that despite the fact that Chun looks strong, one sparring session is needed. This training hall was built by darkness, and to prevent the heroes from destroying it, he used secret technologies. The girl advised the newcomer to use the force for his own pleasure. Can he really try his best because the girl might get hurt? Then, well, she asked him if he really didn't know who she was and ordered him to attack. Jones said that since she was asking him, he did not dare to linger. He folded his hands near his stomach and looked like he was ready to use some kind of technique. Within a second, he used one of the techniques and energy began to circulate around his fist. He tried to hit the blue cat, but at the last moment, she managed to dodge. The blows continued, and now several ghostly fists flew straight towards the girl. But in order to dodge, she had to retreat a few meters in order to catch her breath. Jang Su began to use one of the techniques in order to direct a large beam of harmful energy at the blue cat. A huge ball was directed towards her, and the speed of this attack was quite impressive. When this ball reached the blue cat, an incredible explosion occurred that lit up the entire training room. The bear immediately screamed in the direction of this explosion, as he was worried that the blue cat would not get hurt. The explosion was very bright, and it was difficult to see anything through it, no matter how the bear tries. At one point through this explosion, a blue cat suddenly became visible flying out of there at high speed. Jang Su was very surprised when he saw her silhouette, because he expected that such an explosion would at least knock her off her feet. But this did not happen, and the girl grabbed him by the neck as soon as she jumped out of this explosion. Well, after that, with all her strength, she hit his body on the floor to show superiority. The bear was simply incredibly glad when he realized that the blue cat was still able to easily defeat this man. That the girl ignored him, at the same time masking where he got such powers because he was determined to be a man. After all, becoming a Superman in 2 years is simply unrealistic, and so she asked who Kun really is. He said that it didn't matter at all, and asked if he would be added to the Gregory depending on what he could do. The blue cat thought for a bit and then said that the guy failed his test and now he won't be able to join for sure. John was very angry and asked why she made such a decision, since she had just recognized his power. He began to list reasons why, in his opinion, the girl's open-mindedness could be influenced, such as his past. But the blue cat said that it was all because he was weak. The guy couldn't believe it, because he had just demonstrated quite incredible strength, using several techniques at once. The girl repeated this again and said that this team was assembled from the best and strongest from all over the world. Moreover, she added that he did not become a hero because he received useless power. After all, the power of his level is widespread in the world, and on the very first task of the Gregory, in her opinion, he would have died with such force, and therefore she is not going to accept him into the team. They began to leave with the bear, and when he left, he decided to take advantage of the situation and expressed a few kind words to the guests. Hanel and Dark watched this all this time, but decided not to show themselves. He said that he was surprised that a person became a Superman in 2 years, and it was not like an increase in strength. It was very strange, because he did not look like someone who could become a Superman in such a short time. Dark said that this is really very interesting, because this person did not use that method. Hanel said that this method is like deciding to die. And then Dark hinted that perhaps someone was behind him. After this, the heroes decided to observe this character, because his strength already creates suspicion. The subsequent action already took place in Vienna, and specifically at the Seraphim headquarters. A lot of villains had recently gathered around the van in which they live, and they were idly walking back and forth. Ruslan asked his friend what all these villains were doing here, and he was even more interested in how they found out about this place. Then Shiratri said that he started the rumor and the presence of villains here his plan. Person was already a little angry and said why he did it. After all, they deliberately settled together which no one knows about. Shiratri answered him that he just started a rumor that they had caught a bloody lynx, and this is nothing more than a chance to increase the Seraphim. In any case, there would be no point in hiding, and he decided that it was better to spread rumors in order to increase his strength. Person liked the idea, but he was still nervous that something might happen. One pair of villains said that they noticed a familiar face and decided to come over and say hello. It was Tae Jean, and it looked like he was talking to Person. Seeing this, the villains concluded that this team is incredible, but still, they decided to come closer in order to discuss some details. The Tae Jean from behind and asked if he was here with the same thought as them. The villain turned his head and asked again, since he did not fully hear the questions as to him. Then one of the villains said that they need to pretend that they are lower and drive him away, and so on the reputation of excellent Gregory catchers will be count. Tae Jean began to laugh and said that even for villains, climbing on everything ready is a very bad idea. Well, then, one of the unfamiliar villains extended his hand to him and said that Tae Jean was not the only one who thought so and offered to be friends. But then the villain said that he had a better idea, and the stranger asked what this idea was. Tae Jean immediately dealt a sneaky blow with his razor-sharp sword and pierced the enemy's hand. He immediately began to scream in pain, and with his other hand, he grabbed the hand in which the knife remained sticking out. But Tae Jean did not stop the attack on this and jumped up from the place where he was standing, preparing to strike. When the blow occurred, it became obvious to everyone that it looked like this newly arrived villain would never rise again. Tae Jean said that it looks like there are a lot of scoundrels like him here, and this is absolutely not the case. Moreover, he emphasized that the best solution would be to kill them all, and then only the strongest would remain. All the villains who heard this were incredibly tense, and no longer even thought about showing off. Seraphim and Person watched all this and could not believe that this really happened. After that, they gathered together with their old company and went in search of their leader. Person asked Seraphim if the guy was still in the same condition in which they found him. He replied that he felt much better, but still, the situation with his mental health was not ideal. Tae Jean was not particularly worried about this guy's health, but rather thought more about his appearance. When they walked for a few minutes, they saw Kim stand near a lonely tree, and it looked like he was just looking into the distance. Person was very happy when he saw him and immediately began calling him. He screamed louder and louder, and after a while the guy heard him. The reaction was not long in coming. He turned his head and there was already a smile on his face. Moreover, he no longer looked like someone who had just recently gone through a very stressful phase of life. After some time, Seraphim announced to him the information that he had recently learned, and Kim-san decided that it was just some kind of joke. He reiterated that their entire team had been targeted by the Gregory, and he thought that everyone should know the names of the members of this organization. He was never able to find out who Dark was, but she found out enough about the Blue Cat, and Kim should see this with her own eyes. When Seraphim handed over the paper with the information to the guy, he began to panic and was very surprised. The guy simply couldn't believe the words that were written here, because it all didn't look as he expected. Now he realized that the Blue Cat was actually his classmate named Jun. Also, Seraphim added that during the investigation, he found out that they are very close, and therefore he considered it right to tell him about this. At that moment, the guy remembered all the moments of his life in which this girl appeared, and all these memories were war. The brightest moment was when the girl turned to him and smiling sweetly told him that she would be waiting for calls. Out of fear, the guy began to laugh because, as you know, laughter is the most reliable defense mechanism. He said that it seems that Seraphim was also mistaken this time, and Jun cannot be a hero. Along with everyone else looked at the guy and understood that it would be very difficult for him to believe in anything in the future. The guy started talking about how Jun couldn't be a Superman, because they had studied together since the 3rd grade of high school. Seraphim confirmed that he 100% understands Kim's confusion, but in such moments you need to be more complicated. The guy squeezed the piece of paper that contained information about his classmate and said that he refused to believe it. Moreover, he shouted and said that Jun cannot be a hero. After that, he began to run away, and the Seraphim at the same time shouted to him that he should not leave alone, because it was very dangerous. He ordered the person to run after him faster, because he couldn't be left alone now, and the villain understood his mission. Seraphim actually didn't understand why the guy was reacting this way. The Blue Cat had practically done nothing wrong yet. Tae Jean in turn decided to say that there was nothing wrong even if he killed the family of the Blue Cat, introduced himself off and did this. After some time they all calmed down, and the guy kept repeating that he was fine. And Person suggested that everyone go fishing. Seraphim he said that if we talk about fishing, then thanks to Tae Jean, all the collected villains fled. But nevertheless, the team noticed someone near their trailer, and it seems that they were the most motivated villains. There were 2 men there, one of whom was wearing a regular sweater, and a second in a more classic suit. Seraphim said that he was surprised that there were at least 2 people left here and they did not go home. The team came closer, and then the newly arrived villains also stood up to their full height in order to introduce themselves. One of them said that he was 18 years old. His name was Damas and he wanted to join Seraphim, and the second added that his name is John Hookman. Seraphim noticed that one of these newcomers was too young, and then Tae Jean noticed that Seraphim himself was only 23 years old. Thomas said that despite the fact that he is only 18, he grew up in Vienna, and if he is accepted, he will be faithful until the end of his life. The second newcomer said that he did not know that Damas was so hot in recent days, and also said that he would serve forever. Let him ask the guy what he thought of these villains. And Kim replied that they seemed quite kind to him. Then this new guy started to come closer to the group, and everyone got a little tense when this happened. But for some reason, he began to come closer and closer to the person, and then everyone began to wonder. Having come close enough, Damas bowed and said that he would be devoted to him to the end, asking the person to accept him. But he answered him that he was not the leader of this team. And Damas decided to ask again, who was the leader of them all. Person pointed with his hand at the bow who was standing next to him, and hinted that this guy was the head. Damas was very surprised that the most dangerous person in this gang was a child who seemed to be the same age as him. But despite the fact that he was very surprised, he very quickly realized what needed to be done now. Having bowed, he asked for forgiveness and said that he would pull out his tongue right now for making a mistake. Seraphim noted that this is a good result since the team will grow by 2 members, and Tae Jean answered him that he would most likely grow by 1. Person said that he also agreed with this and there would be only 1 more person on the team. Chun, who had been standing silently all this time, tensed slightly when person abruptly approached him. After all, the person grabbed him by the neck and lifted him to a small height, not allowing this man to breathe. He immediately began to ask who sent him here, and whether it was the Guardians or the Highlanders. Moreover, he added that if he does not confess within 3 seconds, he will cut his throat. As soon as person countered to 2, Chen immediately said that he was sent by Blake from the Mountaineer organization. Seraphim could not believe that this man turned out to be a spy and immediately asked why he came here in the first place. He replied that his boss, or get him to monitor and report every move of a guy named Kim Sam. When it Seraphim realized that now it seems that everyone knows about the real nature of their leader, now he has an even greater danger. Damas said that he would take care of this agent, and this could be his first assignment. Without thinking twice, Kim Sinha said that this was correct, and he allowed the newcomer to act. Without thinking twice, Damas struck with his knife right at the city of Chun, who at that moment did not understand what was about to happen. When this team noticed, they were very surprised by what was happening and did not expect everything to happen exactly like this. Chun grabbed his throat from which blood was flowing, trying to stop the arterial bleed. Damas certainly didn't feel any regret for this enemy, despite the fact that they seemed to have become friends. While they were waiting for the team to come here, person together with Gamut Jim began to look at Chan's death with indifference. But Kim himself could not look at it just like that. The guy immediately started shouting what Damas had done, and then he replied that he was just taking care of the spy. But then he realized that he might have done something wrong and apologized to such a man for killing him before interrogation. Person said that this is not the case at all, and Tae Jean said that, in fact, he would have done the same thing if he did not know the rules of their team. Seraphim decided to explain the rules to the newcomer, and quietly turned to Damas to explain everything. He told him that in the period he would only kill when Kim Sen ordered them, and independent behavior in this team was unacceptable. The guy said that now he understood everything and asked for forgiveness several more times. He then separately asked for forgiveness from Kim Sen and said that now he would keep all this information in mind. Meanwhile, the action moved to the training center where some teacher was praising his students. He sent all his students home and advised them to be careful, and they in turn said that they would see each other tomorrow. A voice from the side said that Maruchi, that was the name of this coach, is as always busy with incredibly important things. This man was very surprised to hear a familiar voice and decided to turn his head to see who was talking to him. It was a Hanel, and he said that the guy was still the same origin young man, and they still hadn't seen each other for a long time. Maruchi was glad to see the Hanel come out and immediately hugged his friend and asked why he came to him. But after a few minutes, he said that despite the fact that the hall is quite small, he invites the hero to come inside and talk. Having come here, Hanel immediately began the dialogue with a proposal. He suggested Myrichi should join the Gregory because his help is really needed now. He replied that he had already made this decision a long time ago, because he realized that such work was not for him, because he could not punish the villain. Myrichi said that Hanel knows his character, and because of this he cannot be Gregorio's assistant. Then Hanel said that if Myrichi was too modest, they would start throwing mud at him very soon. Come to think of it, Myrichi was truly the strongest martial artist on par with the Blue Cat, but still, he did not consider himself so strong and constantly told Hanel that he overestimated him. But he was serious and said that this time he must definitely enter the organization because it was wrong that such a talented person lived as a recluse. Then Myrichi agreed and said that he still had one case that he had to close, and he asked his old friend to pay him the overdue rent for this training center. The rent was almost a year and a half overdue, and Hanel was very angry, but then said that he would talk to Dark about it. After all this, the action moved to the forest where Darkness was now located. He constantly moved from one tree to another. His locator showed that his target was somewhere here, and wandering around like this for several minutes, he found a man who was doing something unclear, but it was like training. When this man noticed Dark, he immediately stopped and silently began to look at the guest. Dark greeted him and said that Mr. Kip Chongan has grown so much that he is no longer recognizable. Not seeing any reaction, Dark said that it was probably better for him to call him a hero by the name of Wing. After a short pause, the Wing said that he did not expect to see Dark here and asked what brought him here. He answered that he had grown up and was now worthy of praise for his nutrition, despite the fact that he was still far from his older brother named Respol. Tip said that Darkness is abusing the right to talk about his brother, as their organization has still not been able to find his killer. Then Darky said that perhaps the June Kit need to personally look for this killer, and then they might succeed. When became angrier, but Dark knew what to say to make him calm down, he invited him to join the Gregory. The guy was very surprised when he heard this because he expected to hear anything from Dark, but not an offer to join the organization. Like he said that it looked like Dark was joking because when he begged to join them, Dark didn't even listen to him. And then he answered him that at that time the Wing was very young. Wing said that now that he is so strong, maybe the Gregory will at least enroll him in the Boy Scouts. Dark said that even though the Wing is making progress, he is still just an ordinary rookie. That despite this, there is a factor that can have a very strong influence and it cannot be ignored. Darkness said that these days it is very rare for third heroes to have the same skills as Wing. The guy said that these were very good words, and he would think about such a tempting offer. Just a few days passed and a large group of heroes gathered at the Gregory headquarters to discuss important details. Hanel stood near the entrance and said that their primary goal was Seraphim, and they should ignore everything except this goal. This will be a full-scale war and Master Jean and Dark will have to leave the operation. Until that day, everyone needs to take care of their condition. There will be no reinforcement troops, because they are in VN. The more opponents there are, the larger the battle will be. Hanel also added that during the penetration, they will not penetrate the VN and instantly end the mission. Meanwhile, Shiratri told the others that recently, they had a lot of work to do and could not train, and today everything needs to be fixed. He told the person to demonstrate some technique to their leader so that he could try to repeat it. He just immediately took a stance and told him that it was an easy movement and he just needed to repeat it. He focused all the energy he had in his body and tried to remember exactly how to do this technique. Red blood energy began to be released, and Kim realized that it seemed that this technique would not be as easy. And the person began to jump from side to side simultaneously, emitting a large amount of energy and causing damage. It was a four-leaf clover, and this technique was not really the simplest and quite a few people knew about it. He turned to Kim and said that since it was quite easy, he tried. Shiratri was definitely not happy with all this, even though he said that he needed to try something easier. The guy told him that it was at least worth a try. The guy also realized that it was approximately the same level compared to the fight with the bloody links back then. He tried to focus all the power he had in his body and use the little combat experience he had gained earlier. The guy thought that he just needed to try and then he would definitely be able to repeat this technique. He took a fighting stance and began moving his arms above his head, simulating the flow of energy through his limbs. These poses were constantly changing, but nothing supernatural was happening around Kim's body at that moment. he tends to even more, and then everyone thought that perhaps now he would radiate energy. Black energy began to spread from the tips of his fingers, but it was quite transparent. Very soon, this energy turned into just a small wind direction, and that was all. The guy immediately turned to the rest of the team and said that it looked like it turned out pretty good. Person was a little surprised and said it was simply excellent. Demas, meanwhile, said that this technique is not at all difficult, and it is quite easy to repeat it simply by observing the person. Then person turned to Demas and said that this was an advanced skill with a class at difficulty level. Demas said that he does not find it difficult, and in order to reproduce this technique, it is enough to simply get into the right position. When he got into this position, he jumped away from several places at once, and he managed to produce this very person technique. Tae Jean, who watched all this, did not really understand how an 18-year-old guy managed to reproduce such a complex technique, but the guy only said that in his opinion, he did approximately the same as person showed. Kim immediately ran up to him and with surprise in his eyes asked how he managed to do all this, but he just said that he simply repeated what the person showed and that's where his skills end. Person told Tae Jean that he should also show some of his techniques that we would, and he repeated it. Then the Tae Jean took out his knife and asked him if he knew how to use his weapon. He replied that he uses it often, and after that Tae Jean asked him to repeat this technique. Day by day, energy began to radiate upward into his sword, which spread in different directions in streams. And after all this he struck vertically, thereby releasing all this energy. It spread in several directions at once and created a huge number of cracks in the ground. It was a technique of liberation. Kim-san said that it would be simply incredible if Demas managed to reproduce the same thing. He took out his small knife and tried to repeat the movement exactly as the Tae Jean did. Having collected enough energy in it, he launched a horizontal strike, and it seemed that the force of such a strike was only slightly weaker than the Tae Jean strike. The villain, who watched all this, could not believe his eyes. And Demas, meanwhile, said that this time it didn't turn out so well, and turning his head he asked the Tae Jean what kind of technique this was. It was more complicated than what it was before. He replied that this was his secret technique, and he was surprised that Demas was able to simply repeat it. Shiratri asked the newcomer how he was able to repeat just what he saw, and he said that it's same thing, and he just does everything he sees. Person recognized Doomers as a young genius because such skills are incredible genius. Kim-san was also happy and said that Demas is incredibly strong, and Tae Jean hugged him and added that he would become a terrible villain. The action moved to a small hut, which was located in Vienna and in which the old man lived. At this time, he was chopping the yard, and in general was doing what he did on an ordinary day. He was talking to himself, but suddenly he heard that some guests had arrived and was talking to him. It was a blue cat, and the grandfather immediately recognized her and asked why she had come again. The girl said that she was not sure that this could be called a quick return, because actually quite a lot of time had passed. The girl, who was adopted by her grandfather, was very happy that Jun came, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She ran up to the girl and wanted to hug her. Ji was also very happy to see her and to understand how much joy she brought to the child. Hel began to ask why the girl doesn't come more often, and the blue cat apologized, saying that she was a little busy right now. The little girl asked to come to the blue cat more often, because it was completely boring to eat here alone. The girl talked a little more with the child and then sat down on a small mountain of firewood and began to talk with her grandfather. The grandfather told her that he asked the blue cat not to come again, because the hero should not be friends with a person like himself. But the girl answered him that no matter what people say about him, she does not know anyone who would support the Serbian orphanage except to Josie. Besides, it was a Jose who showed her the method of using power, and the blue cat was grateful to him for that. The grandfather said that she often beat children, and then the girl interrupted him and asked him to be silent. They were silent again for a while, and then the grandfather realized that he had to ask that very question. Dida asked Ji why she came here and what would bother her. She answered him with a question. She was wondering what a Joshi would do if he had to kill a friend with his own hands. He answered her that of course, everything would depend on what this very friend did. The grandfather then supplemented his answer, saying that when a hero looks at a person, he should not pay attention only to his external image, but judge by his actions. The blue cat told him that this man had done wrong and made a big mistake, and asked if she could do as she wanted. According to the grandfather, there is no reason to forgive this friend, because this right is in the hands of the victims. The grandfather himself was abandoned who killed 1,000 and to wash away his sins, he began to do good deeds, but everyone else still considers him a brutal killer. He also added that he will not die gracefully, and his end will clearly be stupider than death from a rabid dog bite, or it will become darker. The girls didn't quite understand why they should say this, and asked what was wrong with the Agios, who answered her that this should happen, and this would actually be right and justice would be restored. The blue cat did not answer anything to this, and a minute later said that she would come a little later, despite the fact that she could not appear more often due to responsibilities. Suddenly, she was stopped by Pyle, who started screaming and asking her not to leave here. The girl told her that she couldn't leave because the demon would come out soon. And the girl tensed up a little and she heard this, all because the child continued, saying that a huge demon would appear to eat the blue cat like all the people in the world. Therefore, she asked to stay with Pell, because summer there was the only safe way. The blue cat didn't quite understand what the girl was talking about. And at that moment, the grandfather noticed that she had been behaving like this for several days. The blue cat bent down a little and said that she would kill this demon or Kim would save Pyle in a way. The grandfather took the girl to his place and began to say goodbye to the blue cat, who told him that they would see each other later. Even when the girl left, the girl still said that the girl should not leave because it was only safe with Pyle. An hour later, Hanel said that the main goal is Kim-sen and everyone else doesn't matter, and the operation needs to be completed as quickly as possible. The heroes came forward, and it was a pretty impressive team of pretty strong heroes who also helped each other. Meanwhile, Damas and the Shiraitri were picking berries not far from their base. Shiraitri told his friend to be careful not to pick poisonous plants, but to collect only edible ones. Someone answered her that he was born in Vienna and lately he has really felt the taste of life, all because he lived his whole life among garbage, and after living with Kim-san, he now understands everything. From that moment on, he realized that there was something for which life was truly worth living very simply, and for this he was grateful to their team. Shiraitri, he said that the same situation happened to him because all the team members are for the most part no different from him. Damas was about to say something, but suddenly stopped to listen to the sounds for a couple of seconds. Shiraitri was a little tense by this, and he turned his head towards Damas, who at that moment had already jumped in his direction. There was a targeted explosion that looked like someone had sent a large amount of energy towards the two. When they looked around, they saw that a burst of his energy had destroyed all the trees behind them. Some girl from the outside said that she didn't even think about killing them, because now there was no point in making any noise around. It was Ellie, and she said that she was looking for Shiraitri and she was not interested in the others. She ordered the Shiraitri to follow her quietly, and if she refused, she would die, saying that in any case, she would not remain unharmed. Then Damas took out his knife and ordered the Shiraitri to hide behind him while he dealt with it. Then the girl jumped off the branch and asked what kind of child this was, and what he forgot here. Let's direct the sword of the wine god in his direction. She expected to deal with this opponent with one attack. Damas was very frightened and put a knife in front of him, which took upon himself the entire attack. He didn't even see how this energy rushed towards him, and only thanks to lucky he managed to hide. Then Nelly, she said that this little guy is lucky, but he has very little time left to live. Damas saw the technique she was using, and at that very second, he decided to copy it. A moment later, the phantom sword also appeared from his hands and he was ready to repel the attack. Ellie wasn't surprised by this guy's strength, but she couldn't exactly understand how he copied her technique so quickly. They crossed their blades in battle, and Damas was determined to eliminate this girl right there. A rather powerful explosion occurred at that second, and the guy realized that perhaps he had won the battle. He asked the Shiraitri if he saw how he repelled the attack and was able to carry out a counter-attack, but when he looked around, he saw that one of his Ellie's minions was already holding his sword at the throat of his comrade. Shiraitri immediately asked for forgiveness and said that he did not want to be a burden. Or she said that she was very surprised that the guy managed to repeat the sword of the wine god in an instant. But she also said that this did not affect anything, and asked to tell the commander that if he wants to save the Shiraitri, he must come to the curry forest. There is an hour for this and, if he is late, then Shiraitri will die. After that, without even listening to the guy, she pushed off with her henchmen from the place where she was standing disappear in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, near the trailer, where Seraphim were usually based, someone was already standing and watching for a long time. It was a group of Gregory, and it seemed that they were now ready for action and had never been so close to the goal. Looking at Dark asked him to check if their headquarters is really located here. Darkness used one of its sensors to use a thermal imager to see who was inside the trailer. He looked straight at the trailer, and within a few seconds, everything became clear to him. There were 3 characters there, and Dark told everyone else that Shiratri was not there for some reason. On the way here, there were many traps and escapes from him, but not one of them worked. Something definitely happened to them. Then the group noticed that someone wanted to go inside, and Hanel asked Dark to listen to what they would talk about there. Dark said that he would try and used another of his sensors to listen to conversations at a distance. Damas suddenly ran inside the trailer and told Person that this time they were in big trouble. He started talking about how Shiratri was kidnapped and an ultimatum was given to Kim-san. Everyone who was in the trailer was very surprised and were ready to listen to Tomas, because he was the only informant. They all went outside to discuss further action and a plan for how everything would need to be done. Damas said that he did not know what to do because they had very little time left to make a decision. Person, he said that there was nothing to discuss here. Or rather, they couldn't send him to such a dangerous place just to save the Shiratri. He also added that this is not even discussed because the Shiratri himself would have done the same thing. Tae Jean also decided to add his opinion and said that if they sent him to save him, then the short tribe will kill them all upon release. Kim-sen began to think about what to do in such a situation, because Highlanders are quite dangerous individuals. But despite all this, the guy understood Shiratri as part of his family, and he cannot refuse him. Without hesitation, Kim said that he would go on this mission, and they needed to separate a little before moving forward. Person didn't quite understand what the guy meant, and while he was asking, Kim said that while he was going, he along with everyone else had to save Tae Jean. He looked into the eyes of everyone in turn and said that if everyone considers him to be in charge, then they should do as he just said. Everyone was silent for a while, but at the same time, they understood that in fact, there was only one way out of this situation. Person said that he was listening to his commander, and this time he would do what he asked. Tae Jean in turn said that he would also follow Person, and together they would definitely be able to find Shiratri very quickly. Damas didn't know what to think in such a situation, because he had never experienced such stressful circumstances. Everyone decided that they needed to move forward right now, and said that even in such nervous times, we need to act decisively. After some time, they all walked away from the trailer and discussed a few more details. Kim said that they would meet later and their special operation should begin. Everyone fled in different directions, as if they understood that Gregory had been watching them all this time. Kim Jong said that they are separated and some action needs to be taken to keep track of everyone. Then Hanel said that this was even better and ordered everyone after Kim because this is their goal. Person and everyone else came to the place where Damas had the fight, and he said that Shiratri was here. Damas was worried that Kim wouldn't be able to cope there on his own. And then the person answered him that he was very strong and not so easy to deal with. And after all this talk, Person he said that he needed to start tracking and added that there was only one method for escaping and surveillance, and he was a master at it. They began to move, and Kim meanwhile had already arrived at the meeting place that Damas had told him. When he arrived, he was slightly frightened since initially he saw nothing at all around him. He began to look around to find someone, but he couldn't do it. This guy couldn't even suspect that now the full complement of Gregory was watching him and waiting for the best moment. Kit Cho meanwhile, he said that he was not entirely happy that this freak made him drag himself here. Hannah ordered him to be quiet since he feels that someone else will come here now. Suddenly the guy turned around as he also felt someone's presence. And very soon he realized that it was a man he already knew. It was the butcher, and Kim was not yet clear whether he was happy to see him or not because the area around was very empty. But within a second, a huge number of warriors appeared around, and Kim realized that he couldn't just leave here. He told this butcher that he was here himself and asked where Shiratri was now. For some time the butcher was silent and simply looked straight into the guy's eyes with an angry gaze. But within a few seconds, he along with his entire army knelt on one knee in front of Kim. He said that Daniel Blake was finally able to see Kim and asked him to be spared for the unforgivable behavior he resorted to in order to meet. The guy didn't understand at all what this meant and why Blake was doing this. Meanwhile, in one of the dark basements, very gloomy and scary dialogues took place. Two people were talking to each other, saying that they didn't even know that such lousy people existed. They approached your tribe Ben said that if he does not want to die, he must send his friends with the help of some kind of connection to the fortress that is located on the mountain. Well, if he doesn't want to do this, then he will now lose several of his fingers, and then he will die. Suddenly, he once again told Shiraitri to call everyone to the mountain, saying that he probably has some kind of special connection. That the prisoner did not answer, but only looked condemning me straight into the eyes of his executioner. After that, he closed his eyes and prepared himself for the fact that he would now experience incredible pain. A moment and splashes of blood flew in different directions, and Shiraitri began to scream very loudly. Because of this, the pain was simply incredible, and one of the people said that if Shiraitri spoke now, it would be strange that he chose to die alone. After that, he took his knife and said that he would now cut off the second finger and so on 10 times. Shiraitri with his last strength, he said that he is person's number. One of these executioners was delighted when he heard this information. Well, and then Shiraitri said that he forgot to call 114 and ask for this number for some people. So it won't work today. The man said that now they will see how well the prisoner will joke when he has no fingers left. Suddenly they heard the door start to open, and one of the executioners said that they couldn't come in here, and they talked about it. Person appeared in this room along with Tae Jean. They clearly didn't come here with good intentions. When person walked inside, no emotion could be read on his face. He simply analyzed everything that was in the room. First he noticed someone's hand which was chained to the wall. Within a second he realized that this was Shiraitri and he was tied to the wall and bleeding. Then one of these two men asked what they forgot here and why they came at all. Damas was the last one to enter the room, and when he came to Shiraitri, he realized that now life would end very painfully for these two men. Person was completely emotionless and gave in front of Tae Jean, do whatever he wants with these two scumbags. And Damas gave orders to take your try out of here and take care of his wounds. The men who stayed in the room were angry, especially, and the villain approached them. And they realized that now most likely, they could not just die. Tae Jean said that in vain they thought that they could live comfortably after what they did to the commander-in-chief of their group. When he introduced himself, they now realized what awaited them. One of them told him to his face that they were ready for anything. Well, then the villain told them that not the most ordinary death awaited them. While simultaneously grabbing one of the men by the face, he hit this man against the wall with all his might, and thereby broke several of his vertebrae. He offered his finger to his mouth and advised him to be a little quieter from now on. Also Tae Jean said that he understands torture, but the only thing that distinguishes him from these men is that he is a kind-hearted man. So he told the man not to shout very loudly because he might like that show. He could no longer even answer him, since Tae Jean had crushed all his airways with his hand. From this room within a few seconds an incredibly loud scream was heard, which spread very quickly. Damas approached his friend. He immediately asked if he was okay now. Shiraitri hastily said that everything was fine, but quickly moved on to the topic asking where Kim was now. Person answered him that he went to the butcher and now he is not around. At that very moment, the Shiraitri grabbed him by the clothes and asked if Person was really so stupid that he told him to go alone. Then Damas asked everyone to calm down and explain that Kim himself gave the order to everyone else to leave and went to the butcher himself. Tae Jean came to everyone else's room and told everyone that he had not had so much fun for a long time. At that very second Shiraitri gave the order to everyone else to follow him. He didn't care about his condition and the fact that Person constantly asked how he was feeling. He also realized that he needed to take power into his own hands for a short time and asked us to take Shiraitri while Tae Jean found Kim. Damas said that the two of them need not worry, because he would quickly catch up with them. Meanwhile, the guy was in the middle of the forest and no longer understood what this whole show was all about. And he decided to directly ask about butchers, what they even are. And he replied that he was not going to Kim. He further told the guy that as he understood, he was the one. And if this is true, then Kim must demonstrate his true face. The entire Gregory division, meanwhile, watched these negotiations, but did not hear what they were talking about. Master Jean made the assumption that they might start fighting among themselves. At some point, Dark answered him that this would play into their hands, because if during their battle, at least one dies, a better situation could not be imagined. Kim Sen asked the butcher what this even meant, and he told him that he urgently needed to meet the demon. The guy became more frightened and said that Blake should stop talking nonsense and free his comrade. But he replied that there is no need to pay attention to such people, because now there are more important things to do. Suddenly, Blake sent something and told Kim that the negotiations might have to be interrupted. Taking out his sword, he asked for forgiveness at such an important moment and said that it seemed like some rats were following him. Draw your sword completely, he asked who was there. He was wondering who dared to interrupt the reception of such a holy being. Hanel realized that they had been spotted and ordered everyone else to take their positions to repel the attacks. The entire Gregory squad was ready, and it looks like they will start an incredible fight any minute. Kim, who turned his head, saw that Gregory was here, and this time it was not the only hero. The butcher, in turn, was calm and asked what all these heroes forgot in Vienna. Did they really want to fight with the butcher for no known reason? Hanel told Blake that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Then the butcher noticed Hanel and said that the best hero had arrived, and as they say, he is a rare genius in battle. In the butcher's memory, this was their first meeting, and Hanel quietly said that of course Blake did not remember anything. He absolutely did not understand what this hero was talking about. But he said that if everyone had gathered, it meant that they were definitely full of determination. He waved several fingers. He gave the order to all his soldiers to eliminate the violators. The Gregory also did not stand on the defensive, but began to attack their opponents. Kim was scared the most. He came here not to kill someone, but to save his friend. Kip Chun was the first to enter this incredibly brutal battle and immediately showed himself to be a very strong warrior. He instantly used the powerful hammer technique, and thanks to it, he eliminated several henchmen at once. But they were not confused, and a small group formed the technique of a large turtle. Hanel very quickly noticed what they were planning and gave the order to Esther to smash this turtle. Then the girl landed a short distance from the main character and prepared to use the technique. For her, it was a standard technique called the 12 Zodiacs. This time, she decided to use the sign of Taurus since it would be effective against a small group of enemies. A moment later, this sign was able to manifest itself, and when it appeared, it eliminated several enemies at once. Ellie realized that she needed to intervene and also joined the fight. Despite the fact that she was quickly noticed, Ma was the first to come into direct contact with Haruchi and immediately struck her with a sidekick. Ellie recognized almost everyone who was there, but she was not familiar with the man who hit her. This guy told me that it looks like the girl is a C-rank villain, if she could dodge such a quick blow. Meanwhile, the blue cat was also breaking up her attack, and it looked like she was very angry. Kim at that second still did not understand where all this was going and was only looking around frightened. But literally a second later he saw that it was approaching him, and from this a variety of sensations appeared. All this happened because Jaeun tried to throw a powerful kick right at Kim's son. Quite suddenly, a butcher knife began to fly from the side or body directly towards the blue cat. She noticed this at the very last moment, and for this reason, she dodged there by avoiding striking Kim again. The butcher asked how the girl even dares to do what she is doing now. Did the green brat really dare to take a swing at the sacred demon? Then the blue cat ordered him to move away. The one introduced was not even half the power of her. They were exhausted in the battle, and Kim also noticed this, and his reaction was not long in coming. He started shouting at Jaeun to get away from this butcher. Apparently, he's actually a very dangerous warrior. By that time, the person had already run up and found his commander all over the battlefield. Approaching him, he said that it was very dangerous here and that he needed to stay away. But Kim-sen tried to persuade him to let him go. Person ordered Kim to get ready, otherwise such a mistake could cost him his whole life. At that moment, just one of the warriors tried to attack Person from behind, but it's good that Tae Jean covered him. The villains didn't understand what all this commotion was because there wasn't even a chance to talk calmly with the head. Shiraitri watched this entire fight from the side and thought about how best to act in this situation. We had to get out of here because both sides were targeting Kim. He didn't think that all the Gregory would come here, but he was haunted by the fact that Hanel was nowhere to be seen. During this brutal fight, Tae Jean ordered to Demas not to lag behind and stay close, and he said that he need not worry. Suddenly, Dark jumped up to Tae Jean, and it looked like he stuck some kind of explosive device to his shoulder. When the villain looked at his shoulder, he saw a small bomb there that glowed brightly red. A few moments later, a powerful explosion occurred, but it's good that the villain managed to dodge it. Being in a defensive pose, he said that it looked like the hero had been given a defective product. But for some reason, Dark said that he had planned it that way. It seems that the Gregory were acting according to a pre-prepared plan, and the butcher was the first to notice. He saw a Hanel in the sky and ordered all the warriors to switch and attack only him. When they raised their heads, They saw that this hero was moving towards Kim with incredible speed, and the moment he got as close as possible, Person used one of his techniques. But since Hanel is one of the most powerful heroes on this planet, he was able to dodge this blow and even launch a counter-attack against Person. The guy was at an incredibly small distance from his defender, and because of this, he did not understand anything. But the most important thing for the Hanel was that now Kim had absolutely no idea what was happening. Therefore, he quite successfully managed to throw it a considerable distance to the side. Now he gave the order to Esther to use the technique that they had discussed in advance at headquarters. Esther used the 12 zodiacs technique again, but this time she used a different sign. This was the sign of Aquarius, and was one of the most interesting and powerful signs that Esther had in her arsenal. This jug of ghostly water suddenly leaked this same water. And this meant not the best news for the guy. He couldn't understand what it was, but Hanel just focused and looked at the flow of this water, all knowing what would happen next. The water began to spread in different directions. But at the epicenter itself, it was not visible what was happening. Despite all this, it's a shame realized that they both had disappeared, and it was unclear where they will now. The butcher was the angriest of all, since for him this only meant that he would not be able to complete his job. Master Jean ordered the rest of the Gregory to immediately disperse and retreat. The warriors who were fighting with the blue cat at that time did not understand what to do next. The butcher gave the order to catch every single one of them and eliminate them on the spot. At that moment, Dark used his nanotechnology to track where Hanel and Kim are now. The sign of Aquarius is the ability to move objects located in the area of the Aquarius jug. But the catch is that even the magician himself does not know where to move. But thanks to his abilities and a huge number of satellites, Dark was easily able to find where they are now. He closed this panel and called the capsule to move to this point as soon as possible. When the capsule appeared, Esther also noticed it and decided to voice her proposal. She told Dark to wait for her and take her with her to the point where the guys are. He said that this capsule was only for one passenger and she told him that she needed to be with Hanel now. After thinking a little, he ordered her to go first and explained that the autopilot would take her to the point and he would follow right behind her. Seraphim. Meanwhile, I tried to find where the guy was now, but it was quite difficult. But literally after half a minute he realized that Kim was in the rocky Balhi desert. Person said that you need to go through countless mountains to get there, and Seraphim in turn raised his head and said that they would save time. A glider appeared above their heads, and this only meant that soon he would throw down the ladder and they would be able to escape. Person ordered everyone to hold tight. Everyone was most worried about Demas. Suddenly someone heard something moving near his body. And this was not very good news. It was actually a butcher knife and he managed to cut this rope ladder quite accurately. When Seraphim saw this, there was real horror in his eyes. Since it was not clear how to get out of such a trap, he quickly realized that the butcher was responsible for this blow in order to turn around because Demas had fallen. It turns out that the butcher was only able to reach the part of the rope ladder that was holding this guy. While still in flight, this guy shouted that he would catch up with them and everything would be fine with him. Meanwhile, the action moved to the rocky desert at party. Kim Son stood up and tried to understand where he was now and what was threatening him. A Hanel stood in front of him at full height, and the guy seemed to understand what was waiting for him. Now there was fear at his lyceum. He understood that now it would be the most difficult battle of his life. But to understand the full context, it's worth moving to the conversation between Hanel and Dark that took place a few days earlier. Hanel said that he believes that Kim cannot be a villain. There is a possibility that they will be able to persuade him. Dark didn't like this at all, especially when Hanel said that Bloody Lynx started the fight, and Kim on the contrary tried to stop it. Darkness could not believe Animal's words at all, and asked whether he was really saying such nonsense. Then Hanel continued speaking and said that this boy definitely had kindness left in his heart, and if he is persuaded well, then they will be able to find a solution. Perhaps Dark agreed that the boy was go, but he knew that the demon that sits inside his body is truly evil. Hanel said that Kim looked like he was resisting this demon, and that's why this changes everything. Dark said that in his humble opinion, this demon has consumed him, and now there is no turning back, even though he understood the Hanel feelings. Actually, attacking a good youth is quite a difficult task. However, this young man chose the path of evil. As a result, 2 of their colleagues die, and therefore, the woe will have to bear responsibility. When leaving, Dark advised Hanel not to hesitate, because he is a first-class hero, and the demo that sits inside the bow is evil in the flesh. Before doing anything, Hanyul decided to ask the boy if he was Kim's son. Well, the guy still couldn't say anything. The hero said that he was pleased to meet you, although most likely, he already knows the Hanyul from Gregory. Kim asked if he brought him here to fight, and he replied that he literally did not want to fight at all. Moreover, Hanyul informed him that he knows that Kim is not a villain, because everyone has the right to make a mistake. He made the assumption that the guy already regrets that he has gone so far, and Kim confirmed, saying that he did not intend for things to go that far. Hanyul wanted to lend a helping hand and say that if Kim came with them, they could overcome the monster inside him. They no longer had any reason to fight, and Hanyul promised that the guy would return to his normal life and he would take responsibility and help. In fact, this is what the guy wanted, just to go back to life and pretend that none of this happened. He told the hero that it was enough to stop all this and asked if he could live peacefully with his friends. Hanyul said that this is impossible because these are villains, and they must be punished for what they have done. Ken was not ready to agree with this, because he did not know how the fate of his guys would turn out. The hero got a little nervous and said that he could send them to a treatment center, and this is the only possible option. In this situation, Ken didn't want them to spend their entire lives in a mental hospital, and such a proposal from Hanyul infuriated him. He said that he would not allow this to happen, and that it would be better for him to get rid of the Hanyul and run away with his friends. The hero asked him not to get excited, but the guy interrupted him and ordered him to get into a fighting position. The hero gave him one last chance and recommended that he think very carefully before taking a decisive step. The choice was simple. Hanyul offered him to fight or follow him to get help, but Kim interrupted him again and told him to stop looking down at him. He swung his fist, but since the Hanyul was 10 times faster, he managed to hit the teenager right in the face. The guy couldn't come to his senses for some time from this blow, and Hanyul had already taken a fighting stance. After some time, he felt that it looked like this guy was about to strike, and the decision was made to retreat a little. And this was the only right decision. After all, this is exactly what Kin did. Soon, having retreated a few meters, Camille opened up the opportunity for himself to kick his opponent. This attack was quite successful because the guy flew several meters and almost lost consciousness. Moreover, Hanyul quickly moved behind him and delivered a two-handed strike directly to his head. Because of this, the boy flew into the ground at great speed, and it was not visible what happened to him down there. But Kim managed to land on her feet quite successfully, taking virtually no damage from this attack. Then he noticed that some objects began to appear around him, preventing him from moving. It turned out that this was the so-called stone wall, because of which he now could not go anywhere, but he very quickly decided to destroy one of the components of this wall in order to get out. But when he struck one blow, cracks only appeared on the wall, but it did not crumble. Suddenly above his head, he saw several bright sources of energy, and then he understood why these walls were put up. An instant and a very powerful explosion occurred in this stone chamber, which the hero directed there. After the explosion, a huge cloud of dust appeared, and they could not understand what happened inside, until a few seconds later, he saw a guy flying at great speed to counterattack. But Hanyul was not at a loss either, and a moment later, a huge stone structure began to fall on the guy's back. It was a tree deity of a much larger size than before, and it prevented Kim from moving. Using his strength, he tried to lift this tree deity with his shoulders. In a fairly short time, he was able to lift this object directly on his head and hold it there for several seconds. Moreover, after that, with great effort, he threw away this deity whose weight was tens of tons. But after he threw away this item, the guy noticed some kind of glow in the sky. It was Hanyul, and he was preparing to strike Kim's son directly with lightning. And he did it quite successfully because the lightning overtook Kim's body within half a second. When the smoke cleared, Hanyul saw that Kim's immobilized body was lying below, coughing heavily. The guy immediately realized that he was almost not much stronger than Bloody and Lynx. Despite the fact that he was also strong, he was not comparable to this hero. At that moment, it seemed to Kim that this enemy was not from this world, and he had no chance of winning this fight. In the meantime, he said that it was not too late, and the guy just needed to make the right decision, and then everything would be resolved. Kim realized that there was no way he could defeat him, and in this case, he might have to resort to Plan B. An inner voice spoke inside his body and offered its help. Kim thought because in the battle against the Bloody Lynx, it turned out well, and he thought that it was possible that the same thing would happen this time. One who comes to an agreement with himself one day will easily get along in the same way always. An inner voice said that Kim just needs to borrow his body for a little while, like last time, and then he will tear this fleet into pieces. The guy realized that he needed to do everything like last time, only slightly, and inner voice agreed with him. And then the guys relaxed at the same time, allowing the demon inside them to act. Hanel witnessed how black energy began to be released from the guy's body and scattered in different directions. He initially did not understand what was happening here, but after a few seconds, the realization came to him. All this looked very terrible, because black energy filled everything around. It was at that second that Hanel realized that only now the real battle was beginning. Half of Kim's body was occupied by a demon that glowed bright red, and this demon told Hanel that now he would kill him without any regret. The hero focused because he realized that now he needed to use all his strength in order to win. He took a special stance and absorbed countless lightning bolts into his body. This was the technique of the god of thunder, and after using it, all the Hanel indicators increased significantly. He looked focused and already saw the demonic entity attacking him from the air. But he was prepared for this, and his body was still emitting a huge amount of lightning. Even though the demon's attack was incredibly strong, Hanel somehow managed to block it. Kim could not understand that Hanel was able to repel this attack, because in the future, no one had succeeded. It was then that the hero realized that perhaps the demonic entity was within his power, and he could win this time. But the demon was angry and considered his opponent just a lousy bad thing that needed to be crushed quickly. Hanel was also focused, but his mind was not driven by anger. Two energies clashed in battle, and from the outside, it looked really poetic because the light and dark energies were fighting here. Esther watched this entire fight while sitting on a rock, choosing the right moment. Dark approached her and immediately asked how things were. The girl told him that it was a life and death fight, and in general, this was the first time she had seen a Hanel give his all like this. Darkness confirmed these words and said that there is no need to interfere in the fight because they can only become a hindrance for the hero. Hanel fought a hard battle, but surprisingly did not lose. After all, he still had an ace up his sleeve. The demonic entity's skill is still imperfect, and if Hanel has the upper hand over him now, then an opportunity will arise. Then Esther made a decision and said that if he reached a dead end, she would shoot him with this weapon. It was the bow of the 12 zodiacs, and Esther used the power of the archer to summon it. At that same second, Dark realized that from the bow of the 12 zodiacs, a generic man could shoot 3 times and superhumans 5 times. However, this bow allows you to use all 12 techniques. There is, of course, a risk of failure in using the same technique twice a day. However, if you do not interfere with the zodiacs with other witchcraft, this is not a problem. The zodiac is the most powerful offensive force, but whether it will affect the target is unknown. While Dark was thinking about this, Esther used her secret technique, which few had seen before. She drew the Apocalypse Night spectral bow and prepared to fight. He began to shout to Esther that it was impossible to mix zodiac techniques with the temple night heating interfered with the possibility of exhausting all the power, and if used again, death will follow. And Esther said that everything was fine, and that's what she came here for. Darkness quickly realized that there was no point in dissuading her, and he just told his friends that it was necessary to deal with the enemy in one attempt. Meanwhile, the action moved to the secret headquarters of the state, where the walls were now saturated with the resentment of one deputy. He really didn't like that Hanel dared to humiliate him, because he didn't understand how he could say that to a member of parliament. He promised himself that he would not forgive this hero and immediately began to look for the director of the military air force. In front of him, he saw 2 ordinary soldiers who were insulting the command and control office. From the conversation, he realized that a hero of the highest category is in the midst of a battle, and now there is a fierce battle. The soldiers talked among themselves, trying to determine the location and tried to contact the commander. This was the battle of top-class heroes, and everyone was panicked and didn't know what to do in such a situation. Moreover, one of them noticed a deputy who was shouting that he had received permission to command from the commander. He notified that he was now the commander and ordered the launch of the combat aircraft Case 0. The soldier began to take the deputy out and say that it was impossible to get permission, and he could not be here. But the deputy escaped from his hands, and while the soldier was saying that it was equipped with a special missile, and it could not be launched without the order of the president, the deputy pushed aside all the soldiers who were around and said that now he would do everything with his own hands. He grabbed the command microphone and ordered the launch of K0 immediately, saying that this was the commander's order. The plane which was at its home point, began to warm up its engines and prepare. The battle continued in the meantime, and became more and more fierce with every second. Hanul's strength was running out, but he was still able to fight further. The inner voice in Kim's body constantly said that he would kill and would immediately shred the body of this hero. Meanwhile, Hanul understood that there was not a minute to lose until the guy finally became obligated. The realization came that we needed to put an end to all this immediately using the maximum power technique. Even a person like Dark watching all this from the side could not understand whether Hanul would win this time. The true talent of this hero is not at all in strength or skill, but in the ability to use the forces of nature. In this state, the Hanul can even fix the weather and control it like God. And it seems that at that very second, the hero was doing just that, and was trying to control the weather. The sky directly above the battle site became increasingly gloomy, and an increasing number of lightning bolts were cruising there. The demon realized that he needed to repel this attack with any effort. Otherwise, everything would end very badly. Hanul told Kim that with this blow, he could kill him instantly, and the probability of this was quite high. He told the guy to stop all this and follow him because it's not too late to come to his senses. But the demon had already occupied quite a large area of Kim's body and shouted that he was now going to kill the hero. Hanul said that it was in vain that Kim decided to die for such a stupid idea. He used the thunderstorm rain and directed all his energy into the sky, or rather into the area that was above his head. At that same second, a stream of point energy hit the target and such a bright light illuminated everything around for many kilometers. Lightning tormented the guy's body, and even the demon felt pain for the first time in a very long time. All the energy was gone, and now Kim's body lay in front of the heinous feet, and it didn't seem to move at all. The hero closed his eyes, because it was a little hard to believe that he had just killed a teenager who in fact had little to do with anything. But suddenly, the body of this teenager was once again enveloped by a demon, and it seemed that he could now control his half completely calmly. Don't waste a minute. The demon immediately carried out the attack and moved straight towards the Hanul. The hero could not have expected this, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the demon's paw in front of his face. The demon managed to inflict quite serious injuries on the heroes, and Hanul quickly realized this. Is Kim really dead? This question was constantly in the hero's head, because if this is so, then the battle will be more difficult. The demon wished only evil for the enemy, and wanted the body of the guy in which he was located to turn off in order to capture him completely. Dark realized that Hanul had taken up his task again, and was trying to convince the enemy, so he ordered Esther to get ready. She pulled the bow of the apocalypse and began to gaze intently at the target she was about to hit. Meanwhile, the demon was just swinging to finish off the Hanul, who could not move after the missed blow. Seeing that the demon had an open weak point, Dark immediately gave the order to Esther to open fire right now. A shot was fired accompanied by an incredible flash right around Apocalypse's back. This projectile reached its target and pierced the demon's body through and through. This body caused him to fall to the ground, and the hole in the demon's body quickly became overgrown. The enemy deviated, and Esther told Dark that she was aiming for the head, but the enemy managed to dodge. He told her that there was nothing to worry about, because the girl was able to inflict a lot of damage with this shot. The demon was lying on the floor and experiencing incredible pain, and from this Kim also woke up. This demonic entity said that it would not forgive these small fleas and would tear each of them into pieces. He swore that he would kill everyone and leave no one alive, and in this way he would be as cruel as possible. Suddenly, Kim heard someone say his name, and this made him finally wake up. Hanul told Kim that he was a human and ordered him not to allow himself to be consumed by a demonic entity. He told him not to lose consciousness under any circumstances. Otherwise, it would lead to irreparable consequences. The heroes shouted louder and louder that they were people, and Kim should never forget about this. The guy said the word man several times, and it was clear that his gaze was completely empty. Dark couldn't understand why Hanul was talking about this nonsense, but he got distracted when he saw a glow on the left side. He realized that Esther was preparing to take another shot from the bow of the apocalypse, and asked the Dark to step aside. He said that the girl would die immediately. She used such a complex technique again, but Esther doesn't even turn her head to Dark. She said that this was better than the death of Hanul, and for this reason, she went for the gift. Suddenly, the girl felt someone's blade near her throat, and someone said that it was time to finish. It was Tae Jean, and he told Esther that if even one of her hairs moved, he would immediately cut off her head. For some reason, Tae Jean did not immediately notice that Dark was still near the page, and he immediately pointed his gun at the villain's head. He ordered him not to move if he did not want to lose his head in one moment. Person at that moment just crept up on Dark from behind and said that if he moves, he will also die. The situation is quite interesting, and it seems that the only one who can survive in it is Person. Esther also decided that she could influence this situation and ordered the Person not to move, otherwise, she would shoot at Kim. Let him in turn order everyone to stand still, because if even one moves, then everyone will die. Tae Jean laughed hard and said that he was surprised that Dark could not expect such a development of events. But Darkness thanked him for his concern and said that he need not worry because he had foreseen this too. Tae Jean was delighted, but so far, he didn't really believe in Dark's words, since it could easily be a lie. He said that now all the Gregory are already on their way from here, and as soon as they arrive here, the battle will continue again. Person realized that the situation was quite interesting, and this made him even angrier. Everyone pointed their weapons at each other, and it was not clear how it would all end, or maybe someone will stop them. 3 sixth-generation fighters appeared in the sky quite rapidly approaching the battle site. The pilot of the first plane said that he needed communication with the satellite to fully complete the mission. The hero and the target were too close, and the pilot said that since there was a fight between them, it would be impossible to do it. The soldier told the deputy that the rocket was the most powerful on the planet, and if the hero was seriously injured, he might die. If the deputy started screaming at the top of his lungs and said that the handle wouldn't even blink and I like that, so you need to shoot immediately. But in fact, the deputy is glad that the hero also has injuries because this means that he will definitely die. The fighter pilot said that he was ready to fire the Iraq missile and it was already operational. Having made a full adjustment, he said that the bomb would be dropped in a few seconds. The bomb gate opened and a bomb fell out and quickly began to fall down. In the air it changed a little and went into a combat position. Meanwhile, Hanel stood opposite his opponent and tried in every possible way to convince him to say something since he had already regained consciousness. That the demonic creature was still silent. Hanel told the guy to get ready because it doesn't matter who dies today and how this battle ends. All this time, the hero fought not with a demonic entity, but with Kim-san. From the guy's voice one could conclude that he was tired and completely broken. He started crying and said that he sincerely wanted to end this all. Dark saw this and was incredibly surprised. But he was even more surprised by the sound from the sky. Raising his head he realized that some object was approaching them, and thanks to the corridor magnifier built into his helmet, the task of detection was even easier. Dark quickly realized that it contained the most powerful bomb in the world, and it was approaching directly to the battle site. It's an Iraq and it can destroy heroes and villains without much effort. Dark immediately shouted the name of this rocket, simultaneously forcing him to pay attention to it. The villains also looked into the sky and Person realized that in this situation, you need to behave as unconventionally as possible. Devices from his hand to protect against the explosion. It's just that at that very second, he began to run towards his commander and Tae Jean tried to stop him. By that time the guy heard the voice of a familiar villain, but it seemed it was already too late. An incredible explosion occurred which, despite the fact that it was very loud, also covered everything around in flames. Person was at a safe distance from the epicenter and saw a bright orange glow in front of him. Nevertheless, the explosion spread and the Person was thrown back several meters by the blast wave. It was simply incredible, and Dark in turn tried to discern a handle in all this. It was lucky that the device that he threw towards the hero flew correctly and created a protective shield around his body. Dark and Esther went downstairs in order to apply first aid if something happened. Hanel said that he was fine, and also noted that Dark really saved him now. The hero had serious injuries, puncture wounds, and overall looked terrible. He needed to be treated immediately. But instead of retreating, Hanel asked the blow where his Kim-sun now. A group of villains was not far from the explosion and tried to understand where their commander was now. They screamed trying to find him, but Sure tried said that Person must first heal his wounds because he was close to the explosion. Meanwhile, the pilots checked the condition of the object and said that it was impossible to assess the situation due to dense smoke. The hero's condition was also unknown, and the order was given to open fire again. The pilot could not believe that he had just received an order to relaunch the rocket, but the deputy actually ordered it. Preparations were made for the second bombardment, and the pilot checked all systems for serviceability. But suddenly, the pilot felt that there was a collision with some object in the air and everything had to be checked. He looked to the right side. He saw nothing. And when he leveled his head, he noticed a demonic entity on the protective glass of the fighter. There was real horror in his eyes, since he was one of the first people who saw with his own eyes the personification of death. The deputy, who was at the headquarters where the pilot screamed because he saw a real monster. The face of this demonic creature would frighten anyone. After all, he looked like a real Satan. The pilot didn't even manage to get a good look at this creature. But a few seconds later, it jumped on him. All he had time to do was scream very loudly while the demon was approaching his plane. After this, a powerful explosion occurred and the sixth-generation fighter crumbled into many metal parts. Tae Jean, who watched all this, said that it seems that now the commander looks completely different. Shiratri added that he should return to his bot. Only person was sure that the commander was in danger when he was in such a state, because now it was not him, but only a demon. Several more explosions occurred in the sky. Because having dealt with one plane, Kim immediately jumped onto the second. Hanel, who was watching all this, could not understand what this guy was up to and why he was cracking down on the planes. Dark told his comrade that it was like the personification of despair, and added that he did not know that such creatures existed. Now he has come to the realization that no one can stop him, and he doesn't know what to do about it. The demon moved constantly, and now there was only one plane left, which with the help of technology could levitate in one place in the air. He decided to go with him, but for some reason this attack was much weaker than the ones before. The demon landed right on the glass of his plane and grabbed it with his strong hand. Everyone who watched what was happening from the ground could not understand why this plane did not explode like the others. Moreover, it became even more strange, and this plane began to fly away. Dark, he said that they had problems because the dynamic entity flew away along with the rocket, and noticed that in that direction, there was the city of Party. As soon as he said this, the Hanel fainted, and Esther tried to help him get up. Meanwhile, the action moved to the outskirts of the city of Perka, where now it was also not entirely boring. There were two warriors standing here, and it looked like they had just been in battle, because they were breathing very heavily, and all their bodies were covered in blood. In front of them stood two villains who said that they did not believe that there could be such weak heroes. Suddenly, a woman appeared out of nowhere, and it seemed that she was hostile to these villains. It was Princess Ryan, and she used heavenly fireworks, which was her secret technique. She began to spread the flash in different directions. And thanks to this, the villain was immediately eliminated in the blink of an eye. After all this happened, Ben immediately came running to the princess because he didn't even expect that the princess would attack the opponents like that. The princess said that there is no need to wait so long, because at this rate, worrying will be called the weakest organization of heroes. Moreover, she added that even the retired to old woman alone did better than several heroes who were young. Suddenly, this old woman heard something, and moreover, she began to feel some incredible amount of energy. She told the heroes nearby that something was coming here, and he fell silent for a while. The princess did not make any sounds for several seconds because she was trying to understand what was the source of the sound. An order was given to evacuate all village residents immediately, but the heroes did not begin to carry it out, since they had not yet understood anything. At a short distance from the forest area, if there was a group now, a plane could already be seen falling at high speed, and when he crashed into the ground, an incredible explosion occurred from which everyone immediately retreated. Ben advised the princess to be careful and stood in front of her in order to protect her in case of emergency. Nothing was visible through this fire because it was still very dense and did not allow anyone's silhouette to pass through it. But after a few seconds, it was clear that a demonic entity was moving through all this fire. The princess was scared when she saw this because she had never seen someone with an incredibly strong dark aura. She reordered the bank to quickly evacuate all the villagers and bring all the wiring to this location. Looking at the princess, the demon repeated several times that he would kill her, and his step became faster and faster. After a short period of time, he began to run and look straight into the eyes of his enemy. With his angry grin, the princess prepared herself as she understood that an enemy with such a strong dark aura would definitely not be an easy target. She sent red sparks directly at the enemy, as she understood that this was her fastest technique. But it seems that the dynamic entity did not care much about this, since its dark energy was quickly able to absorb this technique. The sparks disappeared very quickly and did not cause any damage to him. The princess quickly realized that the enemy did not even move or try to avoid these attacks because his energy itself absorbed everything. After all this, the hero used the flash to throw the enemy away and by himself some time. But this flash also did not cause any damage, and the demonic entity only stopped for a few seconds. Well, nevertheless, this demon still had a confident grin and obviously knew what he would do next. But still, something happened that made him think a little because the princess used the black spot technique. She directed all her strength to hold this spot, and so that the enemy could not break through it in any way. But nevertheless, the demon was still confident and realized that he had incredible strength capable of shaking his enemies. With one movement of his hand, he was able to break this technique and get out of the spot. The princess was incredibly scared because she understood that she did not have the strength left to use any kind of protective technique. After all, this demon struck the princess and her blood gushed in different directions like a fountain. The woman instantly experienced an earthly pain because her hand was cut off, and the arterial bleeding became more and more intense. She could not believe that some creature could have such great power and simply looked at her executioner. The demonic entity swung its hand in order to finally finish off the enemy. The demon screamed, and at the same time prepared to kill the princess with one very strong blow. Suddenly, some kind of aura appeared around his body, and this did not allow him to develop this blow further. This aura became more and more dense, and after some time, the demon was raised to a rather impressive height in the sky. These were the heroes of Var, and they used a collective technique to seal this demon, then ordered the princess to be taken to a safe place right now because she must not be put in danger. But even with her hand cut off, the princess was worried about the villagers, but one of the heroes said that they had all been evacuated. He advised her to move away so that he could help her with a comparison. But she told him that all heroes needed to retreat immediately. She explained that this demon is sucking up all the energy, and the technique needs to be completed right now. Clear from the face of this demon that he had everything under control. Because he still had a lot of strength left, he was extra loudly saying that all these little insects, despite the fact that they are trying to resist, will still die. Suddenly, dark energy erupted from this dome, and it became obvious that it was becoming even stronger. Den was the first to notice this, and then he realized that he needed to stop performing this technique. But before he gave the orders to do this, the demonic entity left the dome and headed towards the earth. As soon as it landed, an incredible explosion occurred and many heroes were eliminated after this. Den gave the order to stay in the camp and take the princess away while taking care of her wounds. But with the last of her strength, the princess said that she needed to retreat, and the Ben did not understand why she should do this now. Using some kind of technique, the princess explained to him that he needed to retreat now and order the heroes to retreat at least 100 meters. At that second, Ben understood everything. It seemed that Princess Ryan was going to use the most powerful flame spells she knew. The fire burst straight out of the ground and instantly enveloped the princess's body, simultaneously increasing the temperature around her. Den gave the order to the other heroes to gather everyone retreat because they had to go at least 100 meters. It was a very powerful spell that burns everything in its path. And some even said that the smaller the area affected, the stronger the heat. Den very quickly realized that the princess was going to kill herself because it was impossible to survive. After using this technique, the demonic entity said that no one would get out of here alive. It was about to move towards the heroes who were running away, but the princess suddenly told him that she was still standing here. Using summoning magic, specifically the wings of the phoenix, she looked her opponent straight in the eyes with contempt. She notified this creature that it would die here with her, and nothing else could save it. The temperature around became higher and higher, and even the trees began to burn. Moreover, the iron swords that remained lying on the floor were already red hot, and were deformed from the effects of temperature. But nevertheless, the demon still stood at full height, and we were already looking at the enemy. The princess quickly tried to figure out what to do next, but it was not obvious who could withstand such heat. It became even scarier when this demon began to move, gradually approaching the princess's body. He looked truly menacing, and even though the heat caused him little damage, he was still able to move. About a few meters away, he stopped and looked at the princess, ignoring the fact that the earth under his feet was turning into real lava. The princess understood her mission, because such a monster should not come out into the world, and she swore that she would do everything to prevent it. By that time, the demon had already approached her quite close, but the princess still repeated that she must destroy her at any cost. The demon got ready and said that now the princess would die. Ryan had literally a second to make a decision. She closed her eyes and thought, is there really nothing that can be done about this situation now? But when she opened them, she delivered a rather significant blast of energy directly into the demon's body. This brought her incredible pain, but the princess also realized that this attack needed to be developed further. With the help of the situation that had developed, she had half a second to secure her arms around the demon's body. After that, the princess used the spreading of her wings, and it seemed that by that time, a plan had already appeared in her mind. Moments later, using this technique, the princess ran with the demon to a height of several 100 meters. The bank, which by that time had already retreated along with the rest of the heroes, saw only a large beam of light in the sky. This color constantly spread brighter and brighter, and the princess held the demon close to her. With the help of these phoenix wings, she was able to fully fly, while at the same time not letting go of the very heavy demon. Moreover, she managed to reduce the altitude above sea level, which had a positive effect on energy costs. The demon thought that this old woman seemed to have gone mad before her death, because she was doing some strange things. The princess only smiled in response and said that this is called the great sacrifice, and such evil in the flesh cannot understand anything. And then the old woman suggested continuing their failed dialogue in the next world. The demon did not understand what she meant, but it was already too late to jump away. At some point during the flight, the phoenix's wings remained glowing even brighter, emitting more heat. Then these wings closed, thereby creating a temperature inside themselves of several tens of 1000s of degrees Celsius. Then, along with the rest of the heroes, had already gone out to the cliff to see what happened at the battle site. The realization came to him that the princess was dead, because it was simply impossible to survive such an amount of heat and energy in the body. The temperature after the explosion remained lower and lower, and the sea also calmed down. If you look closely into the sea, you could see that at the place where the battle took place, someone's body was lying. Of course, it was Kim Son's body, and at that time, it was not yet clear whether he was alive or dead. The next day, according to all the news, mourning was declared because yesterday in Purhi the princess died in her 68th year. Hanel was also taken to the hospital after being seriously injured, and the details of the incident are still unclear. The deputy, who was at home at the time, could not understand what was happening around him. He asked if the guardian had really lost his fear, since he was going to harm the heads of the members of Congress. The guard ordered one of his assistants to arrest him right now. The deputy was confused, and at the same time, shouted that the guardian was allowing himself too much and was making a big mistake. But after lighting their cigar, the heroes only said that the deputy was abusing his power and launched that rocket. He asked the deputy if he knew what he had done with this action, and how he influenced the course of events, but he replied that everyone misunderstood him. And in fact, with this action, he wanted to protect the country. No one believed him at all, and the guardian only silently looked at his assistant. At that moment, he broke off the deputy's hand even more, thereby immobilizing him. Perhaps this man's arm was broken, but after the assistant did this, the deputy began to scream even louder. Leaving the office, the guardian ordered his assistant to push him into a prison for villains today. But he told him that they were still detaining a deputy from a country that was not theirs, and we're going to put him in prison for villains. Fear answered him that if the protests were raised as a sign of diplomacy, then he would quickly just sigh, and until that moment, let the deputy sit in prison. Meanwhile, the action moved to the hospital, which was one of the best in the whole country. While here, Hanel said that he could not believe that the most legendary hero had come here. This hero was in a wheelchair and said that he could not help but come when such a hero was in a deplorable situation. This was the chief of the Temple Knights, who was a member of the third generation of supreme heroes under the pseudonym of the Lion King Edward IV. Despite the fact that he made fun of the Hanel, he said that he looked good, and this only meant that the evil had passed. He took it out on his phone. He said that he would never see something like this again in his life, so he decided to take a photo as a souvenir. After that, he cleared his throat and Hanel realized that he also had something to say. He told the guests that he had heard that Edward was already doing very badly with his lungs, and he hoped that his visit with Hanel would not make him worse. He said that everything is fine. He will feel even better if he laughs from the state of Hanel. After that, he put away his phone and decided to ask the hero how the battle went. He answered him that it was a complete defeat, and he could not find any other words. Then Edward told him that they were not athletes, and it didn't matter to them whether they lost or won. What was important was whether they could suppress the enemy when they met again. Therefore, he decided to ask Hanel if he could suppress the enemy when they met again. He thought for a while and said that it was useless, because despite the fact that he did not use all his strength, It was difficult for him to resist, and when he finally reincarnated, Hanel was scared to even think about what could happen. Edward said that he suspected so and handed his friend some kind of artifact. It was his most powerful weapon, the Sword of David. It made him the supreme hero. He argued for the transfer of this artifact to Hanel, the fact that there was no need for it to gather dust in the hands of a living corpse. Hanel said that he is grateful to Edward, but accepts him only in words, because it seems to him that he will not need a weapon. Then Edward thought a little and said that Hanel still had fire in her eyes. Lowering his voice, a little Gregorios member told him that it was not the hero who lost that time, but he, and now he will fight until he loses his pulse. Besides, he is not as special as Edward and therefore will not be able to use the sword properly. Edward then said that, despite the lack of a sword, Hanel still has a friend, the only one who was able to knock him down and gave him his first defeat. The Gregory were at a conference, and they talked about the fact that Esther was still in the hospital. And in general, the atmosphere in the organization was not very good. They agreed that this strategy was a complete failure. And with it, they suffered a huge number of casualties. The Blue Cat was not very inspired by the fact that Dark was constantly looking for something on the computer during their conversations. But Darkness was silent for some time because he needed more check all information. Then he closed the laptop with a strong blow of his hand and said that the work was over. But he did not answer any questions, but only left the conference room and said that he would be back soon. When Master Jean asked him when he passed, he told them that he would go to the Seraphim team of villains. Meanwhile, Shiratri was near all the other friends and told Kim that he had found Damas. They walked to the exit from their shelter, and the guy didn't know what to expect from all this. Shiratri told him that he had found Damas, but that did not mean that he could save him. Kim was simply silent, and without a word came out to look. They were all silent and waited to see what reaction the guy would have to what he would see now. Kim was simply silent. He looked at what he saw on the floor and could not believe that having such power he could not prevent this. Damas' body lay on the floor covered with special polyethylene. He moved the package a little and saw that underneath it lay the body of the dead Damas. Person came closer to the chemist and said that it seemed that he could not get out of the forest and he had a through wound on his forehead, which means that he could have met Dark. Kim squeezed the plastic that covered his friend's lifeless body and was very angry. The guy could not understand who even wanted to become a hero who saves the world or a villain who destroys it. He told Kim that she couldn't stay here for long and needed to move out now, even though he didn't understand what he meant. He very quickly noticed that dark energy began to lose from the guy again. A demonic grin began to appear, and now the guy no longer disdained to let this demon into his body. Everything became clear to him. Now he understood that the villains must unite with each other. It seems that the guy has finally become a villain, and there are no good intentions left in him. He remembered the questions he had asked himself before. Then he thought what he would do if he someday became a Superman. Will he get rich? Will he become successful in sports?